Red Bull gives you wings.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore!
There's a place where everything begins. From the first tutorial journey to challenging the worlds. A place where people connect and friends rise to become legends. There's a place where adventure awaits you.
Welcome
to the legendary lobby.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent?
What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
Oh. I just listened to my gut.
If you had it all, would you look the fall in the eyes? Could you walk away this time? Will you realize, recognize it's never over? And the flame that once had died, awaken. Will you rise above the days to come? Will you be enough? Will you walk away this time? Look to your left, to your right, leave the pain behind. 'Cause we all face the fires, and we stray from the light. Go leave the pain behind. Feel that rush, feel the taste. Can you feel it? Rid the pain.
back, everyone, to the LEC, live from the Riot Games Arena in Berlin, Germany. It is sweltering hot in Berlin, as it will be in my Analyst area, because the takes, they're going to be fire. There's one more week before we approach our finals weekend, technically, because it's Sunday today and it's on Friday that the finals weekend starts. You know how it is. But we will be crowning our summer split champion there. My name is Shax, and I'm really happy to be here to kick off the show by Jamada and Odewamne. We also have Goldberg standing by and a special guest, but I'm going to reveal it later. Yeah, how are we feeling about the state of the league, Yamada?
It's all right. It's gotten a lot better. I think there's obviously been a lot of discussion over the last, months really. That's really taken a lot of the attention in social media. But I think this split has been a big uptick in a lot of teams, and I think a lot of that has to do with them finding a lot of their identities.
I believe so as well, especially because in the past, when you would see the teams that were losing in the first stage of playoffs, we'd be like, okay, well, they kind of suck. That's usually how it is. But right now, we had MDK earlier and K-Corp having really, really good showings, even though they lost. So there is a lot to look forward to today.
They're playing each other, of course, in the second match of the day. But I want to talk also about the race for the season finals and thus the race for Worlds. We already have 4 teams locked into that, being MDK, Fnatic, G2, and BDS. That leaves 4 teams for 2 spots. And I'd like to ask you at home, you can vote in chat and tell us who you think has the biggest chance of making it into those season finals. And I'd love to talk about it with my panel also in light of not only if they can make it, because not all roads are the same, but who you think has the biggest potential to do something at the season finals and perhaps at Worlds.
I'm betting on the dark horse here. I think people will be kind of surprised given some of my takes on them in the past, but I think KC, out of all of the teams that have dropped down to the lower bracket, had probably the best showing given their opponent was also G2. Not saying that's the bar to look good, but they came in with a very solid game plan. It didn't work out, but they also lent into their identity of, like, Vladdy's historically been a very strong melee mid laner. They gave him Yon 2 games. He looked pretty all right on it. So I think if that's the version of KC we're going to continue to see throughout this lower bracket,
what's going on?
They could. And if
I
they
left
don't,
for a week and everybody's hitching to the KC train.
It's been going on. They did level up though, but I am going for the easy way out for my boys in GX because they have the easier road. They need to beat TH and
KC needs to be top 3, by the way, to me, as you can see here.
I don't have my hat to ask the question, you know, but I did figure that out in the weeks before. But GX has an easier road because all they need to do is beat Team Heretics and hope that later on today K-Corp flops. So it's a little bit out of their hands. But if they do make the miracle run-up, they go top 3.
Do they deserve it?
Yeah, of course.
You said their road is easy, but that doesn't necessarily mean they'll be good.
I do think that they have a good matchup going today into Team Heretics because we talked about it before. They have been the team that out of the bottom ones, they had the clearest of identities. They always go for the same style in every single one of their drafts, in their gameplay, and who they want to empower. So it has looked like they have their stuff together.
Okay, fair. Talk to me about SK, because we were super excited about them. Their bot lane was popping off left, right, and center, but usually in the postseason, or sometimes in the postseason. So how is it now?
It's kind of a similar story.
Oh,
Unfortunately, the same 2 most recent splits. Look, I think that realistically, SK came in on a bad day. Fnatic had a much better read, but also Oscar had a pretty damn good performance. I think overall, if you're SK or if you're an SK fan, you shouldn't be too worried. I still anticipate them to look a lot better than they did against Fnatic. I just feel like they're going to lean more into their very simple and very much kind of better than Rogue style, because I think that's what they used to do.
Okay, here are the results from the fans who don't believe in the KC Miracle Run and think SK is great. So
SK is great.
SK is good.
There you go. Your opinion apparently does not align with the fans. That happens often, so.
Mine works. I mean, GX is up there.
Yeah,
so if GX makes it, since it's one of those scenarios where SK also makes it, so the fans are on my side over here. So
I see.
Thank you, guys.
Well, speaking about GX, I think we can all agree that they've regressed a little bit. Reminds me a little bit of Lehman Brothers a while ago. You can explain that reference, Goldberg.
Yeah, I mean, except they actually have gold, and it shows, but they are just throwing it away, so they might as well be. But I like it. Thank you, Sharks. Yes, my name is Goldberg, and I'm here to explain my main issue with GX. Sorry, Odo. They are not responsible with their gold. So I brought 2 examples of many to show this, because you've probably already seen it, right? You've seen Jackie's gets caught when he has a gold lead. We've also seen it happen with Patrick's, and I'm just here to break down some of the examples, what I think they need to fix to make season finals. So let's dive into the first one. As we roll the clip, you can see that Fnatic is going on a dive on Patrick down here on the Lucian, and that means he gets incredibly fed. He gets snowballed, and GX continue to get Patrick fed on the Lucian to the point where he'll have 3-0. You can currently see it on the gold right now. He is mega fed right now. Already 9 minutes into the game, he is 800 gold ahead of Noah, and all they need right now is just Patrick to continue the snowball. So what do? Well, let's have a look at it. Well, yeah, they sadly dash face first with a Lucian into a Nautilus hook. It's a setup play. They already had Jackies roaming down to try and make it a 4 versus 3, but they're just too late on it. And now here come my second issue I have with GX. When they have a gold lead and they're not throwing away, sometimes they're just not good enough at calling for resources what they need to do with the person who's ahead. And that's either the team that needs to get better at playing for the guy with the gold, or it's the guy with the gold that needs to be better at calling for it. In this scenario, Juhan is shadowing Ezreal up on top side, who, let's be honest, really don't need it. There's 1 minute for Dragon to spawn right here, so what Patrick wants to do in the meantime is shove out mid lane, get a trade down on Noah, and get priority for Drake. So what happens for Patrick to do this? Well, Ezreal stays top, Juhan moves up towards Crocs again and starts shadowing the Ezreal, and Patrick goes in at the same time. No one on GX is available to back up this play. They had the resources to try and back up the play, but they didn't. And suddenly Fnatic's the first one making the move. So my main issues with GX has been that the person getting a hole gets caught. Gets caught. Or the team doesn't really know how to play around the person. And they really need to fix these issues if they want to make it into the season final. Now, for more of GX, Law is actually standing by with Patrick in the Marriott Bonvoy pre-game lobby.
Thank you, GB and Patrick. Thank you for joining me ahead of today's series. I have a bit of a feeling of deja vu, honestly, when I think about last year with Excel, the fact that you had to like fight your way into season finals and everything. Today, kind of a similar case, elimination game. How different is it for you?
Yeah, I mean, I agree. It feels really similar to last year. And I think that's also why I'm feeling like super good about our chances today, because I don't know, I just did it last year, right? So I think we'll have some good games today.
Yeah, and you've been performing super well, honestly, ramping up slowly in summer, and especially when I look at the games you played last week and the week before that. Do you feel like you thrive under pressure like this and that it actually helps you perform?
I think for us as a team, we actually do better under pressure, I feel like, because also with time, when we played our first games on stage, we were really nervous, even though it was like best of 1. But I think we just look at it, and we talked about it, and then we were like, oh guys, we are stressing out too much. So now it's like way more chill. So I think we can just do really well,
Yeah, and you've seen it all in a way, because when I think of last year, this year and everything, you're the only remaining member from like the iteration of Excel last year. Through wind and fire and everything, how do you reflect on the evolution of the lineup this summer that brought you there?
Yeah, it's some things happening here. I feel like in Excel, people just always try to make some changes to improve, because we are always like 1 step away from making it to Worlds. So there's just a lot of people looking for solutions. And I think the roster changes that we did from spring to summer this time around helped us a little bit, but we will still have to like work quite hard to make it happen to Worlds anyway. For
sure, but I mean, the team has been solid so far. And looking at the opposition on the AD carry position, you're going to face off against the rank 1 ADC in solo queue, Flacket. He was really proud about this one. Anything about Flacket?
I mean, it's quite impressive to get rank 1 during season, because you have to scrim for like, 8 hours a day, and then you want to play like 10 solo queues after. So that's some crazy grind. I respect him a lot for that. And I mean, I think it's not going to matter too much when we play today, but yeah.
Hope you show him on the Rift. Patrick, thank you so much for the interview. And best of luck, of course. Sharks, back to you.
Thank you so much, Laura. I'm so jealous. You get to talk to active players whilst I'm seemingly trying to break the record for getting as many bench players as I can. On my desk, Odo is now joined by Perks.
Thank you. Thank you for the introduction.
No problem. Hey, I just wanted to introduce you with a bang.
This is my best spot.
This is your best spot. You're in the middle. You're on a bench.
I'm the middle bencher.
Exactly. But one team's trash is another team's treasure, and you are a treasure on the desk. So we want to talk about
I like that.
Thank you.
Team Heretics versus Giant X, and I want to show you an image, and I want you to tell me what you think this image stands for. It's in relation to Team Heretics and GX, the fact that they're playing, the fact that they're in the lower bracket. Explain it to us.
Well, I don't know what the Volibear is doing
It's
here.
like the bear is G2, let's say
Oh,
that.
the bear is G2.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And they're running away from the bear.
Yes. But to survive, like they don't need to really run away or be faster than the bear.
They just have to be faster than the other guy.
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly.
That is true, yeah.
And I think, Odo,
That
that
is
really
true.
kind of shows the matchup today, right? Because you don't need to be perfect, you just need to be better than that other team today to have a chance to make it.
Yeah, we will see the Volibears fighting tomorrow with G2 Fnatic,
Yeah.
but I guess today we're on the other side of the universe where we are seeing the guys trying to run away from the bear because they had a lot of time to fix their problems and create this identity and the tactics on how to win against the bear and everything. But right now, it does seem like it's the final hurdle where you have GX versus Heretics, and the question is more now, how do you make the other person stumble? How much can you integrate into this to make your game plan around this? Because you can't improve anymore over the course of the series. So right now it's going to be the question of how much can they band-aid and how much can they adapt.
Yeah, Perk, so what do you think about how Team Heretics has been playing the last couple of weeks, what they need to improve on, and how you feel about them overall?
I'm gonna go ahead with saying I haven't watched too much of LEC.
Okay.
I watched a few games. I watched the series against SK, and they've shown that they can get leads, but there was some depressing fights with like Drake that was 5-0 with all flashes up. So, I mean, honestly, I do feel like they should be favorites coming into today. I do believe that I think most of their players should be better than the opposition, and I mean, we will see if that ends up being true or not, and if the drafts are there. I think the drafts.
We're going to talk about the drafts.
The drafts have not been there a lot of times. I will say that much. I think the drafts have been very XD.
All right, let's
Yeah.
look at them. What's XD about them?
I think to jump on what Perk said, the fights have been depressing where they lose 5-0 because their drafts are a little bit wonky. Because in the first game, I feel like we got through this thing with Team Heretics. We're like, oh, they're so good because their drafts are so good. And then they're like, oh, they're so bad because their drafts are so bad. Because the roster has so much potential. But when we see Ivan with 3 ranged champions, I don't like that. So they got stomped in that game. In game 2, it looked a lot closer because they did go back to what made them good. Because when you think about it, what does make Jankos good? When was Jankos at his best? When he plays champions like Zinzao, early game facilitators that he can get their team ahead, because this team is do or die by Flacket and Jankos. So when they already figured it out. They figured out with Flacket that he can play Smolder, Zeri, all these hyper carries because he's rank 1 for a reason. He's really good. But they really need Jankos to facilitate. And if Jankos plays this sort of supportive champions, I want to see something else from Wonder. I want to see some sort of frontline or something that works well with this team identity so they can fight and not take depressive 5-0 fights where they just all die without using any summoners.
Do you agree with that assessment?
I mean, yeah, I agree. Probably today, if they can put, Wunder on like Camille or something, or Nar or some split pusher that takes advantage of the lane and scales well into the mid game, I think they have a pretty good shot. But if they handshake tank matchups, and I think that goes into like GX's like category of style, and maybe that's gonna be a way closer series then.
Okay.
Yeah, especially with what we've seen from Antonio so far, because last week we have seen Oscar take over the series by abusing the own blind pick. And right now I think Wonder, even though he has been having a little bit of a sleeper split so far, he does have the potential because he always played these sort of like funky champions. Even with you guys, when you guys were doing great at MSI, he was playing Pyke and all of these crazy champions. And right now he still has it.
2019.
It's been a while,
yeah.
We were all good back then, now we're not so good anymore.
Yeah.
But he still has the Camille in the tag, the TF, the Mordekaiser. And I think if he has one player that he can take over the game with these sort of champions, it has to be the Antonio with these tank picks.
Okay, predictions. Who
I mean,
wins
if he
and
doesn't.
why? If he doesn't, yeah. Who's gonna win? And if you each say the team that you are still a part of, then I will say nothing. Go ahead, Perks, who's gonna win?
I say TH2-0. I say
TH2-0.
TH2-0. I mean, I do think they should win today.
Okay.
I hope so, like for their sakes, like they should win today, right? Or they're donezo. So yeah.
GX2-0 for me as well, to no one's surprise, because they are the superior team and they will not outrun the bear, but they will outrun Team Heretics today.
Okay, let's see what happens. Thank you so much for the great analysis. Of course, if you lose this best of 3 today, your season is over. Let's see if Team Heretics or Giant X take it. Over to our casters.
Thank you very much, Shocks. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Elimination Day. My name is Asterix. I'm joined by Aragon and Dagda to take you through the whole remainder of the day as well. There's a bit of bias on the desk. I'm not happy about that.
You know,
Perks sits there. He's the older Team Heretics on the other side. Odo, no surprise, man. Still on Giant X hype train.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is going to be very much closer than anyone really thinks. I mean, Shocks has gone with the 2-1. That's kind of where my head's at as well.
Sure.
I think both these teams have shown that they can take games and kind of take control from there and start to move forward. But I do think there's also a little bit of uncertainty when it comes to mid-games with both these teams.
Yeah, I think this is tricky because, I mean, you look at the series and GX, yes, they took a game off of Fnatic, but I think Team Heretics' early games were actually pretty decent against SK. At one point, they were in a really nice game state where they had 3 dragons, and they just lost a team fight, and they got a team fight, and that happens.
And it's upsetting, isn't it? Don't you think it's upsetting because, we see some of these great moments, but then we're like, who's the star to carry them through? And the biggest story for me towards the end of this year has been the star power on Team Heretics. While in name value, it's really good. In play style and individuality, we want to see who stands up to the table. We talk about Yankos a lot, we talk about Wonder, but who gets them over the line?
But I think that's the story of Heretics. It feels like so many of these players are trying to find new beginnings away from what was their legacy organizations. When you look at Wonder and Yankos, they only finished twice outside of the top 4 before they joined G2. They finished once outside of the top 4 when they joined G2. And now with Heretics, it almost feels like you're kind of expecting this team to fall outside of the top 4. Even looking at Trimby with Wonder, they found some success with Fnatic before they came here, but they haven't been able to recreate that now on Team Heretics.
Definitely, and I think I kind of agree with the desk. I really think in this series, it is on Wonder. He has a bunch of different avenues he can go down. You know what the Antonio is going to pick up, and you have a bunch of champions that work well into his pool. I wouldn't even be surprised to see something like a blind pick Camille or a blind pick, maybe a Mordekaiser even, because what is realistically Antonio going to answer with? It's just going to be a tank for sure.
We know, again, 3 picks already of the Ornn now. This week, a little bit of an insight. I decided to say, hey, I think Antonio is one of the best parts of this team, if not the best part. You all said, Hysterics, not sure if I trust you anymore. So I've got a lot of people calling me out, but I have to say, I've been relatively impressed with his development over this split. Aragon, stop smiling.
I mean, look, okay, you get impressed when he does a nice knock-up in a team fight.
Yeah,
I look at 15-minute stats and I see 1k down on average. And I think, yes, he is, doing well in these team fights, but that's a bit egregious even when you're playing weak side.
I mean, dude, Kim Goon was like that. That's all I'm going to say. Then he ended up winning a world championship. So we get into draft here to start off. Yone kicks us off.
Yeah, I mean, getting rid of that. But I do think it's interesting to see how this draft is going to look, because we kind of see tank jungle is probably going to rise up priority here. Yankos have been going towards the Sejuani, which we see banned away, but also Giant X traditionally on red side always banned the Vi, but coming into this we actually haven't seen Heretics put a huge amount of priority on towards the Vi pick, so I'm curious if that manages to slip its way through the draft on red side and whether Heretics decide to prioritize it. But even then, looking at things like for Jackie's on these AD mids, has only played the Corki once, has never played Tristana, has favored more things like the Kai'Sa and Ezreal, so it feels like the draft is being warped away a little bit from what we expect of our strong meta picks.
Yeah. Target ban's already coming in with the Rumble as well. Jackie's Yone going to be target banned as well. That Zeri was what I was looking at as a B1 for Team Heretics, because I think Flakked really likes it. His best champion by far.
Also a flex, right?
A potential flex to mid, but I think it would go to Flakked because of his comfort. Another pick I'm looking at potentially is that Vi. I think Giant X draft in 2 ways. The other draft Vi with a pairing champion, dive onto backline with a Azir as well, potentially for Jackie's, or they draft AP tank with 80 mids. It's always this kind of box stand to make them kind of one-dimensional in a way.
I mean, for Giant X, we know the solution. We know it works for the early game for them as well, and that's a good little hit there. As we look for this last ban out of the double 80 carries already taken away, we know what is blindable on B1 right now. Leona is one, Tristana another, Corki also there. Dagda, where do you want to start?
Yeah, I think it'll be the Corki. You get the flex if you really wanted to give it to Flakked, but more than likely going to go towards Vira in the mid lane. It does mean you're probably setting up something like a Vi Tristana here for Jackie's in that mid lane and trying to work through that pairing that Aragon was just talking about. But I think the ability to get a strong jungler that can kind of play engage for Juhan is critical for Giant.
Yeah, I mean, if we're looking at previous drafts, it could be like Vi Azir, it could be Maokai plus AD carry like Lucian. I think you have a bunch of different options that you can go down here. I like the Maokai lock-in. I think it's one of Juhan's best champions.
Sure.
You don't necessarily need to lock in your Lucian here, but that's also a good matchup into the Corki. I wouldn't be surprised to see them pick it up.
I mean, this is a funny flex. I will say, over in the LPL, it's a really good reference for me right now. Maokai has been a flex through jungle, through supporters. Kai'Sa gets locked in anyway.
I think it's more of a call out to Yanko saying, hey, look, we're probably going to go for the 2 trees, but let's see if we can might make that happen, but I do think that's probably what Jankos is going to fall back towards. He hasn't really played the Vi this split. Has one game on it, but could end up working out, but it's not great into the Maokai. Instead, he is going to go for the brand.
Ooh.
So this is not what I was expecting, because we have seen him play the Karthus, but hasn't had the best of success on it. I think they've kind of relied on Jankos to be this strong tank player that can set up for engages, dictate the pace of the early game, not be a carry in his own right.
Yeah, I think this has been a bit of a learning week. I imagine Alistair could get locked into the owner. That's fantastic as well in terms of a matchup. But this has been a bit of a learning week, the past week rather, where I feel like everyone's prioritizing the wrong champions. There's a lot of discussion with Brand, and there's the Lucian into the Corki as well. But Brand being super easy to pilot. Jankos on carries, though, is not something we normally see. I was really expecting something like the Ivan to come out, you know, Jankos to play as standard champions, but it's going to be more meta.
I love the hit there. I mean, Dag already mentioned the Karthus pick, right? That was what was prioritized in the regular season, one of his most played. On the other side, we look at the Brand and his new experience, but we know it is a very common experience across the world, as right now it feels like the strongest jungler in the meta. We get Ash banned away, speaking of strong AD carries, and that pool is getting mega pinched.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Heretics make of this Lucian, though, because in theory, you ban away the Nami, right, to say, hey, we don't want the Lucian Nami. But more than likely, what's going to happen is they then flex the Lucian into the mid lane and play the Kai'Sa down that bot side. So I think you have options here, which kind of puts Heretics in this weird position where it's like, do you ban Nami to force Lucian mid, and then try and play that more aggressive bot side of the map to punish the short-range Kai'Sa?
I really don't want to see it. I don't think Nami's an Ignite champ at all. He always mispositions, and it's just he's so much better on these hard engaged support champions like the Rel, champions like the Leona and the Nautilus as well. So I'd like to actually see Nami go to mid lane and the Kai'Sa down bot. Patrick had a stellar performance last week.
I just have to comment on the fact that while we get into the remaining bans, Team Heretics have decided no Ornn for the Antonio. He's only played champion so far. You know what is different about this draft, gents, is that Ginex didn't decide to pick Ornn on 3 here on red side. I mean, that's that's an adaptation.
I think it's also the fact that because you've already got the... Traditionally, what we see is, okay, we're going to get some AP damage coming through from Juhan, but they usually want to try and pair with something that's a bit more AP heavy as well. Because you've got that mixed damage from the Kai'Sa, I think you are more free to go for kind of an AD tank top laner, because usually in these situations, see the Antonio go for something like the Gragas, but at least he will be able to get his counter pick here against what Wunder wants to go for. But I know you were already talking about Wunder can just take some of these more offensive matchups in the top lane area.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you can take a tank if you want to. More frontline for the Brand is always good, and the hyper carries, they already have enough damage in my opinion, but they can go the isolated scaling route if they want to. On the other side, you've got Alistair into Leona, better lane matchup than Rakan. They were debating between the two. Rakan would give great team fighting. There's the Aatrox, potential anti-tank. That's the preemptive pick. Now, what does the Antonio have in store for the Aatrox?
I mean, that throws me back to G2 Wunder a little bit, doesn't it, for you? I mean, at the time when G2 were at their peak, this pick was all the way to the top. So we return to that while we look towards Xayah here.
Yeah, I wonder, Malphite, I'm trying to think of the Antonio champions that could work well into Aatrox. He might sack lane and go something like the Poppy, but I don't like it as much either. I mean, the reality is Aatrox is a really good champion into tanks, right? And dive champions. They have a bunch of melees and diving from the Kai'Sa as well.
Okay.
So the Antonio, he has to reach down. I mean, Gnar could be okay, but again, not really the Antonio.
I'm not really the biggest fan of the Aphelios in this situation. I prefer Aphelios where you've kind of got this definitive tanky front line and you kind of operate in a ring around him to keep him safe and let him deal the damage that you want to. But when you're in this kind of situation, a singular engage coming through from the Leona isn't wonderful. And I think that that's where we're going to see them struggle, which is trying to find windows to get Flakked into fights against like an Alistair, now a Kennen, now a Maokai. These fights become really difficult for Flakked to operate.
It's a really valid point because, again, Trimby is that only piece, right? And, you know, another further point, Dagda, if Wunder is playing flank duty as well, how does Flakked operate in the fights, especially when Kennen gets locked in for Ginex, and we're just talking about the Antonio, like, this guy, you know, plays weak side in the early game, has bad laning stats, and really struggles outside of anything, or rather, doesn't get to play anything outside of a tank. He's not on tank duty this game. He's a big role to play here in what is a very big dive comp to open us up.
Yeah, I want to reiterate, 64% win rate on the Kennen, really, really good at this champion potentially, and especially in the LVP, but I want to reiterate the fact that this was the best version of Giant X that we saw.
Yeah.
We saw them give resources towards the Antonio, not blind picking his champs, but to get him the most comfortable matchup, always often losing and fitting the comp, but the best, most comfortable matchup that adapts to that as well. But now he has a carry champion in a good matchup, and it's on him to see how much he can flex that lead.
It's also something we've seen a hell of a lot over in the LPL, and it was kind of surprised that we didn't see it brought up more in the LEC. And when we kind of look at teams adapting to 14-13, this is definitely something that I'm not surprised to see coming through, because it is an incredibly strong lane pick, but also something that can be massive in team fights. So I'm expecting exhausts galore coming through for from the Heretic side to try and keep him in check and make sure that this can't pop off the team fight.
I mean, look, if he does, though, I will say, you got to start saying maybe Hysterics was onto something here, because, look, for Giant X, their backs are against the wall, much like Team Heretics in this BO3. We need star performances. I think that can be our little motto of the series, gentlemen. Who's going to be the biggest stars? Can Jackie's control himself? Can he get out of this part of getting caught out in the mid-game and really transitioning that lead? Can Team Heretics step up to the plate? I mean, there's a lot I need to ask, considering that both these teams, they've been kind of this mid to bottom tier throughout the year, right? You know, both of them really trying to get themselves into season finals. A win here would help them do exactly that.
Yeah, definitely going to want to make an improvement. I'm a Team Heretics last split, I believe, in the playoffs, finishing 5th, or 6th rather. Going to want to make an improvement here, and this is definitely the game to do it. I think they have so many good strengths in this team composition.
You can see, though, championship points on your left-hand side of the screen. That's what these two teams are playing for today. The winner here will almost guarantee themselves season finals. The only team that can catch them is Karmine Corp if they hit that top 3, which will then push the winner out of that contention. Loser, though, there is no more. This is it. You do not hit season finals. You do not get to pass go. You do not get to collect that $200.
Oh,
Your season is done. Your year is done. So everything on the line for these two squads.
And I mean, it's crazy enough that we give them $200 just for, you know, getting into season finals, Dagda. But again, you know, your culmination of the year all on the line. The craziest bit being that you don't play for another 5 months. And we have to see what happens in 2025. It's like half a year away, literally, as Juhan starts on the bottom side of this map. And this is an invader, cheeky one at that, as Jankos, not going to get vision of him just yet. He pops around the corner while doing red.
Yeah, very often your options into Brandon to invade after 1 camp or just straight up level 1, because his level 1, his early game isn't that good, and you will be outpaced. So Juhan flexing Maokai's ability to take these raids.
Yeah, we'll just spot out that Jankos was in fact pathing down towards his bottom side, going to move back in towards his own jungle. So Jankos going to be aware they were stolen away fairly quickly, but at least they'll be able to track exactly where Jankos is and what he's going to be up to as they start to move through the rest of the map.
Goes back to his own jungle for the time being. I mean, as Jankos will start clearing up, he'll be spotted on a ward transitioning. So good information for the Antonio on this Kennen and Aatrox. Aragon, do you want to start up there? Because I feel like Aatrox versus Kennen, not a matchup we've seen a lot recently, and also just more of a skill-based matchup, right?
Yeah, I was taking a look at it and seeing if there were any interesting rune choices as well. Usually you see something like the Comet coming out from Winderon's Aatrox here, because it's good for the poke trades, especially when you get some points in Q.
Yep.
It feels pretty good to just EQ forward and do a bunch of damage, but not taking it. He's against a bunch of dive in terms of the compositions right now. Giant X, they really want to dash forward, Kaisel forward, dash forward, flank with the cannon as well, dive into the backline and one-shot. And Brand and Aatrox, they really love this. They really love this, same as Aphelios. That's why I really like the Aphelios in this draft. These champions, they love champions coming into them, and they just turn them to mincemeat.
Because I know as well, we're also discussing the fact that, Dagda, I loved your frontline point, and you're talking about how Flakked can operate in this team as well. And so I guess there's little tidbits to it and how it interacts as well. As it looked, Trimby just tries to get an early roam at level 2 here towards mid. The wave is cleared, so not much to be gained as Fyro hits 4 and backs off after the clear.
Yeah, my biggest worry for Heretics is if you fall behind, I don't know how you try and find moments to get back into this game. You're incredibly short range. Like, trying to face check into Giant X is going to be absolutely miserable. So I think that's where, for Heretics, you kind of need Jankos to get the ball rolling nice and early. And even with Wunder, having this slow push in the top side isn't going to work out great for him. He tried to hit a couple of Qs, ended up slow pushing the wave, and it means that the Antonio can kind of start to trade back, although some nice little hits there should help him out.
I hear you in terms of your worries about team compositions, but I raise you one Brand ultimate. I don't know if you've been watching any LPL LCK, but this champion is not normal. You press R on Brand and you do disturbing things. It's really good.
I mean, I've definitely seen it in the LPL, but I still think like trying to get into those positions is going to be really tough, where you are essentially just getting annihilated, right? Flashing in from the Antonio, an ult coming in from Juhan. Like, there are very few people that can really set you up. But bot side,
it's a good interrupt though. Ignar actually outplayed Trimby's engage and outplays it again. Jankos is out, but now Patrick with no summoners left, it might not be enough. Brand comes into fruition, the Gravitum as well. An easy first blood right where they need it.
Double crab into a bot lane gank from Jankos. Really good stuff. Those slows coming in from the Gravitum autos. Even if you flash cleanse away, Patrick cannot get away. He cannot get to his tower. So nice gank coming from Team Heretics. Early lead solidified again.
As much as Ignar tried to stop it, there's nothing he can do in the end. And a kill right on that Aphelios, when he's been a big topic of our conversation so far. Even gets the push in as well. There's not much Ignar can do about that, as this will give Flakked and Trimby nice reset timing as well.
Juhan is still here on the bottom side, so not going to be able to help out too much. You're just going to see potential here for him to try and reset, get up back towards the Void Grubs, which is where I think this is going to start fighting off. But yeah, I mean, Flakkit being caught here does help out where you can get this wave shove, at least then rotate with Patrick to match if you want to try and contest on that top side. Level 6 should be hit for the Antonio, same for Jackie's, and I think that's where you could really start to blow open this game if you want to try and take an early skirmishes Giant X.
Delayed resets coming in here for Flakkit. I think topside for Team Heretics, you have a lot stronger champions at this stage in the game. Sorry, Giant X rather, with the Kennen and the Lucian. You generally win out early. So if you want to take that fight in the Grubs, you can see Ignar already pathing through mid to maybe contest them. I think it definitely should go the way of Giant X here in terms of ultimates.
Really important, just before I forget, gentlemen, nice shirts today, by the way. I think we saw at the start. I didn't compliment you, but we're really on our game. But it's a bit of a self-brag as well, you know? But man, I hope it's as nice as the series ahead, because you guys, whew, boy, oh boy, it's important to mention. As look, our stylist helping us out today. As
Spyro.
Yeah, we're hitting level 6 as well. Remember, Jackie's has a culling in this mid lane. He launches it, but Spyro waits very patiently. Valkyrie's out, and Jackie's ult now down.
I actually think that's a bit of a mistake, though. If they had Juhan there to try and flash on his Spyro and keep him checked, maybe you can go for that. But not having that ultimate for this fight is going to be a little bit of an issue. You would have liked to try and poke someone down with Juhan having the setup for you, or even Ignar having that flash engage for you. The Antonio will push in topside, makes this very difficult for Herrick to try and contest, especially with Flakkit on that bottom side as well.
Yeah, take a look at Flakkit on the bottom side. I wonder if he has the white gun. It's been a long time since Aphelios. He might be able to cross-map these grubs pretty effectively. You could see that Patrick actually shifted up towards mid to secure these grubs, and TH are trying to play with time here. If they mess with them, if they delay the resets, take more plays down in bot and mid.
I mean, Wonder might be able to ulti out. Juhan preemptively flashes away, and Wonder doesn't pull a trigger. He just threatens it. And like that, they get a couple of summoners. But again, that's 3 grubs over to Giant X. So despite bot getting a couple of plates here, you got to remember that grubs run the map.
Like they do if you can get to 4, 5, 6, but at the moment only having 3 means that you're not in a completely dangerous situation as Heretics, and getting gold onto the Aphelios to try and accelerate him could help out at that potential next fight. But now Ignar,
from over the wall, ships in the night no longer. Ignar gets the pulverize up, and he's the trample on the way. Wonder goes into the ascended mode, but man, there's no ulti for Ignar, so it ain't a fair trade, and Jankos burns him down to a crisp. The second kill for Team Heretics in this very prominent early game.
Yeah, Wonder playing with so much confidence there for good reason. He has Merc Treads. Look at that trio right there. The Kennen, the Maokai, and the Alistair. No one's going to do damage to them as the dive comes through.
He has Flash as well, but I'm looking for the exhaust. It's not up just yet. The Antonio is still burning down. Nevertheless, Wonder. It's going to be a sacrifice for Trimby's life, but he picks up a kill. The support doesn't matter, and that wave's pushing in without a teleporting cannon.
And that's the thing, the fact that you managed to crash this wave, I'm not going to stick around for a plate, but you're going to get a ton of gold injected in towards Wonder. It's going to be very nice for trying to keep this wave in check. And at the end of the day, sure, Trimby dies, but it's not too bad all said and done.
Yeah, but take a look at this play, right? Even if they all turn onto him, he is going to drain tag all of them because they don't do any damage through his Merc Treads. Nice play comes through. They one-shot Ignar here, and then they just play for the redive. You can see that the Maokai, Juhan, doesn't want any part of this, and the Antonio can't catch the wave afterwards.
It's a good thing though, gents. Again, we're asking a lot about star power today. It's really been what I've been asking throughout. Wonder set up for a bit of success up in this top lane. His 3rd most played champion of all time, by the way, is this Aatrox. And as I said, it gave me vibes of like G2 Wonder. It gave me those vibes of 2019 and like a top that, yes, can be versatile and can be like weak side top, but also has his carry pants on, when he feels like it too. And today feels like the day as we set up again for a big early game lead that's now to the tune of about 1,500 gold for Team Heretics.
Yeah, I mean, this is the reason why we're building up Wonder. Over the course of the split, he's actually improved, right?
Yep.
Over the past year, you can say, he hasn't played the best, he hasn't the best year of his career, but he has improved the split, showing us more champions back to the carries, like Camille.
Yep.
Another preemptive Aatrox into the Kennen. Has a CS lead. I want to highlight how this isn't normal. Usually it's very much a Kennen favorite matchup, as most matchups are as the ranged into the melee.
Nice.
And yet Wonder is winning.
The early game's winning for Team Heretics. While we are on the topic of champion pool as well for Wonder too. I mean, it is just the funnest thing to talk about right now. This split through summer. Look at the diversity. Like, this guy is playing literally everything.
And I think that's kind of what's been so good for Heretics. You've seen him pop off on things like the Mordekaiser, you've seen him pop off on some of the more tanks like the Cassante, but having that flexibility to say, hey, we can take the Camille, we can take the Twisted Fate, it has kind of been Wonder flexing his muscles and showing that he isn't just, a one-hit wonder, right?
And on that graphic as well, it was too much because he's playing so much. Ornn, Mordekaiser not on that graphic. Like, it's kind of crazy, again, the fact that there is that much to choose from a single split where they only play 9 games in the regular season as well.
Is. And I gotta say, they put a lot of faith in him. Very often what you'll see is Trimby and Jankos just heading topside as a duo.
Yep.
They'll just hit up topside and say, you know what, we can dive top. It happened all of last series as well versus SK.
But I think that's what's been missing from Heretics, right? Is they didn't really feel like they had an identity. It didn't feel like Trimby was getting out to get out on the map and work with Jankos in the same way over the course of the regular split. But the last 2 series, this one included, it feels like you're actually starting to see Trimby move, work with Jankos, starting to put pressure towards that top side. And suddenly Heretics' early game is looking significantly better.
So now 15 minutes. Wonder what they're going to do here. Team Heretics, do you contest Grubs now, deny the 6 Grubs, or do you cross-map down bot side with Flakked's potential guns? Is a solid question. 6 Grubs so potent in the current meta. Looks like they're going to head down bot side. I really would be wary of these 6 Grubs, though.
And that 15 seconds now up as it spawns. So, again, looks like Jankos is here. First time on the map as, for now, Juhan is just kind of thinking about his options, still heading towards bot. Might be Team Heretics to start this off, especially with Wonder pushing Antonio under the turret and picking up a plate of his own.
I mean, the fact that Juhan is still on that bottom side means that there's a potential that Jankos just gets to steal these away.
Yep.
You do Grubs incredibly quickly, and despite the fact that you got the reset timer off for Patrick Ignar with first push, they kind of missed it, and now they kind of just wander back to bot side, happy to trade, but you don't get anything in response as Giant X. Like, there's no real position on the map, and honestly, might end up setting up a dive here on that top side. You can see Jankos and Trimby considering it now.
Heading over to top side. No flash the Antonio. This is just a potential stun here from Trimby if he wants to flash forward. But the Antonio, he smells it, he sees it coming. On a ward there.
And with the Grubs themselves, I mean, Wonder will be able to get yet another bit of turret play. Gents, it feels like we're repeating what we saw again. You know, even in that first series versus SK, right? Good early games from Team Heretics. There's a solid foundation there. Our first 10, almost 15 minutes as we approach in a couple of minutes' time now. You know, Team Heretics are holding the line in the early game, and Flak is in a good spot despite here getting pushed in by Patrick. You can see there's a gold lead pretty much everywhere apart from that mid lane.
Definitely is a really good game state. They scale so damn well. Brand wanting to get through his full clears, wanting the champions to come into him, getting through this early game. It's going to be really good for their mid-game team fights.
And especially if you can try and control space around these early objectives, you're in such a good spot, because then you do get like so many opportunities to set up for Trimby stun into a Brand ultimate, where there's a lot of GX trying to clump up in these choke points. You can see Heretics at the moment trying to play around that. We're spotted on a ward as they enter in to try and contest the blue buff respawn, but I think they need a little bit more push on this mid and bottom side before they can really set up for that.
Yeah, identifies that the resets have come through. I was a little bit worried there in case a fight would pop out, because they are down significantly in terms of items, just components towards completed items of the mid laner, the jungler, and the AD carry. We didn't highlight yet, there is AP Maokai, so wanting a little bit more poke into this short range composition from Team Heretics here.
Are you worried about the front line here? Because we've got an Alistar there as well, but you know, we've got now an AP damage source in the jungle that's a little bit squishier than we first thought, right?
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, you can play frontline in a way when you're creating space. You know, if you're Kennen and you're denying the enemy AD carry the ability to hit because you're threatening a potential flank, you know, that's a way of frontlining. But they also have a heavy dive composition. You know, they don't necessarily need to play front to back. They can just dive into the backline if they want to and play with flanks.
And I think that's really where Heretics' composition will struggle if you end up kind of even Steven going into these fights, is the fact that you can have multiple different flank angles. And Trimby kind of has to be the guy leading the charge. So a lot of his CC and abilities are going to be used in creating that engage, setting up for, you know, trying to actually close the distance onto Giant X's front line. But it means there's then very little for, say, if the Antonio finds a position or Juhan comes into the flank or they find Trimby and River.
And that might happen. Bramble smashes out. Good damage, especially before Dragon. 20 seconds. Until that Ocean, top right, you can see spawns. And Team Heretics opened us up, but Giant X are looking to contest this nice and early.
Yeah, I wonder if Team Heretics can contest this. I'd rather they didn't, because pre-Triforce Corki isn't that useful. They could potentially make a play towards top side onto the Antonio. If Wonder can find any good trades to affect the Antonio's condition.
Maybe. I mean, that's good damage. Half HP already. That dude has a sundered sky. Aatrox, apart from being a god, I mean, that's just a brilliant lane to play.
And look at Jankos in the minimap. He's like, ooh, that looks tasty. He immediately starts to run up towards the top side. I mean, even if you don't get the play onto the Antonio, which may still happen.
Yeah, he has to ult for the wave at the very least. You could argue that ult is going to be useful, but never mind, he TPs away, and Wonder won't be able to do anything about it, but at least the wave's gone.
But you're still in position for Rift Herald if you wanted to as Heretics. So you've still got a ton of options here. So that's a major win for Heretics. Sure, you lose the Dragon, but an Ocean Dragon isn't the worst. Now,
hang on. Sneaky. I mean, Flaked flashing to the left was a good play. Nature's Grasp will follow him though, and as he puts the turret down, he's got Graviton, but it won't slow them down. It won't even stop them in place. He tries to outplay it, and a good grasp at this important situation. but Juhan still ends up taking him down.
Yeah, take a look at the other side of the map. Wunder is one-shotting his turrets. The Antonio is having a really rough time this game, having to ult multiple waves to be able to stay alive, thinking that he's potentially going to get cross-map and dove on, and having to TP out. It's been absolutely miserable. Wunder putting on Clinic here, down in the bot side dive though. Yeah, Flacked with those chakrams trying to make it work, but at the very least, they get the bot lane tower with Jackies.
The first turret trade does go to the top side first for Wunder, more importantly. I mean, this Aatrox is going to be a dream. 1,700 gold lead. And I know I came in saying, you know, I've got some high things to say about the Antonio. But once again, reality strikes when we see that his lane, no matter what champion he's playing, has been a struggle. Now, Team Heretics top side, granted, Jankos lives up here in a tent with the Herald now in his back pocket, but still, it's a big gap top.
That's what I was going to say. It is kind of hard to just put the blame at the Antonio's feet when he's been dove several times without having a lot of people there to support him. So I'm not fully on the, like, this is the Antonio's fault. It's been, hey, this is how Heretics have decided they want to play, and they're doing a bloody good job of doing it. Keeping control over that top side, now having the Rift Herald in their back pocket. It feels like, at least with the advantage that Wunder has, you can try and set up for these constant pushes on bot side, but because you don't win out on the mid push, it's going to be more difficult now for Heretics to try and support onto that bottom side when the AD carries match up in this mid lane.
Absolutely. I think in side lane right now, Wunder has the edge over the Lucian. You can strong side him up here if you want to play for side that tier 2 up top. You could see already Team Heretics, Jankos and Trimby invading the top side to set up vision so that Wunder knows when he can push forward and when he could potentially get collapsed on.
A lot of movement speed in that Brand as well. I mean, he's sprinting up here as Wunder gets the first early trade as well for the inner turret. You can see that Giant are also trying to match as well, but the Herald will be placed on down. Flacked with his wave clear, and the right gun timing makes it easy, but Nature's Grasp comes out. Wunder goes too far forward, has to flash. Solar Flare stops the advance from Giant X, but a bit of a mistake here from Wunder as he now has to burn the Summoner.
I mean, you'll take those Giant X. It's like, cool, you don't really get a tower. Oh, well, you get tower, mid-tower, I suppose, is kind of their backup answer, but at least the position being able to control top tier 2 is nice, but I think they needed to leave someone here to try and defend mid-turret, because the fact that you don't end up getting the protection there means that essentially that Rift Herald still ends up with a win when it could have been controlled.
Yeah, the only problem is, like, if you don't overextend numbers versus Rift Herald and a 3 grubs, you could potentially lose tier 2, and that's just so much gold. So they sacrifice mid tower, which is a really big sacrifice in and of itself, and give a bunch of gold over to the Corki. But Jackie's now.
Oh, he's caught out. He's
TP
too far
coming through
forward.
as well.
And again, you just talked about it. There's no turret there. Ulti just burnt Jankos with a freebie, and Spyro gets a kill. I mean, bit of a mistake, and man, classic Jackies at this point. This dude in mid-game loves to get caught out.
It's kind of been a specialty. And I mean, you can hear GB on the desk talk about it as well. This has kind of been the downfall of Giant X. It's just people getting caught out when they really shouldn't be, but there's the play.
All in into Patrick as well. Flacked ultis, but he's been exhausted. The trade almost. The last auto connects, so a 1-for-1. Now for Giant X, they run away because Spyro's in, but man, the Giant X bottom lane, I gotta respect
behind
that.
the Antonio though.
And now I respect this, don't I? The all on in and onto Spyro. He does a lot of damage, but it's still not enough. There's Jankos to save the day. The thoughts are good, but in the end, Team Heretics are just getting too much in return.
And it's just a disaster for Giant X across the board. They die up topside in Jackies, and they try to make a play mid. It feels like desperation. It fails. Ignoff commits the flash as well, and Patrick goes into ulti. But then you have the Antonio trying to flank and make a pick, and he doesn't do enough damage, even through the tab eyes on Zviru.
Yeah.
It's just not enough.
I look at Dagda, and Dagda, you know what he said? Not good. With his eyes. With his eyes, of course. But I gotta say, I respect this.
Take a look at the damage coming in from the ulti here. This is a big thing with new AD carry items. They have so much AD on them. The exhaust comes down onto Patrick and nullifies a bunch of damage, but he gets absolutely popped. And then the other side here, and this is just the Antonio committing TP and just being so far behind. You would expect him to do a lot more damage than this, given the fact that it's full armor on the Corki here, but not gonna be enough.
Yeah, I think that's kind of where, unfortunately, the Antonio just isn't going to have the best of times. Even going for a more defensive build, immediately going towards the Zanyas as well, means that he's just not going to have that same kind of pop potential. Jackie's going to have a bit of company on this top side. Should be able to commit the culling to clear the wave if he needs to, though. Also, with both Ignar and Juhan here to cover, I think they should be relatively okay.
Or the TL spam is the wrong team for the, Fnatic's later, maybe not today, but later. At least the Nature's Grasp in the same position comes out. The burn on the turret is big, but only one root comes down in the end. Giant X don't have numbers, nor do they want to fight this as a Nature's Grasp again.
It is really weird. I thought they would use the culling in this situation instead of that Juhan ult, because you can just clear out the wave and then still have the Juhan ult to set up for a team fight if you want to, because having that kind of combo of following up with Ignar and the Antonio and still being able to have at least access to your basic abilities would mean that Jackies can still be relevant in a team fight. Losing that Maokai ultimate, I feel, takes away a lot of the threat coming into this, especially when Ignar doesn't have that flash available.
Yeah, it definitely does. I think having that Fog of War Maokai ultimate, super powerful, just enemy getting hit by it. But the thing is though, Trimby can just tank it.
Yep.
They still get the dragon anyway, as Team Heretics don't seem in position to get it. They seem really intent on getting that tier 2 up top side, constantly committing numbers, playing mid into top lane, because they want that tier 2. It's essentially prepped, you know, anyone who can head on over to that, maybe demolish Brock or 2 and just secure a bundle of gold.
So just do it now, right? And, you know, while we are in a bit of a lull, while we look for this top turret, I mean, again, it does feel like in this game, like we saw towards mid, the only person who's really going to be in damage control soon, rather than later, I think we need to kind of mention Patrick. And I know you guys, over the course of this week, we're having big discussions about Patrick and how he is for the team, even in the losses, right? Like, we've been looking for, okay, who's the star player of this team, right? I feel like Patrick's kind of been edging to the front a little bit again.
Well, I think the star player has definitely been Jackie's, but in the last series against Fnatic, I definitely think Patrick took a big step up, which was trying to find these moments, particularly on champions like the Kai'Sa, where he could try and be that damage dealer, especially when Jackie's had already kind of overextended or got caught out, and having those moments where you can see from his damage, like trying to put himself into positions where he could also be that carry. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to do so against Fnatic. It got to game 2 and game 3, but certainly in that first game, looking really good on the Kai'Sa.
Absolutely. Finding those backline dives, I think Patrick did really well there. My biggest criticism of him was that even with leads, it felt like they weren't secure. He would always find a way to get picked. I remember him being Cassante makered by BB, you know, last split or maybe the split before. It would happen very often as... That's come on to wonder. I don't think they have the gas here. Yeah, they're not going to go for it.
I mean, he's still got a big name in the terms of Patrick. I mean, this bottom lane, I've been excited to see back together, especially with Ignar's resume alongside it as well. Been waiting forward. This is a Baron start. I was waiting there, standing in front. Let's see how they go.
Zweiro's TP is almost off cooldown there. Double AD carry plus a Maokai with the Andrews. That's a decent amount.
TP first, so.
Of damage. Yeah, Zweiro's TP should be up now, so he can join as well.
That's
this
Jackie's
is fast.
in. I mean, with Lucian in now, it definitely will be. But Trimby, Jankos here. It's going to be flipped at this rate at 3.5k. It's still being taken down. Team Heretics take the leash. Wonder, though, just gets shredded. Jackie's comes in and then Tony gets the back line. Team Heretics were torn apart. The Baron never de-aggroed. And the Baron take turn to turn. Turn back to a genius move from Giant X.
GX set up a beautiful trap there for Heretics. They'd already gotten that ward in onto the back line, so that then the Antonio had a great position when he came in on the flank. Heretics were scrambling to catch up to the Baron play, so couldn't clear the vision, but now Juhan needs to scramble on out of here.
Flashes away. I mean, that's not too much to pay for the price of getting the Baron. 5 members up with it.
I mean, I think the big thing there was Wonder. I think he felt really overconfident because he had such a big lead. He thought he could face tank, but you can never face tank 2 AD carries. You cannot drain tank them. They just turn on him. And I was speaking to Odo Omni. He was like, why don't you like Aatrox? And he said, the thing is with this champion is if you ever call focus Aatrox, he will die. Because he needs to drain tank up low damage. But right now, it's all AD carries, and you will just get one shot.
As we saw there.
Yeah, but fantastic stuff from Giant X. Like the opportunity for the Antonio to get into the backline, the setup from Juhan, there was no panic. And I think this is where we've kind of seen the growth of Giant X from when they first played Heretics in their very first game of this split. It was very chaotic on the Giant X's side. There wasn't that communication. But now you're seeing when they get into fights, they are operating as a squad. They're finding these moments to take the picks and suddenly turn what was a very Heretic-sided game back in their favor.
Maybe it's those role players that have come into the team. I mean, the Antonio feels like a big role player for the Giant X squad. I feel like Juhan as well, someone we talked about at the start of the split. He's kind of found his place too, assimilating to a roster that was pulled apart a bit with Peach leaving, with Odo leaving as well.
It also just feels like a lot of trust. It's, hey, look, we know that this person is going to do the job that we need them to do in this situation. Like, Juhan understanding, as you say, what his role is in a team fight. How is Ignar going to create space for the back line? And it has worked absolutely fantastically, but now Jankos, they're going to need to get out of here. Should be able to escape towards his mid lane.
Now the question is, how much can they get off of this? The tier 2 up top side looks juicy. Trimby's going to tank this.
Yeah, he will tank it, but it just depends. I don't think Ignar wants to go in, but does he? Under Trimby gets shredded. Double AD carries do one thing well, and that is burn down tanks as Antonio just solo kills Spyro. Ignar's going to be the trade-off though, and Wonder gets a reset, so he starts flapping his wings as Jackie's is now isolated for the time being. Good little relentless pursuit back, and Wonder can't chase anymore, but it's still a winning trade with Giant X getting 2.
The Antonio's like, I can't let Asterix down. I need to step up when it gets
exactly
into this.
What he said, David. Exactly.
Look, he's found a couple of different picks now, which have worked out great. But again, nice play from Heretics. They could see Jankos trying to clear a vision in River, and we're like, hang on a second, we've already got that fast track to topside jungle, set up for Juhan with this long range ultimate, and are able to pick off Trimby instead. It's just really well orchestrated.
Yeah, you can see the ulti being tanked by Trimby there. It isn't enough. Patrick still melts in 4 people focusing the same target. Then there's the one shot that should have happened earlier on.
Yeah, I was going to say,
those raids.
He's like, now I can do it.
But the thing is, Wunder's still huge, right? There is still agency on Wunder for him to carry, especially if he comes in at the end of a fight and doesn't get locked up and focused. I think Wunder into this dive composition, this short range composition, we keep saying that.
The biggest problem, though, for this next fight is that Heretics don't have the exhaust quite available. So if Giant X can pull a trigger very quickly, the Antonio has a moment, but it is going to tick up in just a couple of seconds. So looks like GX have lost that small timing window. Flacket has red-white, but the vision to spot out where the members of GX are isn't quite there. It's really shallow, and the Antonio has flash, so you need to be quick on this exhaust, Trimby.
And that's such a game-changing wall as well. You flash over, especially in that narrow point where Team Heretics are now, you can end the game.
They've gotten good vision now. This has forced the Antonio to group, and if you can go front to back, it's easier for Heretics.
They know he's there. Nature's Grasp is there as well onto the Dragon. It is eventually taken by Giant X, but over the wall they try and zone off the Antonio's. Randolph flies through, but Wonder jumps in early again, and the Antonio shocks them in awe. Now the front to back changes hands as the Antonio gets poked on out, and yes, Flacket has damage, and so does Vyro as he pokes through and finds something. Even with 2 members left alive, the health bars of Giant X are low. They have to leave, but remember, they picked up the Dragon. They're on Soul Point. They also won the fight.
The Antonio finds that flank from topside. You were highlighting it, Dagda. They had the topside warded. The flank wasn't possible until Wonder overextends. And then Kennen, the Antonio, managed to find a little bit of a cleanup towards the end for Team Heretics, but a massive win in terms of a team fight. 3rd Dragon going over to Giant X.
Yeah, you can see it here. The Antonio waits so long before he joins. I actually got a little bit nervous, but Patrick able to flash away. They're buying space in the backline from Wonder. Juhan again protects that backline, and then it's the Antonio who says, I've got that moment. He goes in. Yes, he gets exhausted, but it's just that moment to CC people allows Jackies to step forward. But again, it does get dangerous on the backlines. Vyro getting some nice damage down. Flacket not quite able to hit with the Q there, but still Giant X come out on top.
It's just like the Antonio team fighting moment again. It feels like, I mean, the Ornn with the knockups before. Okay, maybe hysterics, maybe you're onto something. Okay, I'm being converted to the Church of the Antonio.
Oh, I told you, man. Anyone with the in the name becomes an absolute town hero. Okay, it started with the Shy in 2018, and then look at it, 2019 World Champ. Sorry, 2018 World Champ, actually. But still, look for the Antonio. I've got to say, now with 2 and a bit items, we're looking towards that 3rd because that will be an extra bit of shock and awe added into the mix. Patrick as well, 3 items here on the Kaiser. That's another big point we've got to bring up. He has a bounty on him. And Patrick's actually doing really well in this game. Now with the gold lead over Flacket as well, and feels like a big threat as Team Heretics try to come back to this top turret.
You see though on the bottom side, Jackies is going to try and trade it, so Heretics committed a lot of members towards that top side, and I believe Jackie should be able to get that on the bot lane. So you end up in a position where, at least the moment you are still trading, which isn't the worst when you're still waiting here for Giant X to kind of get position on the map and push out these waves, and then maybe look towards Baron in just a couple of seconds.
Yeah, 3rd item really needs to come on for Flacket, Jankos, and Wonder here. They've got to buy potions. They've got to buy absolutely everything they can for this next team fight. It's going to be Soul. They've got to get a bunch of stuff, elixirs, get everything, throw at the wall, see if it sticks, because this is going to be a last chance.
Feels like we've already started the series in the perfect way I wanted. It's Elimination Day, and you know, for Team Heretics and Giant X, their story this year has been, like, let's be real, a little bit sadder. They've been getting bottom of the barrel, making their way into playoffs, but not really achieving too much outside of that, right? Again, we look at this game and it feels like there's been adaptations throughout the whole year to get to this point, is now in front of Baron again. Giant X, who snuck it before and looked for the genius turn, try to lure Team Heretics in once more.
Keep my eyes on the Antonio. He's the guy that, if he can get a flank, can cause a lot of issues. And right now, he hasn't been spotted on any vision, trying to play around this very far edge of the map. I think he might have just been caught on that pink ward, as I said it, though. So that's why he's Vyro trying to match him. Now they definitely know exactly where he is. So I'm going to try and force back the mouse and make sure he can't have anywhere in the house.
Yeah, but they could rush down this Nash so fast. Double AD carry, they absolutely one-shot. They're just doing it, right? And you can see Ignite here playing point guard.
Jackie's is holding off. I mean, another point guard is here. It does indeed. Trimby's taken so much damage at the start. That Leona's now one shot. Shield comes through. Jankos gets a flash out, but with the Nature's Grasp, I mean, Baron is just gone. Great zone control. and Trimby can't even think about an engage.
This is the problem, right? Trimby is the one who wants to tank the Maokai ult, so when he gets chunked by this culling, someone else has to, they can't go forward.
And this is what I was talking about earlier. It's impossible for you to try and approach this for Team Heretics if you're behind. Trimby, yes, can be somewhat tanky, but he's not tanky enough, and the rest of the team kind of needs to file in behind him. So you end up in a position where you can use the poke from Patrick, use the culling from Jackie's, play at range, and constantly having the Antonio off on the side means you can't really fight forward as Heretics either. So you're just caught between a rock and a hard place.
And now your options limited. I mean, Baron goes over again, this time with Giant X, a much cleaner exchange, and, or should I say, one that ends without fighting. We have to see how they play the map, because again, the standing gold limited to, I believe, that tier 2 in the mid lane as well. If it's still even there, no, excuse me, tier 2 in the top side. And the rest of the base is Giant X now gear themselves up for Dragon, because this also would be another boon, adding in Mountain Soul.
Yeah, third item coming in for Flacket here. This is where he's at his strongest relative to the enemy. But the thing is, though, Giant X have made a really nice adaptation. Gone for poke Maokai and poke Kai'Sa. Now you outrange the Aphelios rather than having to play dive, and you play this slow burn war, where Trimby feels obligated to find this engage before his teammates get poked out. And that puts a lot of pressure on him. Trimby, he has to find the engages in the next team fight. Otherwise, it's going to be really hard to play with the low health bars.
If you see Antonio on top side, you can't pull the trigger, and Trimby does.
I mean, he does indeed. He's just going to get burnt down, though. What were they expecting? Team Heretics maybe getting desperate as the TP comes out in the meantime. The Antonio might just get a free one as he rolls in, and a 3-man knockup sets it up. And that's just that, isn't it? Team Heretics now against the wall, and Giant X, this culmination of a year, is looking red hot to move forward.
And I understand the idea from Trimby. It's the Antonio's pushing top. They don't have any wards in behind us. Maybe this is the moment, but he flashes and ends up Xenoblading so far forward.
Yeah.
No one is in position to follow, and immediately he gets his legs cut out from underneath him. And the rest of Heretics soon follow. Now Giant X are going to run down mid, get that top tower as well. And this feels like a Giant X taking game 1.
Yeah, tier 2's up top side, tier 2 mid as well. Now all is left to crack open the base. That's Mountain Soul as well. You've got to wonder if this is just over. But take a look at this. I think Trimby really feels pressure to engage. Kennen can always TP here if he wants to, but the poke is a real win con that Giant X have. They outrange right now, and Aphelios really hates that, so Trimby feels the urgency to engage. He pulls it up, but gets absolutely melted.
Also, just great flash from Jackie's in response, because if the Xenoblade had hit, Jankos was there to follow. That could have been a very different story, but all of Giant X still standing, able to return, and you can see Trimby trying his damnedest there, but it was always going to be a Hail Mary play to try and get control back of this game, but I think it's too far gone at this stage.
Been a real rough split for that guy. I mean, Trimby had a great entrance, as we remember, coming into Team Heretics spring, if I'm not mistaken, and then, you know, this split, it's been a little bit more downhill, getting caught out in random positions through the game. A lot of people at home will really understand.
I think it's also, I mean, the pressure of this could be it. Like, you need to make it happen, and Jackie is making it happen.
Active for game 1, it is, isn't it? The Antonio again, shocking Fyro. I think he has a personal vendetta against that guy's Wonder. Tanks and drains, but then can't drain any more tanks. At the end, Giant X have one member left standing in their way. A base to crack and a game to clean up now.
And it's all going down the drain for Heretics. They can't keep control of this Flacket. Needs to be a one-man army, but everyone has abandoned him. And Giant X are just going to crush through.
Ulti comes through, Flacket, a shield is there. Aragon, it doesn't matter.
It doesn't.
I know.
It's
You're
over.
just going to tell me that it's over, aren't you? Because Giant X, as they crush through game number 1, they're going to date with Destiny, move to match point to try and make summer finals a reality.
And what I was going to say was, I mean, it's such a shame because that Baron was a throw, right? It felt like Team Heretics had such a good early game, but Giant X, they utilize the composition well. They find that Baron rush and they turn the entire game around.
It was a rinse and repeat of SK. It wasn't a good early game, game number 2. We're like, oh, hang on, they're working with something here. And then, unfortunately, when it gets to the team play, Team Heretics just don't have the same vibe.
We have to find out if it's going to be a repeat of Giant X versus Fnatic, though. Giant X a great game 1. They need to keep this going now. Try and find that quick 2-0. Keep that momentum riding. Because you never want to give Heretics a way back into a series.
No, you do not. We'll see if they can at least fight their way back through as we go to a short break, then return with game 2 after this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Actually, I'm kind of down to play until I'm 40.
Whoa, yeah.
Do you think any team would sign me if I'm like 35?
Yeah, but you probably have to pay the club to play.
Wait, why is my coach laughing by that?
Oh, look, I'm coming bottom.
I'm coming. He's down, look.
Aatrox, Look, dead. I on the bench. Yeah, finish. Next on me, I'm fine. Nice, good job, guys. I can go. Look. I can Sonia's. Kill them. Go.
Nice, Antonio.
Yes, he wanted to finish, and they did. They won. But I gotta say, watching this game with you two was... it was something.
It was a journey.
It was something.
It was something. The game was something.
It was kind of like fraud watch almost. at times, right?
Exactly. GX win in typical GX fashion. I really feel like...
You're very happy for it, of course.
Of course I am,
Yeah,
because
exactly.
I really want them to win. But we have seen this from them for, I think, multiple times, this split where early game goes bad, couple of K gold behind, maybe this game 5, start the Nasher, something good happens. You know, props to them, they did play the Nasher situation extremely well, but man, they really can't keep getting away with this, can they?
I don't know if they can. Let's take a look at the Baron, and I want you to tell me what exactly went so wrong. Also for Team Heretics, right? Because up until this point, Perks, Team Heretics were doing great.
I mean, Jankos was like smurfing early game. He was ganking bot, ganking top. Wunder was winning lane pretty hard. They were doing good macro as well. And then, I don't know, Jans just flips Baron, which is good. And I guess that TP timed as well, because Corki looks like he didn't have it instantly up.
Yeah, it looks like he
TP is a bit far away as well. And then Cannon TP is behind. I don't know, Wunder gets a bit caught out as well. It's just a bit messy. I feel like they didn't like account for the GX possibility of running Baron, even though they do it, right? They just rush it when they're behind, so maybe that's like something to look out for, like don't be bought without TP when Baron is up, or you know, take position on Baron first. And then
Exactly, it just really seems that even if though they're so far behind, they do have double ADC, they have Kai'Sa, they're shading the Nasher, and props to them because it looks like they're flipping the Baron, but before they did get a TP flank ward for Kennen, which was quite deep on the mid lane. So it looks like it was a set play where they set everything up, they took all the steps needed to create this play out of thin air, and they executed and they got the lead back from it. You know, you can't blame them. It
Well,
looks
you can't
messy, but
argue
still.
with it if it worked, even though I know you want to.
I really want to, but it paid off. Who am I to judge?
But we got to talk about Team Heretics then in this way. By the way, Team Heretics talked a lot about the meta, like can we adapt? They did, right? Brand for Jankos, it worked really well early. But Perks, of course, you functioned within this team. And I don't know if it's silly of me to say, but we have some of the most experienced players in the world on that roster, and I feel like a setup like something, a Baron from when you're ahead, is that something that should come natural, or is that because of the pressure today, you think?
I mean, I think it's something that should come natural. I think it's like how you play the game and how you view the game as a team should be like same all 5 players, right? So I think it probably comes, you know, from practice. Like if it hasn't been improved since winter, since when I was there, right? And we had a different roster, me and Kaiser. Like if it's the same 4 months later now, like it's a problem, you know, within the scrim structure, or yeah, and the way it's approached, the way it's talked about, I don't know, right? You know, it can be multiple things, but yeah, it should be something like a team in late July that is so experienced should not be throwing games with 5k gold lead against Giant X.
And what does that mean?
You know
should
what
not
it
be
means.
throwing games. Should not be throwing
That's
games.
better.
GX Defender until he dies. Let's take a look at the Dragon as well. The Mountain, I believe it was. And there was also some fraud watching going on, I'm going to say it, from both sides, right? Both maybe for the Corki and the Cannon.
Exactly, because in this situation, it looks like it's a neutral scenario. Antonio and Wander are both getting their flanks off, but here Corki is kind of running away to Narnia, even though the Leona is blocking. And right now, Aatrox feels really pressured to do something, because I just feel like he doesn't really understand his role in this team fight, because he went for this sort of mixed build where he is trying to create space at the same time, but also trying to assassinate, and he just looked really disjointed because Zwairo was so far away when Wander looked for this play. Sure, now in the cleanup, Flacket and Zwairo are still really strong. GX is still running away, but it looked like when it came to pulling the trigger, they were just not on the same page.
Perks, would you have carried that fight on Corki?
I cannot comment. I didn't say anything. I would also say that the cannon would have flashed in, like when Maokai ult landed. Like we can't see now, but when Maokai ult landed on top of 3 of them, cannon should flash in as well and create so much space for his fight. And yeah, Corki should be standing like close to Leona, blocking the ult. I don't know why he went to Africa. That's also a good question. But yeah, I think there's a lot of like questionable things about the players that were like key moments. And yeah, Wunder went in, but he had like no follow-up from anyone, no space taken, and I think also his build, like what you mentioned, was not the perfect with the lead that he had.
Exactly.
Yeah, so.
But I think also this situation is a great showcase to how players react under stress, because I really don't think that if you take away all the stakes from this game, Antonio and Wander are playing the situation the same. I think they will play it a little bit differently, because it did feel like there's a lot of burden of execution on both of them. And sure, Antonio, I don't think he made such a big mistake by going in so late, because he still found his moment. But for Wander, it looked like he did blunder there, because there was just too much on his shoulders to create something, because the tides have been shifted, and he's now in this position where he's the one having to create something out of thin air, and all of a sudden it's like, come on, Aatrox, do something, and he's like, I can't do anything, you know?
It's only like 2 letters different also. Blunder, wonder.
True.
Yeah, so
good one.
Good one.
Tightrope for sure. The Antonio stays winning, Odo.
Yeah, props to him, because laning phase was really, really rough. I think Heretics, Wonder, and pretty much the whole gang did a lot to, you know, take advantage of that. But he did find his moments in typical Antonio fashion where
he just creates it out of thin air, right?
Exactly. He is a magician like that.
He's a magician. He just creates the chaos, the magical teamfights. I think he's...
And it did look... And we're memeing here, but he did create a lot of really, really good plays for GX, because not a lot of players, you know, being 1.5k gold down, or how much what was, be able to have the same impact as, you know, your 2k gold up. So massive props to him and how to GX, to how they integrated him back in the game.
Absolutely. Did you like the draft, though, from TH in this first game specifically, and what they decided to target as we're going into the second draft?
It was cooking. I liked it. I thought they cooked quite well, but then I felt like in-game, if Wonder, I would have itemized a little bit for more bruiser, for more space making, especially because you have Brandon double ADCs. It would have been a lot better. But let's see
they
here.
Stay on blue.
Oh, they're choosing blue again. Okay. I still think it was gameplay problem. It had nothing to do with draft problem.
First pick Corki again.
Yeah,
like they did last time. I think Corki is very strong.
Listen, everything went really well until that Baron throw.
Yeah, actually, like I wouldn't even mind if like repeated. Maybe they can take a different melee support in Leona. Like maybe like they can pair it up with Nautilus or like something else if you prefer something else. But I would go for the same first 3 if I was Heretics. I wouldn't switch it up.
I would love to see it as well, because I think Jankos has been cooking. They lost the game, but he still has been catalyst for what Heretics want to do, and I really like this Corki first pick.
Yeah, maybe a switch up for Excel, Giant X could be that they take Brand.
I can see that you haven't been around for a long while now.
they take Brand, maybe. Maybe they take Brand. Oh no, they take Ornn 1-2. Okay, I did not see this one coming. That's an Ornn 1-2. That's a very ballsy pick.
They did do this last week against Fnatic, and it worked with mixed success, but I can see the reasoning, because if Kennen, the lane dominant pick, was supposed to do a lot in lane and it didn't work, I do think that going back for this, you know, more of a 50-50 approach, scale for team fights, I think it has a lot more impact for GX.
If you're Wunder, do you just slam Camille here now? If you're Wunder, like, you know, known to be a good Camille, has laneable matchup into Ornn that outscales.
I would love to see it.
With Brand as well. Like I would love to see like opt for that carry style now, you know, like opt for that show of dominance and try to take the game in your hands instead of like handshaking another tank matchup or something.
I would like to see it as well. I just don't know if Camille Brand would be the most wise decision. I still feel like Aatrox is still great because we saw Aatrox from Wonder last game. He played it into a really hard matchup. He did extremely well. Well, surprise, this matchup is 10 times easier, so he should do even better. And maybe
now throw even harder.
So maybe now he's not gonna go with this item build in the wrong direction and stay to this more bruiser style, because I really think that he can do a lot this game with this setup, especially now that Giant X has this double frontline team composition. Aatrox thrives in this sort of against this sort of team comps where he can make space.
Yeah, I'm curious if Heretics bans the Lucian or not, because Lucian wasn't doing that much on lane. Like he wasn't like he scaled pretty well. He was pretty strong later on, I'll say that, but
I think your words were, this Lucian is absolutely broken.
Yeah, he was level 16, and he was level 16, and his ult was one-shotting everybody.
That's crazy. But I do think they should ban double ADC here, because especially when you go for this Giant X approach, the classic Giant X approach of having 2 frontliners, you do want to ban the ADCs. But I guess they're just concerned that this Kai'Sa might be flexed to mid, and then you're just wasting bans. So now they'd rather just take power away from Juhan, which I also think it's a good approach if you're not really confident in where this Kai'Sa would go.
Yeah, makes sense, yeah. It can be played mid, even though I don't think it's the best matchup honestly these days. Like Corki, Revert Corki should probably just win Kai'Sa.
We've seen Jackie's play this to make success earlier in the split. So he does like this sort of ADC meta.
Yeah.
Curious what happens now.
We just go for Maokai again, even though... Oh no, Maokai is banned. Okay, I'm now doing the coach. I'm now the typical coach.
Yeah. Does
Man, drafting is hard.
Coach is like, you should pick this, and
you will be surprised how often a coach says, can we pick this now? And it's banned in the first 3. You will be surprised.
It happened to me as well.
Wait, what? It's Diana.
Ooh, I like
That's
this.
cooking. I mean, that's now cooking. I haven't seen Diana in competitive recently.
It's happened.
High tempo jungle versus versus this brand. I'm not sure how the 1v1 would go, or in a sort of invade situation how it would go, but I do think that
I feel like Brand should be good against Diana. Like in my
Why,
head.
it's like fire against moon or something?
In my head, Brand should just
I
be
didn't
good
think of
against
that,
Diana.
but it is a great pivot over there.
Yeah.
Okay, this Poppy. Poppy is an amazing pick, honestly.
It
Wow.
might be Poppy.
It's 4 out of 4 value right now.
Poppy is a banger, actually.
Ah, you got baited.
And Braum is not bad too. I mean, I like Ash Braum.
I mean, it's important to not take the bait, because even
Yeah.
though Poppy is good, probably Brand is still better, because Brand, with 3 champions, they want to go in. Your passive has insane value against all of them. And now...
But though, I would just say that Braum is like very useless against Diana. Like, he doesn't block anything to her. You know, he doesn't like stop her. He doesn't like...
Yeah, but he still has the ulti and the passive to tempo.
Yeah, he's good against. He's good against Ornn.
But we have missed Diana Yasuo. I don't think I have seen Jackie's play Yasuo while I was there ever. So right now this is
cooking for sure.
But I do love it. There's Diana, Rel,
Oh, we have
Yasuo.
Perks and there's the Yasuo. This is great.
Yeah, I mean,
Gotta know everything.
Though I don't know, I don't know how good Yasuo is right now, but it's actually pretty good against their champs. Like in general, like he can block a lot of stuff, and they don't have someone who like really stops him from like doing Yasuo things as well. But
Oh, this is great analysis.
But right now, there is a lot of
yeah.
there is a lot of burden of execution of Giant X, because they have this wombo combo where if they don't pull the trigger and find this sort of synergy and cohesion with the moment they choose to fight, everything's gonna fall apart just because of the Braum brand.
But it's like it's like the Ornn goes and then you go. That's it, right?
Yeah, well, you have the Braum wall
they
to
have
block
Braum
it.
wall, so
The pressure is on Diana a lot, and
Yeah.
also if you don't catch all the good targets together, Aatrox is gonna clean up the fight, Brand is gonna clean up the fight, and Braum is gonna tempo everything. So
yeah, I think the draft is actually harder to play for Giant X again. Like,
you are 1-0, so you do have the privilege to mess around.
I think Heretics has like a way more threats that can like easier do damage, like what you mentioned, Brand, Corki, Aatrox, right? And they are harder to kill as well. You assume Brand is gonna go.
Wait, let me do the caster thing. So let's take it on the Rift and see how it goes.
Nice.
I hear them do this
Wow,
all the
that
time.
was insane. Is that what they say?
It's probably a lot more like, you know, it looks more prestige than what I did. So
But I would just
like
say
it.
that, like from having played 12 games of Ashe AD carry competitively, Ashe is really useless this game.
I'll pick that back up, but I do have to also tell people that are you a master of the Rift? Do you never miss a game? Santander is here to reward you. Head over to santandergaming.com to win weekly and monthly rewards like Hextech chests and skins. This week's code is PENTA50. And also, the last Diana, by the way, was... Oh, it isn't saying. I look at these
there
things.
was at one point.
Yeah, I think
had
it was
it in
Elyoya. Was it Elyoya?
I think it was Elyoya with MDK.
All right. Anyways, head over to Santander Gaming, and we're going to watch. So, Ashe is useless?
I mean, this game is very hard to play Ashe because you cannot auto-attack anybody. If you get in auto-range, boom, Rel Flash. Boom, Diana ER. Boom, Yasuo.
We do have a little swap scenario here. I guess Ashe is intimidating like that, forces the enemy to swap.
Yeah, she is good on lane. She is good on lane. I will not deny that. She's good on lane.
She's about to just
Ashe Braum is a very good lane, but if you take them out of the lane against Kaiserl, I think Kaiserl will do more in this specific case, in this specific draft.
Well, now we see the lane swap. It's gonna be a little bit. Gonna be a little bit icky because as GX, I'm not really sure. I guess you're just running away from this own matchup in the top lane. You're just scared of it. But yeah, I think they're gonna end up losing this one because it will accelerate the Ashe a lot because you're gonna have access to plates without fortifications. The double jungle is happening here. I haven't double jungle. This used to be a thing in
like
season 6 where you would just like farm with your jungler. But
yeah. Good times.
Interesting adaptation because I think it is the first time I see this split where the double jungle is happening from your own weak side, which is a little bit.
By Jackie's here, using the
bizarre.
shield to the maximum advantage.
Yeah. A lot of the onus is on the mid lane right now because in swaps, since nothing is generally happening, it's mostly the mid laners having the most interactions.
Who's going to play-by-play, by the way?
Oh, are you good at play-by-play?
Yeah, I'll do play-by-play.
Okay, I'm really bad at it, so you can do it. Oh, you
Okay,
can
so here we see GX setting up a dive. Wunder has to back out of the turret. Yeah, he cannot enter.
It's not that exciting. I play every day. When there's a fight, okay?
Okay. I'm learning. Let me learn.
Yeah, no,
I'm a fast learner.
But now it is a little bit of a sad life for top lane.
But
It is
Wunder
better.
cannot catch a minion, yeah.
He cannot catch a single minion. It is better for the Ornn side because realistically, when you have a carry versus the tank is the one who's a lot more happier with 0 gold, 0 XP because what's Aatrox gonna do when
They
the
stay one more time? They should just keep staying, yeah.
They should probably stay
They should
here.
deny him the whole wave.
Cancel one more wave, but he's walking up so way too early. He missed the timing. But it is,
back.
unironically, I think it is really, really good for Team Heretics now because now you see them still canceling one time, and now Ash is free to keep hitting this tower for as long as possible.
Juked.
Exactly, Juke. He didn't even miss so much. I think this is an overall win for Team Heretics. They got an extra plate on bot.
Yeah, it should be. Yeah.
And right now, Aatrox is catching XP.
I think.
Play by play.
Jackis is fine here. He has a winnable. He still has the winnable. He's gonna winnable the Q. Boom.
Oh, you're right.
Yes.
Yeah, he pressed that button. That was great.
That's pro play right there.
Yeah, I have to be ready for this play-by-play. It's really stressful.
I mean, I think the hardest part is like getting too excited when nothing happens, you know? And then you just
Especially in lane stops. Now I know why casters are heavy. You know, props to the casters, they are amazing, you know, because when there's lane stop, the fact that I'm sitting there as a viewer and I'm listening to them instead of like, you know, being horrified at what me and Perks are doing over here, they're creating magic over there.
Okay, Johan is going for the extra camp. He gets it and he gets out. Now he's gonna run out.
You're really not good at play-by-play.
I have to stop this. I have to stop
but
this.
you can also analyze.
I have to stop this. I have to stop this, guys.
You can do both.
Stop this.
And he's walking.
There's nothing going here. It's just a chunk here. Yeah. They want to stop the crash though, but it's not possible. I think Jankos' brand is too strong here.
But now the field day is starting on bot lane because now we see Ash and Braum. They're back to lane with extra gold.
Yeah,
and
Ash was...
It's an extra dagger.
Yeah, I thought Ash was so bad.
The reckless special.
No, Ash is dead.
I'm kidding, I'm trolling you.
I'm getting trolled here. I'm not casting anymore.
Wait, were you?
Oh, you're the worst, Perks.
Anyways. Oh!
Little invade here. Should I try play-by-play? I'm really bad at this.
Go try it. Go try it.
Yeah, well, there's nothing happening, man. It's crazy.
Okay, you're not expecting bush.
I said I will do it.
Okay, you do it. Sorry, you do it. You do it.
Watching out for the dive. I don't think this is gonna work though. They're probably just gonna be happy with taking the camps here and maybe looking to start the Drake or transfer this pressure later on into taking the grabs. Because right now, Ash and Braum will have control for the rest of the state of this laning phase for bot lane. Mid lane, how's it going? Not that great.
Pretty good for Yasuo right now. I think he's happy. I actually think Cork is supposed to win early levels, and Yasuo gets better after the Berserker Greaves.
That's embarrassing.
And here we are. Oh, the winnable is good. Okay, the Q misses, but it doesn't matter.
Now we're about to see another lane swap from Team Heretics. I think they're about to take this base and then swap into top again for the grabbies.
Now it's a bit rough. He doesn't have winnable, but he wants to crash his wave, so there he's gonna get backup from his support and jungle. The boys are coming.
It's always cringe when the friends are coming, right?
Yeah, the boys are always there. Oh, it's an ult.
No.
Don't commit. Yeah, don't commit. It's good to not commit.
Now
Not a good state for Yasuo here, but he has fleet and orange shield, so it is. Wait, did Brand just?
Brand is doing something crazy.
Jankos just flashed in Diana, but I think he's completely fine.
He's getting pressure for these grabs. They should be free grabs for Team Heretics, I think, with Yasuo HP state and Diana HP state.
But the one is gonna be 6 soon. No, he's not. The lane stop, yeah. I mean, they can still maybe choose to fight it. Brand has no flash.
JX has the option to take this fight later now. If
Kai'Sa is coming mid. Kai'Sa is opening. Maybe they'll look for a late fight.
Yeah, if they take this,
I guess they're just done by the time.
If they take this top, take this
again
top.
Oh, he's dead. Well played.
Come on, give it a little.
Well played.
First one.
Oh my God, the Antonio with the EQ combo.
That was not crazy. Really the combo, you know, it's actually QE.
QE combo, man. I don't play Ornn, man. Come on.
Oh man.
Wait, so who does the play? Is it me or you then?
No, it's you.
It's still me? Okay.
Yeah.
No, you don't have. I mean, I could just shout a little bit too if you want. That's what they do, right?
That's hype. The thing is, they need to find the timing to shout because it's not great.
It's really difficult, actually. And there's 3 of them as well, right? And they all want to. Like,
Okay.
they're really
Jack
great.
is going for a trade here. Show me back.
But we don't see it.
Okay, he W'd away. Cork just W'd away and Cork is out of mana. So the thing is now Yasuo has complete control of the lane and Patrick and Ignar get level 6, I actually think that they can just force a dragon fight. The Yasuo, Diana level 6 with Kai'Sa. Yeah. Kai'Sa's hit 6 right now. Ignar won't hit for a while, but I think Diana level 6, I think they will look to force dragon soon.
Especially
or maybe fight 2v2 in the jungle, like Johan is going really
Right
aggressive.
now with Corki being 0 mana, I feel like this whole map's control is in control.
Can he just go for him here?
Probably. Azul. Oh, that's nice.
That's good,
yeah. It looked like a bit like a combo that I would do at my age, you know, but
nice wind wall blocks the spells. That was
GX
just well
is
played.
clean.
That was just well played. Yeah,
oh, but Trimby's coming.
Flash. Oh,
flash kill.
Oh, Corki gets a kill with rockets. No, he doesn't.
No,
oh wait, Corki is
Jack.
dead. Wait, Corki's trolling. Oh my god, Corki just flashed in. No, wait, he's not trolling? Oh my god, he's not trolling.
He's smirking.
This is really hard. Nice try by Yasuo getting out. Man, casting is really hard when you're like flagrant master the slam of what is happening on the screen.
Man, I will set the narrative here. Great trade for Team Heretics because I think this whole fight was actually better for Team Heretics given the fact that Corki was stuck in lane with 0 mana, no control whatsoever. And right now GX I think overreached a little bit by going for that fight instead of holding on for this river control that they had and holding the Drake because the game state was really good for him. But now we have a fight in the top lane.
Gank?
This happens here on top lane when you're like suffering from success a bit too much. The ganking is happening. But what is Wonder doing? Is this gonna be the 1v2?
Wonder gonna do? No, he's not going. Oh my god, I can't focus.
It was really optimistic, but
I respect all the casters.
Me too, actually. You know what? This is an elimination game, so I'm going to kick it over to the casters, I think, if they're ready.
Thank you very much.
Make it end.
Thank you very much.
We have newfound... well, I already had the respect, but they have newfound respect. I don't know. Are the
you
casters
need help.
ready?
You need help from the casters when you're the first time casting in your life.
It's true,
that's true. You can't have noobs. That's why you need to be diamond or higher to be an LEC.
Yeah,
exactly.
Hysterics, do I hear you? Are you there?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead,
Thank you guys for watching.
Thanks, guys.
Well, that was a great start. Welcome. Yeah, that was a really good start of the cast. Perks is something else. Perks is something else, man.
Yeah, he is.
Oh, God. All right, well.
Dive here, though.
Thanks to the three of them. Yeah, let's set it up again. Apparently, we have newfound respect as the setup there for Ignar. He can't move, and he's just dead. And Team Heretics get something bot. That's nice. Now, I feel like we need to kind of just help summarize what's been going on in the early game.
That was very disrespectful. Honestly, I think Heretics have actually done a relatively good job of trying to keep themselves in check. Great pick on the bottom side of the map. Now Trimby trying to set up some vision in this bottom side because they would like to try and move in towards this bottom side to get that tower. And at least with the amount of vision that they have and the numbers advantage, it should be a good amount of damage onto that bot tower.
Yeah, and I think in this game in general, we have some people who are generally happy and unhappy. I think Wonder definitely unhappy. He managed to catch a few waves. I think Perks and Odo were highlighting in that lane swap. Wonder got a little bit of that wave. In mid lane, you have Jackie's and Juhan. You have that combination of the Diana Yasuo, which we don't see very often. That dive onto Giant X. The key members there in the Kai'Sa, Jackie's on that Yone, and the Diana are very fed as well. So it's going to be a horror for the AD carries on the side of TH.
Especially if we start to look towards, Void Grub's now just about to spawn on that top side. You got 3 already for Heretics. Giant X will want to try and contest, which is why they're rotating their bot lane up. But I think Jackie's and Juhan, especially the Juhan now has Flash, it becomes really difficult for Heretics to not end up in a position where you clump up and give that setup, and no exhaust onto Trimby means that follow-up could be devastating.
Especially in Proto Belt as well. Juhan got his first item before anyone else in the game right now as well. So with that gap close and level 6 available, past that of course is onto Trimby. That might be the first target. The targeting there, and the moon will fall indeed, but Juhan gets arrowed up. There's no follow-up, and with the brand ulti as well, it's going bad for Giant X. Onto Ignar, the flash roll from Yankos secures the kill, and not only that, Juhan dies to the right of our screen. Another Winter's Bite, a last breath, because that's all you can fathom right now. But Giant X are choking right now too. Team Heretics ripped them apart, and that went from horrible to absolutely devastating for Giant X.
The counter engage from Team Heretics is fantastic. Giant X, Juhan, he engages with Diana, but it only catches Trimby. So then there's no Yasuo to follow up because he doesn't want to solo ult the Braum. And in the end, it's just a massive win with the chase down from Team Heretics.
And it was just the complete, uncoordination of the Giant X here, where Juhan goes in, but only really gets on towards Trimby. You can see, like, look at where the Yasuo is. He's not really in a position to try and follow up on towards this engage. He's trying to get into a position, and they're trying to get flanked, but good flash. Jackie's doesn't end up then in a position where he can follow. And at this stage, you're so far extended, you could potentially look for the re-engage with Ignar to go, oh, that's what we look for. But at this stage, you've got 2 members dead. Jackie's tries to go forward and see if he can try and pick him off, and then, I don't know, like, Jesus, Paddy, what are you He's trying to go way too
the
far.
Irish. That was the most Irish thing I've heard from you in a long time, Dagda.
I was like, there's no way that's ever going to end up being a kill, but he only ends up giving himself across as well, and now Heretics very much in control of this game.
A 2k gold lead for Team Heretics as well. They already picked up 6 grubs. Just another analysis bit for you is that they're starting to stack dragons. You know, a minute 40 until the top side of our screen, top right to be more specific, leads us to a second dragon potential. Also a Herald in about a minute as well. And after that last fight, Spyro is now 4-1 all of a sudden. So that Corki is now suddenly very much elevated into this game.
Massive gold injection in for Spyro. We haven't seen this player do that much with his leads in recent times, especially not an AD carry champion. This is a massive lead. And the amount of damage he has right now, Triforce already completed at 12 minutes, very early.
Jackies might be in a little bit of trouble here. Heretics trying to move into position. Juhan is behind enemy lines, but I think they're just going to try and back it up here.
You know what I've noticed though? Just taking stock as Juhan. Hang on. Yeah, not the right time, is it? Because the Diana Yasuo combination is just waiting. But Spyro's not going to stick in lane. He's not going to stick for the push, even though that plating's still alive for another 15 seconds. He gets it in. He walks away. He doesn't overplay it as Flacken and Yankos move towards mid. With the grub spawning as well, that's going to be mid-turret nice and early as first turret. You don't see that much anymore.
And that's why you can't really wait around as Juhan here. You need to try and commit to the play, but they're constantly backing, but you're just getting more terror damage.
He sees something, there's potential play in the sideline. He's respecting these bushes. You can see he's even called Trimby down here. If Juhan stays, he might just fall.
If he stays there any longer, he might run into Sven. I feel like he's in one of these bushes here still.
He's in the other bush.
Okay, Juhan, next one.
Oh, he definitely got spotted.
Yankos. Oh, dear Lord. TP though, and he's going to make the play anyway, but the arrow comes out. Giant X just want to get out of there, but remember they got the Antonio coming from behind, but the wall is up. A searing charge is good, but he has to flash away as well. Giant X, what are we doing? We're crumbling, that's what, but under turret maybe. The counter engage from Ignar is good as the whirlwind comes through, and Jackie's ulti's been exhausted. That means he does no damage. He's just whittled down. Giant X have to run for their lives because this turret won't be safe anymore. They just got caught with their trousers down again.
It's pure chaos in the bottom lane. Everyone is throwing everything in the kitchen sink at each other and just hoping that something sticks. It is Heretics, though, that finally let the damage land, and now they will be able to turn over towards the dragon.
Yeah, it was a huge back and forth, with the exhaust coming down onto Yasuo, onto Jackie's ultimate. Despite that board completion, it just wasn't enough. His damage does not stick. And they managed to find that pick onto the Diana. As we go into this replay here, you can see Juhan gets picked off.
He was here about, what, 40, 50 seconds in total.
And this is the thing, right? So Jackie's, as he tries to go in with Juhan, they don't get the combo. The Antonio then tries to set up for a potential other combo. Trimby blocks it. And as Juhan goes down with Wonder, it's a nice re-engage from Ignar to catch Wonder, but this is where you should call it quits.
Yep.
But that knockup means that Jackie's thinks he has a chance. The exhaust comes through. They can't follow up because Patrick can't get into range. And it means that Heretics are just able to win out as they're able to consistently get these damage dealers into position to do so.
Yeah, and I think the scariest part was, I think Wonder blundered a little bit with the Q2, just missing it. He would have got, they would have been a 5-4.
What did you just say?
Yeah, I know. I didn't realize what I said until I said it.
Okay. He blundered.
He blundered a little bit there on that dive, missing that Q2, but now is the Rift Herald started up as they play towards topside.
But I mean, for Giant X, that's 3 blunders in total, right, that we've seen so far in this game. I think 2 hardcore ones that have led them to almost a 5k gold disadvantage. Herald, of course, will be going to Team Heretics because objective bounties shows you the state that this game is in, that Giant X have to try and claw back.
But this is where it's kind of like, you're looking at Giant X going, right, you have kind of 3 lives to get this combo off. Juhan is 1, the Antonio is another, Ignar is another way you can try and get Jackie's involved in fights and then have Patrick set up with the dive, but they've been missing consistently. Now this is greedy from Heretics. They do manage to get the blast cone to get out, but the coordination needs to be there, but there's almost sheer panic in trying to get this combo off, that they're not really taking a moment to set it up correctly, and then Heretics are punishing as a result.
You can already see playing for bot side tier 2 and this Team Heretics over here in the meantime on the other side, because you feel like Giant X, they don't want to fight at the moment. They're too far behind. Jackie's in this kind of composition. How you want to play it is you want to play for the dive, secure the kills onto the enemy and play because you have so much burst with that numbers advantage afterwards and you win the fight that way. But when you don't have a bunch of gold onto the Yasuo, you really can't one-shot like you want to. So what they're doing right now is they're allocated a bunch of gold to Jackie's over there, cross-mapping on the other side, whilst they have to try and defend this tier 2.
got a way to go. I mean, Team Heretics already getting damage down thanks to the 6 grubs. Flacket and Trimby are moving in as well, and some of these arrows have been exceptional. Flacket gears up for another as Trimby on this Brom sets up. The combo's out, and Antonio gets sent skyward. He's just dead. Beautiful chain CC, and with the Herald out as well, this is going to keep going to the inhibitor turret.
But this is also great from Heretics. One of the big criticisms we had of Heretics was, don't wall it into the wall, was that you're going to, that they end up screwing up their mid game because they aren't decisive. They don't really know where they want to try and achieve things. But this is very much a, hey, we are going to play off of the wave states. We're going to set ourselves up. And it's a commanding voice and a commanding lead that Heretics are starting to gain for themselves.
Something I've been frustrated with, and I've been really frustrated in how they transition that early game lead as well. I know it's been a bit easier this time, but still it's been clean. We got extra Irish Dagda today, and we got proactive Team Heretics. I mean, it's a big win for the fans, and it looks like Team Heretics at this point in the game, with such a big gold lead, this feels like it should be an easy achievement to get to Game 3.
Yeah, I mean, look, it is Team Heretics. Last week, they were in such a good game state. I can't stress this enough. Everyone said it was a wash. There's a high potential dive here, but everyone said it was a wash. They had 3 dragons, and they only lost a single team fight. They almost got Soul versus SK of our top 4 teams. So let's see how they play towards the end.
Not yet, right?
Not yet, not yet. Hold your horses, you know.
All right. Well, I'd like to believe, especially with this Corki now at 2 items as well, Muramana is short to come. Or at least sure to come, rather, as Team Heretics move up towards the top side. There's an outer turret left remaining. The Antonio is bot, and that TP is coming from him. They're going to set up for a team fight. Aragon, what have you said? There's the engagement. The arrow! Brilliant from Blackett. Wonder goes on in the meantime, nobody's tanking it up. He's staying alive. He survived for so long. But now as they look for the Antonio, I'm still in question. I'm still in doubt, and Trimby is going to break it all out. There's the win that comes through eventually, and Team Heretics regain control. Well done again, and I think Blackett deserves respect.
The target selection on GX was off though. As you go in, you immediately get the knock up, so Jackies goes, right, I'm going to try and just kill Wonder, but Juhan not really realizing that the ultimate already been used, Flash dives in onto the back line, but there's no follow-up, so he ends up dying, and the whole team fight starts to fall apart.
Yeah, the Sundered Sky buying a lot of time here. They try to find the engage, like you're saying, onto Wonder here, potential poor choice of target, and just look how much time the auto attacks are going to give Wonder with the lifesteal here. That means that the rest of Team Heretics can collapse. I will say there is a good upside here for Giant X in that all the summoners were used for Team Heretics here, and this next dragon fight, the Soul Point fight, is going to be a bit easier with all that dive.
I guess the only question I have is whether the summoners are going to matter, right? Because again, the gold leads are out of this world. Mid 2K, bot 2K. Of course, match of the week coming up with KC and MDK. Right after this is, look, Flacket, I'm just saying that arrow was brilliant as you, okay, again, boy, has to get the Proto Belt out of there. Winter's Bite, fantastic as well. And remember, with this brand, there's no way to go but in, so Juhan thinks, well, I'm dead. And either way, nothing happens because of it as Jackie's now chases well. Yankos, he's feeling it. They're not going down without a fight.
Again, though, it's great position on the map from Heretics. They just end up finding that moment where, hey, the Antonio's top, you don't have control over mid lane, we can shift into bot and catch out Juhan and Jackies who are overextended, and this has kind of been the consistent theme with Giant X, is getting caught out, and Heretics are punishing it exceptionally well.
Yeah, and another theme that I think we're seeing in this series coming alive right now is the dive and the engage that Giant X want to keep drafting versus the disengage and the want for them to come into it for Team Heretics. Aatrox and Braum and Brant love, once again, champions coming into them, and that's all that Giant X have. So if Giant X can't one-shot and find those targets, Team Heretics champions are just going to thrive.
Yep. Seems one-track mind, doesn't it? And for Giant X, the early game has been slowly getting rougher and rougher. I mean, 8k gold lead now to count it as Soul Point there as well. Juhan not going to be caught out here as Team Heretics get deep in the enemy jungle.
And also the fact that Giant X are kind of stumbling here means that you don't get to kind of punish what Aragon was already discussing, is these flashes being down, these summoner spells being down. So Giant X now, they're trying to set up in these chokes where maybe you can find transition into that, but Heretics are now already transitioned to the top tower, and that's going to be gone, and Giant X with Trimby marking, Ignar can't get into this.
No flashes, like we're saying, right? That's the thing. You can't flash away from a Diana into a Yasuo ult. That's their one saving grace that Giant X have. In this jungle, it can be a mess if they manage to find the backline there, but it doesn't look like it's going to happen.
And again, turret goes down, more gold back in their pocket, 9k now. I'm just counting it up because it seems so smooth, it seems great. Aragon, you pointed out before against SK, you know, they couldn't get it across the board, but the question is whether Giant X are a strong enough team to punish it with, again, a very straightforward composition that we know has one go button. And once those go buttons are down, it falls to pieces. I feel like this is a really good adaptation from Team Heretics, and we're hyping this up because when these teams have their backs against the wall down in the lower bracket, they've only got one chance to get season finals. Shock's talked about at the start of the day. Dagda, as well as saying some very Irish stuff, has also given us good stakes for the start of the day as well. And it's all about this series. You lose this series, you're done. You're gone. You win it, and you have a really good chance to get to season finals as long as KC don't get top 3, as we said a little bit before.
But I think it's also these teams trying to get themselves back to what was, even if you look at this time last year, the best splits for both these organizations. They want to try and revisit what was, you know, when it was Excel, they finished in finals of summer 2023. When you look at Heretics, they reached 4th place, which was the highest in the organization's history. This is them trying to recapture some of that magic, but it needs to start here with winning this series, potentially putting yourself in season finals, and hopefully finding and regaining some of that magic you've lost over the course of this year.
Absolutely. You can see Giant X here in this game. They're very scared of that Nash start. I think Patrick, rather, just gave up a cannon in the mid lane to make sure he was face-checking with that Void Seeker, with that W on that Baron. They're very scared of the rush coming down. You can see all that vision control. They don't know if this started up or not. There's another one.
Arrow comes through for the team that, again, this year we've been questioning quite a lot. You can see the bottom of your screen where we get the engage that comes through. The Antonio might be caught out. He flashes away. No Bellows Breath until now to buffer it out. But the all engage, the last breath, maybe for Team Heretics if they can pull off this impossible. But no! The AoE, the damage, the explosion. Team Heretics laugh at that engage. They're too damn far ahead.
That was so well played by Trimby, managing to block so much of the follow-up coming through from Patrick, being able to get into position and that exhaust down onto Jackie's as soon as the combo landed. It nullified everything and allowed Heretics to turn around with those big old wallets.
And what it looked like was a fantastic engage from Giant X, but that Brand ultimate coming out with the passive procs, the AoE damage is just too much, and we're seeing exactly why this champion is so strong.
Man, Baron picked up now as well. I'm keen to look at that one, gents, because I noticed, Dagda, you just pulled out Trimby, who's had a bit of a rough of it in the past couple of splits. We haven't highlighted him much.
Yeah. You can see here, Patrick, immediate cleanse. Ignar then is able to try and escape. They burn a huge amount here in Heretics to try and get on towards the Antonio, but then Juhan goes in.
Yeah, so they try to, the wall comes through, blocking the Antonio's knockup. The damage just isn't there because they're so far behind, and the one shot, even though they got a knockup onto 3 people, it doesn't matter.
I mean, in the end, you know, Wonder even benefiting off it as well. Still good damage for the Aatrox. That is the most behind out of anyone on the team, supports included, but still the most relevant you consider at this point for Team Heretics is anyone on the map, because the gold lead is so far out of this world. There's going to be a Mountain Soul that's coming up in about a minute as well. Baron now there to start trying knocking on the doors of this base to take us to a game 3.
But especially when your composition relies so heavily on this wombo combo burst scenario, having Mountain Soul against you is just absolutely horrid. So there's very little it feels like Giant X can do. That felt like their one moment, but Team Heretics were already just in a position to turn that one around.
And let's label up the things that are annoying for Giant X in this game. Let's start with Mountain Soul. Yeah, that's there. Let's start with Exhaust as well. Exhaust, which for burst, that's rough on Diana Yasuo. Let's also add in Brom. That is so great with a lot of these 80 carries in the meta and a lot of range that negates so much.
And also the fact you got double AoE, heal, shields, get you at a dodge on that Brom as well.
Yeah, that's not good.
I think the beauty of last game when it came to Giant X was their ability to change their composition as...
Juhan is dead. Aragon, you may continue your point because that guy is dead.
So the way that they adapted was they pivoted to poke Maokai.
Yep.
And then they could outrange rather than having to rely on pure dive with the Kai'Sa.
Right.
And then they had AP Kai'Sa coming online, and that circumvents the need to dive. But I think that might be all she wrote as they go into the base here. They haven't got the Kai'Sa AP win condition online.
This was an absolute stomp. As the last engage is there, I mean, it's good. It's the last breath. The Horn comes through as well. But the Brom ult is up. It denies a lot. Wonder gets knocked up, though, in front of a turret. But still, you wonder, can Team Heretics fall at this point? The Grub's enlarged, in charge, and ready to go forward with Team Heretics blasting down the base. And the Nexus just open season for now. It was the best Giant X could offer, but this game was Team Heretics standing up and saying, we're not done yet.
Heretics are gonna push us to the game 3. There was just no stopping them on that. GX found some moments to try and make this combo work, but Heretics already knew that they were just too far ahead.
Yeah, Heretics have clearly come in with a game plan, playing these anti-engage compositions. They know what the side of Giant X want to draft, and they prepared a plan into it. And just got to see what Giant X come out, because they can't play that same kind of composition. I think go back to basics, go back to a tank on Juhan. You can play your dive again, but I don't think there's banner.
Maybe ban Brand as well.
Maybe,
maybe up there.
Maybe ban the best jungler on the banner.
Yeah, you guys, you're onto something, aren't you? A game 3 though to decide who stays, who goes, whose year ends after this break. We find out in just a moment.
Done?
Done.
There we go.
Break?
Break.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Red Bull gives you wings.
coming.
Diana.
Look
Go
around.
Go around Diana.
I can get
I have W, look, we're fighting. I'm ulting.
The countering game from Ignar is good as the whirlwind comes through, and Jackie's ulti's been exhausted. That means he does no damage. He's just whittled down. They just got caught with their trousers down again.
I'm ulting.
for the slow. I got really good ult, okay? We still win.
Yeah, I stopped the Orno. I stopped the Orno.
We still win.
Okay, Kai'Sa no flash. Well played.
It wasn't even close, the second one. In fact, it looked like the first game. But this time they actually managed to finish the game. And I think that's a really good TLDR about it. Also, when we looked at the draft, welcome Goldberg, by the way, we thought, okay, they're going for a similar plan. They have trust in their capabilities, right? So what was different then about the second game, and what was the same about how Team Heretics approached it?
Well, I think, you know, as you said yourself, Team Heretics really didn't change their approach much. I think GX suddenly just changed their composition completely with this Yasuo Diana. So I think when you get something very stable, where Jankos is also bringing out Brand today for the first time in his career, you suddenly see it's so much easier for them to play this meta stuff when you play into something that is very difficult to pilot, as Perks was highlighting as well in the earlier pregame.
Yeah, so are we puzzled that GX, after winning that first game, because yes, you have a game buffer, right, Perks, but it's only a best of 3. It's not like it's a best of 5. Would you have changed the plan that drastically?
I mean, I think they're just undervaluing the importance of the champions that Heretics is speaking, which are obviously quite OP. Like, Brand is like really strong in this meta. I think they should take away Brand from 1-2 if they're planning on giving Corki, and then go for their AD mid like Lucian or something like that, AD mid of choice. But they're just like sacking jungle for 5, and I think it's not a place to be sacked. And to pick Ornn 1-2 as well, who's gonna lose lane to like 10 things at least that Wunder can pick, right? So I think the draft in general is just really questionable, but they're gonna go blue now, very likely, and we have to see, do they choose to first pick the Brand, or do they choose to ban the Brand and play something else? And then they haven't played Corki yet as well, which is a big question mark, because do they choose to ban the Corki, or do they choose to pull out the Corki first time?
They are
a couple
blue.
of questions I think they should.
Blue.
Yeah.
But I have 2 main questions with this, and one of them is, are you just going to continue doing what we've seen GX do in most of playoffs, which is just continue to put Antonio as a tank? Because that is why they're putting that early emphasis on the Ornn in the early game. And 2, if they ban the Braun, how much, or not Braun, but the Brand, how much have Team Heretics actually evolved? Because they didn't play that before today. Has he started picking up Syra? Is that something he can bring out as an AP jungler? Is it enough with just one ban? I'm curious to see how much Team Heretics has actually evolved going into Game 3.
That's a great question, and it's an interesting thing to kind of follow up on, because you could very well think maybe it's just a Brand, but do you want to take that risk going on to this possibly last game of your season for either? I do want to talk about Flacket a little bit as well. Had a tremendous game in this one, even though Perks didn't believe in him. And in general, I think Flacket's story is really interesting. You know, he had that time on G2. I think he got kind of a bad rep maybe for a while, but he's been grinding.
I think he's playing really well. I think he's played really well even when I was on the team. I enjoyed playing with him. He's really good, and I think people underestimate him, underestimate his skills, and he's a good teammate as well. So
yes.
I'm happy to see him performing. You know, I think he plays well.
And specifically as well, the reason why I think he's so undervalued for so many people is that he's not always the flashiest, but he's been the most reliable player for Team Heretics throughout the entire summer split so far. You can always count on him down in the bot lane, even when they're losing. Flacket most of the time will at least go even. We've seen him be actually good at having resources, which is something he wasn't the best at G2, but he's started showing up with now. But you also know that if you ever need to play for topside, he's got the Ezreal, he's got a Seraphine, like he's shown so much versatility in the past as well. And this game as well, yeah, he didn't need to do much. He just was solid, and it was enough because GX, you know, they were tripping over themselves.
He played a mean Ashe. He hit some good arrows.
Absolutely. I think
positioned well. Like, he played really well.
I think where it really blew up for GX is just in a position like this, right? Where you're going into an even state in the game right now, but you still have this Yasuo Diana. You try to go single target on a Braum. It's never going to work like that. And then you just see why the meta is meta right now. When you see a Brand, how they pilot the team fight, the slow with the Ashe and Braum, it just becomes impossible for GX to play the game. And from this point forward, the game's already over. Like, it's so impossible for them to make this comp work. You need to snowball with Diana Yasuo.
Yeah, I mean, last game they did then do the Baron and won, right? So I guess
true.
You have to be on your toes if you're Team Heretics for sure. But Perks, is it fair to say that if we look across the sample size of both games, Team Heretics is clearly the better team, or am I doing a disservice to how GX played the back end of that first game?
No, for sure. I mean, for sure, Heretics is the better team. From what we've seen so far, I think they came in better prepared, and it should have been a 2-0 already now, I think. Now the question is Giant X like just trolling the draft, or do they have prepared something that is in the aligned with the meta, right? Because what they're doing right now, I think they got lucky with the game 1, and I think they should have lost the game as well. So they need to switch something up, but switch it on the good side and not like 360 Diana Yasuo. That is not the time for it. You know, it's not that good right now either of the champs. So
I guess a couple of questions are kind of like, you know, top lane and priorities there, because you know what you're going to get, and unfortunately Antonio has showed a couple of picks that Wunder just knows exactly what to do with. And then also the quirky question is also a really big one.
Yeah, I mean, I think going into today that the top lane matchups was always going to be a mismatch. I think Wunder will always be the better up there going into that matchup, and I don't think necessarily that GX is going to change anything around that. I think the GX has always had their strength in the mid lane and the AD carry. Even Juhan as well, he's been mostly on Sejuani duty, trying to get mid lane ahead or trying to get bot lane ahead. So for GX right now, as we started the day with, you don't need to outrun the bear. You just need to outrun Team Heretics.
Yes.
And to do that, you don't need to be the best team in the world right now. You just need to be better than them, and that is playing what GX already know they can. 3-man mid lane with a support and a jungler that's just going to try and take Cyber, who's not had the best laning phases, I'll be honest. So that is something you can tackle as GX there.
Final sprint. Bear behind them, but they do have to beat the team that is right next to them. We'll see what happens if it's Team Heretics or GX who live to fight another day.
Year on the line here with Ed, and Eddie at the end. We've got the final say for Team Heretics to run through into Giant X as well. Actually, you can be Eddie. No, you think you're an Eddie. Eddie's smart. Who's the smart one?
Double D. I want to be Double D.
Double D?
You're not Double D. That's Dracos and Dagda. What are you talking about?
It's also just Dracos and Daniel in general, because he's Daniel Dracos.
Yeah, well, so what are you guys, DDD?
Maybe?
You are?
Yeah.
Okay. If my name started with X, we could be XDD when Dracos is in the cast. That'd be nice, wouldn't it? Instead, things don't come together, and I feel like last game, that has to be the opening point, right? Giant X with the riskiest draft. Even Perks was saying it on desk. That was something to pull out of the hat for game 2, and a strange one of that.
I mean, what are you doing? You know, Giant X, what are you doing with the Diana Yasuo? And last week, I believe, it was them pulling out the Nami Lucian when they won. It's like, this isn't you. Ignite isn't a Nami player. Juhan isn't a Diana player. It doesn't make sense.
And it nearly feels like they're trying to like strike fear into people, being like, we've got Diana now, we've got Lucianami. It's like, no, you just, as they say, need to get across the finish line. Stop trying to make it fancy. Just get yourselves into season finals, and then you can play all the fancy crap that you want. Just make yourselves in the position that you can actually get there.
So now we have to question what comes forward as straight away the Zeri, the pick that has started rising in priority in the AD position. Giant X want to take a swig at that for Patrick.
Immediately, what comes to my mind is Vi for Juhan. I think this is his other go-to tank, go-to jungler when Sejuani, Maokai are out. He also had a Mumu last week, which did one good game, but Vi is usually his go-to there.
Yeah, and they kind of rely on having some sort of other AP option if they want to try and go for the double AD, right? And the funny thing is, because we don't usually see Juhan play for that AP style where he's going for a brand or something along these lines, it feels like instead you're going to have to go, okay, are we going back towards the Amumu, or are we looking at the Antonio where he's oftentimes swapped over towards the Gragas to try and provide that AP damage? But if you do, I feel like you're kind of opening up for Wunder on this red side to get that counter pick and try and take over in that top side.
So maybe that's why for Jankos, it's a nice little takeaway there of the Vi. You know, you guys were settling up before, is this would be a classic. Okay, going back to what's normal, you blindside top, he gets a lot of priority early on. And weak side the Antonio, I mean, it has been an option before.
I'm looking at potential options. I mean, I don't really like this at the Ornn, just to go off of your point. I think you just open up so many potential counters that Wunder can pull out. He's shown so many anti-tank champions. Into the Vi, though, specifically, tank that fits Juhan's build, maybe as Poppy as we go later down the line. Looks like they're going to deny, or rather pick away Harding Edge support first, though.
I think it also then slots it into where you can't really go for these AD mid laners if you're Jackies. Because honestly, I think you end up banning a Mumu, as funny as it sounds, on this next rotation as Heretics. That's the only other AP tank jungler that's now still available. And then you can even look in towards something like banning away the Talia from Jackies in the mid lane. And then suddenly you're right the way down the champion pool for both in trying to slot in an AP mid laner, but also slotting in an AP jungler. And you're in a really good spot here as Heretics.
Absolutely, absolutely. And I think right now, if you're Team Heretics, any kind of dive champion or just another Aatrox game, another Aatrox game for Wunder. I mean, it's gone decently well the past 2 games, so I completely understand it, especially against any potential dive, and you have a great matchup top lane.
They set up with Vi at level 6 as well. There's a good bit of lockdown depending on what happens up in that top lane. But either way, you know, you're already mentioning, Dagger, we're talking about these AP jungler ban away. Unless we go towards Juhan on something like the Brand, Lilia, you know, again, go for something that does have a lot more potency.
But it's kind of what we were just saying. Like, I don't like Juhan when he's trying to play carry. I think he should just be looking for that kind of AP style. Now, there are already Heretics going to try and hit the AD mid, so I think just banning a Mumu kind of already hit that note for you, but maybe they are just worried about him bringing out some more picks.
I think for Giant X, you ban away pairings with Vi here. Stuff like Ahri, stuff like Talia, I think really screams out to me for that one-shot composition synergy with the Vi. You could also pinch away the hard engage supports. You know, Rakan loses lane, but then it has amazing team fighting and synergy. Leona here could be a good ban as well. Or the Braum, considering you have Ornn ulti again and it's good into the realm.
Yeah, there's the Moon, but I even think the Alistar could be really good here for Team Heretics if you really want to. Good into the counter, but as you say, I think Braum is probably the one you're most worried about because it stops not only the Rel, but also the Ornn as well in the grand scheme of things. But yeah, I think there's a lot of question marks here for me about how Giant X want to round out this composition. It does feel like you're going back towards Jackie playing the Talia here to just try and set up for some sort of AP mid because so many of those AP junglers are off the board.
I wonder as well, is it Jackie's potentially on the Zeri? We haven't seen Zeri mid in EU yet. We've seen it a lot in the LPL and the LCK. So I wonder if that's still a flex and up and left available, potentially for Jackie's.
Maybe they just
an AP jungle maybe?
I was gonna say, well, I think the AP junglers are kind of like. You are then opting in towards Juhan carry, right? Which is where I'm not certain on. So I like this takeaway, the Talia, because you're kind of saying, hey, look, maybe you end up going back towards mage versus mage, but Azir is off the board. So then the mages start to fall further down. So even if you want to just Jackie's go back towards something like a Silas or something, I think you're not in the best spots. But the Zeri mid can work unless, like, the only thing I'd be worried about is, hey, we just itemize into a lot of, you know, anti-AD on Heretics. But you already have a true tank, so I think you're in an okay spot.
I think it could be Morgana jungle. It's really good into Vi because of the obvious spell shield into the point and click. We've seen this a lot in the LCS and in the LCK. That's definitely an option. It would go well with the AD mids that we have up and available here.
Oh, you could be right. Oh my God. Well, I mean, how hard are they cooking? You guys, I feel like Juhan is the ultimate role player in Giant X because he's played a Mumu. Now he's on the Morgana for the debut. Sure, we're going to get some stats for that one because that is a risky endeavor for a game 3.
Sorry, I'm just laughing at the zeros across the board. But yeah, I think it can work out really well. It's got great clear speed, can do relatively well, as Ericom was already alluding to with the black shield on that. It does mean that your composition's a little low when it comes to damage, so I think there's going to be a lot of attention on towards Jackie's to be that mainstay carry, especially when you're trying to get through these team fights. There's a lot of lockup. It's just trying to see if you can actually carry a big AoE fight.
Big AoE. I see a strong mid jungle from Team Heretics on the other side. I see a lot of snowballing on Team Heretics as well. A lot of dive again here. And I feel like the lane state is going to be so important for us to track, right?
Mid game, mid game, mid game. That's all that Team Heretics have. They need Vi level 6. They have a great duo and dive with the Kai'Sa as well. Once she gets her items, get to 3 items on the Kai'Sa, you start one-popping people in the backline. So that's what's up with Team Heretics. The mid game is key.
Well, for Giant X on the other side, does going back to what they know work? I mean, Jackie's on 80 carry mids. All right, that ticks a box. If we're playing the game as well, Juhan surprising us with a different form of AP jungle as well. That's another box there. The Antonio playing the Ornn once again and being a role player for these team fights. Giant X trying to go back to maybe something that cooks well.
But you have to be, as you're already saying, strong in the mid game. You have to not get caught out as Giant X. If Jackie's is overextended, a Vi being able to follow up, there's so much immediate CC that can hit Jackie's and take him out, and he's been consistently in the wrong position. This is a team composition that needs him to provide a ton of damage, and if he's not at those fights, it's going to be an absolute disaster for Giant X.
Throughout this year, especially through this split, Jackie's has been all we've talked about, and a lot of the time, and again, especially this split, Jackie's has been the key to victory for Giant X. Can he get it across the line? GX versus Team Heretics. We finish this now in this BO3. The losers going home. They will not go to the season finals. And another will have their chance to make it to Worlds. It's a journey that starts here, but could end for another.
And these are a lot of firsts here as well. We have our first Zeri mid, I believe, in EU, as well as the first Morgana jungle in LEC. So it's going to be interesting to see what Juhan has in store for us, how much he's prepped. I think I remember an Ellie's LCS player saying he's literally first timed it because it was such a good spot, and this is one of those good spots.
Yeah.
It's really, really good into these single target burst compositions, but the CC is supposed to go through, and it's meant to all be layered when you block that initial CC. It's fantastic.
Just quickly, while we hype up this Zeri mid, again, being bought out by Jackies, I mean, GIANX this year, it's been rough. You know, managing to get through only in winter because of Odo's performance and because of that tiebreaker with Rogue as well. You know, coming into spring, a slightly better performance. This team has made playoffs, but like, again, they don't get much further than the barrier of entry.
But that's the thing. GIANX has always had a bit of a turbulent relationship with playoffs. You look at, you know, when they were Excel in their first few years, fair to make playoffs over and over. Then you get to 2022, where they finally make playoffs both in spring and summer, only to then disappear in 2023 again until you get to the summer finals, where they end up showing right the way up. And they had a great best of 5 against G2 earlier on in that playoffs, taking them to 5 games, but it felt like we're still waiting to see that kind of come back again as GIANX. And I think that's where it nerdy feels like the building pieces are already there on this team. Like Jackie's looks great. You're starting to see Juhan really click with the team. And it feels like you're starting to get a team that has a cohesive identity, but it's these little mistakes and errors that so regularly cost them from being one of the top teams.
Absolutely, completely agree. And already another lane swap coming in for the side of Team Heretics, conceding. They conceded so much early game. The Antonio managed to pull off, you know, winning on his side in terms of the lane swap. But once again, we'll see what will happen is assisted jungling, and then the bot side for Team Heretics will swap down to bot side to what's the word I'm trying to look for here, to mitigate any potential platings. They'll lose 2 down bot side, but they'll get 1 up top side, and then they'll leave the top side on isolation.
Now I have to call you out.
Yeah,
a bit fraudulent before in the break. You said, man, it's good that we see a lane swap again. From the same person that in spring was complaining about the lane swaps. Who wants to see a lane swap?
I don't mind a dabbling of lane swaps here and there. Just
baloney.
one game, you know, it's
This
all
is
right.
2!
Yeah, but we didn't cast the last one. So that was okay. I get to cast this one and say, you know, after this wave, Flacket and Trimby should recall and go down bot side.
Okay.
If they want to, they can stop the Antonio catching an extra wave, but they can go down bot side and mitigate any losses down there.
I did feel bad with throwing Perks and Odo into their first cast, and it's a lane swap.
It's a lane swap.
I'm sorry, guys, you've been thrown into the deep end, but yeah, I agree here with Aragon. You can already see the reset starting to come through to try and match back up, and at least you kind of mitigate the level 1 for Flacket and Trimby, which would be a little bit miserable, but you're still giving that extra plate across. As you can see, Patrick did stick around for at least a little bit more, so that's why you can see he's going to have a little bit more gold, come back with the recurve bow, and now it's going to be a case of Patrick and Ignar trying to play the range advantage that they have in this matchup and just look to bully that, because if Trimby ever engages, that only gives Ignar the chance to go for that re-engage, that counter-engage, and put the lane back in their favor.
Yeah, and my big question is, what happens at level 6? How do they manage the Black Shield? It's going to be really interesting to see, because I personally haven't seen much Morgana at all. I think I was looking at potential options. What do you have to knock it off when they place it on? Or does Juhan just hold it for whenever he sees the Vi ultimate? Loads of questions to see what will happen here. We have bounce back down Team Heretics over here. Jungler's immediately pathing down bot side, at the very least Jankos is. So on this crash could potentially be a Dragon start as well.
Just have to see for the time being. I mean, I am looking for the level advantage to see what kind of chills as well. As you said, the recurve bow is a big difference. Especially Ashe. I mean, I've been noticing internationally, great pick tool. We talk about a lot of level 6s coming online. We know Patrick will have the same as Jankos, just spotted by a ward as he comes out of brush. And Team Heretics, after getting the push, still no dragon spawning yet to utilize.
I like the freeze coming through from Patrick and Ignar, though, because it kind of gives you options, right? You can either break the freeze and try and move up for the Herald spawn if you wanted 6 minutes. Also, you kind of set up Flacket and Trimby to be in an awkward spot because they need to try and break this before Juhan comes back down onto the opposite side of the map. So you can see them playing heavily into investing mana to try and break that freeze. But I don't know if you're really going to be in position as GIANX to try and punish the fact that they are overextended. It looks like, yeah, the freeze, actually, you know, going to stick around as well. So I really like this from Ignar and Patrick.
I think Jankos already taking the Wolves into the Gromp here. Pathing in a way that indicates to me that he's probably going to go for this Dragon. Still have pressure down bot side, as well as Juhan on these Wraiths. Going to cross map a little bit there. And he's not quite level 6 yet. A big thing with Vi is securing that level 6, but here comes the Dragon Star. There it is.
I was going to say, on the other side of the jungle, though, you know what, reminds me of when we did get a lot of Morgana jungle, the clear speed that comes through from Tormented Soil. Remember as well, that cooldown keeps ticking down as well. Whenever it triggers, whenever that Soul Siphon triggers, which is when Morgana hits large minions, large monsters, and champions, so cooldown keeps ticking down, you get it again. That's why her clear can be really obnoxious and really quick, as we see on the screen with the CS difference.
I mean, the last time it really started to see was like Canyon at Worlds 2020, I want to say, where you started to see that
good.
experimenting with it as that change started to come through and people started to like test it out, but it never really got, you know, the really involved in a lot of the meta. It was kind of this fringe pick that still you'd see Canyon bring it every so often, but
hang on a minute.
big hit.
This is a really good gank timer from Jankos. He doesn't have level 6, but with the shove back, Jackie's only just gets that. Jankos flash for that. His flash now down, and Jackie's, excuse me, doesn't burn a thing.
Nerves of steel there, not flashing away. I thought he was going to flash away from the rock so then he could dash away to safety, but he holds it.
Oh, Jankos as well. I mean, look, at least you lose the flash there and it feels bad, but you get a grub, you deny all 3.
Oh, doesn't quite clip it, but at least does get the job done, which was to interrupt. Well, all he wanted to do was just stop Jackie's from resetting because he has to teleport to get it back into lane, so he gets that. Juhan gets Jankos.
The shackles are out for the time being. I mean, this could be good with the Soul Siphon. The cooldown's already back on up, and now that the Tormented Shadow is sitting underneath, all you need is a binding, but Ignat does it for him. The Shattering Strike, and Giant X off to a cracking start.
Juhan on this Morgana showing us why he's picking it as the engage continues. But the level 5 to 6 from Jankos in to this Morgana meant that he couldn't fight, and he just had to get slowly run down by Morgana's ultimate.
And Jankos just wanted to play the game. He wasn't allowed to play the game. He just got locked down every single time, and then even Ignar flashing in was like, I want to be a piece of that. That means he ends up getting the kill for himself, but now the Antonio.
Okay, good bellows breath to get away from those infernal chains. Ladies and gentlemen, let's start praying for the boot god, because surely Merc Treads has to be the only acceptable answer against the Morgana, right? Yeah. I mean, you've got double 80 carry, though, so it's a hard sell.
I mean, this is a really big concept right now in drafting. It's about mitigating the value of Mercs. When you draft double 80 carry, but 80 carries and champions that have a lot of CC, it can be really, really awkward, right? So Ashe, for example, you want Tabais. You have a Zeri on the enemy team, you want Tabais. But then they have a Morg. So what do you do?
I mean, Enchanted Chrysalis surely sells a bit more of the Merc side as well, right? I don't think Merc Tread stops kinematics. Now, kinematics is Rel's ult. It's a very unique interaction. It's the drag in. Stop looking at me, Aragon, like you've never seen that before. Haven't you guys looked at the LoL wiki? If you look, there's like knock up, knock down, pull back, pull in,
forms of CC.
Kick in the shin, whatever.
I just thought it was magnets, bro. I don't need to understand them. They just go
I don't even know what kinematics means. That's just what it's called.
I think it's cinematic. I think you
No,
just
it's not. It's not cinematic. It's with a K. It's with a K, I promise. It's not cinematics. Rel's ult is not cinema, okay? It's a magnet. Anyway, it pulls in, as we know, and I need someone to double check for me what happens with Merc Treads and that interaction, but nevertheless, right, moving away from that, stop bullying me, okay? You got bullied me about the Antonio earlier in the week, and now you bully me about cinematics. It doesn't matter. We're level 6. How about you talk about that? Because there's very interesting interactions that happen at level 6, don't you think? Yeah?
Especially with no Merc Treads.
Oh, yeah, okay, all right. No, you guys cast for a bit. I'll sit down.
I mean, I'm looking at potential Ashe arrows as well into the mid lane. That could be an avenue of attack that, you know, it's so much chain CC. If an Ashe arrow comes out into a Morgana binding, there's potential there for Giant X, but they have a much more slowly ramping composition, you know, whereas Team Heretics, very mid-game activated. They can play for the level 6s as well as the layering of the CC and the one-shot. But again, with the Morgana jungle, you're just cycling your camps consistently and eventually playing for that huge lead in terms of farm.
And that's why I think there are windows, though, where Giant X can try and punish. Like, oh, actually, maybe not right now, though.
There is the flash again on Trimby. This time, the Alistar's in this series have been willing to pull the trigger, so is this Vi jungle. But Ignat is taking up a lot of damage. And Juhan's now here. A binding that lands is good, but again, not enough for now. Soul Siphon helps get that Tormented Shadow down once more, but you can see Team Heretics are happy with the trade.
Nicely done by Heretics. You can see Trimby stepping up, making sure that he was in range, and Jankos just hovering behind to get the follow-up. Nice pick, and able to get something back for Flacken in that bottom lane.
I'm really impressed with Jankos there with his timing on the ultimate, using that unstoppable through the Rel ultimate to not be pulled back. Cancelling the CC there and finding that pick. This is exactly what we said they need to do. Activate in the mid-game. Utilize these ultimates to find these picks.
Ignar now starting to make his way up towards the top side. We're going to have the Void Grub spawn in just 15 seconds, so Giant X immediately starting to rotate up. And it looks like we're going to see the same from Heretics. Not having that ultimate available from Jankos does make them a little bit weaker, but you're seeing a very similar story when it looks like Patrick and Ignar having already invested theirs as well. So there is going to be a little bit of an opportunity for Heretics to try and punish just the lack of ultimates, but they really need Trimby to get his, Trimby does have his ultimate available.
I was going to say, with Flacken nearby as well, you know, pulling that trigger, you talk about Dagda, Team Heretics, the opportunity is there to fly on in. As one already taken here, one more for Giant X to get the Might spawn, and, you it would be a big deal. But Juhan pulls away, so Team Heretics force their might, and that's good. 3 grubs apiece, it looks like, will even out this game. And it's a good move from Team Heretics to stop again. One of the big advantages in this game.
Yeah, interesting choice to not fight here. Jankos just used his ultimate. I don't think it's quite off cooldown, although it's a bit too small for me to see. So fighting not into the Vi ultimate and opting to cross map. No, the problem is they're not making a play on the other side, right? There's no dive coming into the Salida. There's nothing quite there. They wanted to half contest, but that didn't come through.
Especially when you committed Wonder to the top side for Heretics, you'd expect the Antonio would try and be in that same position with no flash available, but
oh my god,
Zyro, I think is going to be all right, Juhan. Just seeing if you can try and make something happen. But I think the way Giant X want to try and play the mid game right now is more like a hit and run style, right? Like, see if you can get Patrick.
Got him.
Oh, hang on, Juhan.
But for the binding, I mean, the Black Shield goes out, but Jankos is going to wait for that. He flashes away because that second skin would launch it up, and now with no Black Shield, he's an easy target. Great patience from Team Heretics, and even finding Ignar on the chase through as he flashes over the wall. Team Heretics pull the go button, and they go well.
They find a nice pick onto the Morgana. Juhan had to flash away because he was scared of that Kaiser W popping a shield into the Vi ultimate. Still managed to find the pick on Juhan. That's going to convert nicely into a second dragon.
But this is where, again, I think Heretics right now are like in a really strong situation where they've got like great pick potential with Jankos and Spyro in that combo, like Flacket able to follow up. They are really good when it comes to these early skirmishes, so I don't think you want to try and play for them. You should be playing for arrows like this. Where
no.
Jackie's done as well.
But he still gets the ulti out, which means movement speed, so Flash comes through, nevertheless, a summoner down.
But this is how I want Giant X to try and play to alleviate that, right? What I think you should be trying to do is say, hey, Patrick has this ult. How can we try and set up with Juhan and Patrick to set up these picks so that then we can find moments before, like a minute before an objective spawns, to take someone on Heretics out and then set ourselves up for success. But because they constantly try to fight these, they're in positions where they're the ones getting caught out, and Jackie's is going to happen to him now as well.
I mean, it's with those ultis down. Team Heretics' timing windows are really nice, but Jankos, unfortunately, not going to pull the full trigger. Spyro as well at half HP might affect that as Jackie stands strong. But again, Team Heretics with a 1k gold lead. We're singing their praises with 2 dragons in this early game as they continue to control the flow.
Yeah, it's a fantastic game state for Team Heretics. That play down bot side not going to work out because there is no ultimate on the Vi, so the combo isn't there. But in isolation, Wonder has accrued a 40 CS lead just on his own with that Eclipse already solidified. And any team fight up top side now, you can imagine, will go over to the side of Team Heretics, especially this next Rift Herald who spawns in 40 seconds.
Giant X really need to try and get control over some of these waves if they're going to try and commit to that. Wonder going to try and fight back the Antonio.
He does not like the wall.
To control TP from Jackie's to the bottom side means that I don't think Giant X want to try and set up for this play. So push it mid, it likely sees Ignar and Patrick try and roam down towards his bottom side and put pressure on towards Vyro. Maybe look for, there's only 2 plates on that bottom lane turret, so that could be the play. But Trimby!
Oh my god, again, the flash pulverize comes through, but onto a Black Shield's not going to do too much. He's flashed down again. I like that Trimby is willing to just burn this flash to try and get an engage, but this time, maybe it backfires with Herald coming up in 5 seconds.
But the thing is, he ended up, yes, he burnt his flash, but you end up making that wave on bot lane die, the one that Giant X were trying to play off of. So now you're nearly inviting, as you say, Giant X in to make another play, but with Trimby's ult not available,
it's a bigger one, isn't it?
It is going to be difficult. You kind of needed that play to work, but yeah, it looks like Heretics just not really in position now to try and fight.
Yeah, and if you're in the Antonio here, you could TP down bot side to potentially catch that wave. The only threat there is there's a 4-man down bot side, so he could be dove. He isn't Ornn though. It's a relatively hard tank to kill. And the tower, it doesn't look like he's going to TP over there, so it is going to be a cross map. They are going to find some plating, tower damage rather, down in bot.
He's walking, hoping that the wave maybe holds its ground a little bit more with the cannon minion wave as well, but that's quickly shoved out, and Team Heretics, 2 members sitting here trying to get that turret. You can see topside, Jackie for the trade. The arrow is good, and yes, it does indeed. The Antonio still won't set up this wave, and turret are still going to be dropping down.
Stops the resets on both though. Yanko's now in a bit of a precarious situation, so I think Giant X try to see if maybe they can go for the tier 2 on top, but I don't think it's enough of a delay that they can try and look for.
I wonder if the Antonio should have just TP'd there. Yes, he would have died, but maybe he could have stalled long enough to secure that first blood turret, make sure the enemy team doesn't get it, and then you have Rift Herald to cross map at the top side, and you secure first blood tower, because that has been buffed. It's worth a lot of gold. Regardless, he makes the safe play. He opts for not risking the dive down bot side, and in the end, it is first blood tower to Team Heretics.
Oh, still might get dove though. Heretics moving into position.
Well, the Hex Gate's used. Antonio would have heard it, but now he finally sees it. Jankos in. The Vault Breaker denied. Good little timing window from the Antonio to get out as Team Heretics back away.
And not enough damage. That Unstoppable would have negated that Vi ultimate and then the subsequent combo, as well as only having an Archangels. You know, it's not really there. So you don't opt to continue. Just going to continue catching waves, and the Antonio is going to make his way out.
So, 15 minutes, almost 16. We've got another Dragon spawning. I feel like we need to really set this up because, again, this Dragon feels crucial for Team Heretics. When you guys talked about mid-game being key, I want to harp on that and talk about the position they're in, especially with this Kaiser having a 1k gold lead, especially Wonder again on the Aatrox, building towards his second item with a big lead himself. It does feel like Team Heretics are controlling the pace of the game, but every time it slows down a little bit like this, every time Giant trade, I start thinking, is it slow enough to start putting faith back in this team who have really good scaling?
Yeah, I think the biggest problem for Giant X is just the lack of control they have on all the waves. Like, Wonder will end up pushing out against the Antonio, Zvyro pushes out against Jackie's, even in mid, thanks to the static shift, Flacket is controlling that. So trying to get access to wave states to then open up on River is going to be really, really difficult. And then you're playing in towards a Trimby combo, in towards Jankos, and in towards a very dark River, as Heretics are already using that lane priority to move in to get vision control and fight Giant X before they can even set up for a potential fight.
Giant X are posturing. Juhan has just hit level 11 on this Morgana, so they know they need to fight this right now. They're going to take the Hextech portals in and make the win. Ignar is already taking a look around the vision. Potentially start this up. There's a third dragon right here. They don't quite have the same components. You can see that they've already picked up absolutely everything they can. Execution has picked up for Ash, curiously, for Patrick there.
They move Jackie's into mid lane as Giant X to try and commit on towards the mid-wave push, but it does mean that wave and bot has completely pushed. The Giant X are slowly losing out as this kind of back and forth continues. This is where they're going to start up Dragon. They need to make sure that they're starting this before they continue to lose out on the map.
Yeah, and it all hinges on that pick potential of Team Heretics. Can they find the pick, the single target burst of the Vi and the Talia combo with Flacket diving in?
We're really going to decide the game here. Turret goes down top, and you can see Wonder standing still because he wants to TP in for the game. The Weaver's Wall is out. Call the Forge God doesn't connect on the other side. Trimmy goes into the engage. The dive from Flacket. The kinematics is there finally, but on the back end, Jankos is dead. Giant X open up the kill, and Wonder now comes in late, but he's getting whittled down. He gets one as he flashes on top of Patrick, but getting burnt down. The XD comes in, and Patrick's flash was incredible. He gets on out as Flacket on the back end has to run for his life. The Dark Binding doesn't connect, but a disconnected fight from Team Heretics when it mattered most might have cost them so much.
I don't know why we're trying to fight as Heretics. Like, if you are going to take the fight, Wonder needs to TP sooner. If you're going to let Wonder continue to push, fine, then do that. But it felt like there was just such a mixed communication on how they wanted to approach that by the time they actually pulled the trigger, Giant X were in a great spot.
Yeah, I believe it starts with a flash out from Jankos here. The combo fails a little bit for the Antonio, but he flashes out, and then they decide to go in, and it feels like a massive overextension from Trimby. But look at Wonder, like you're saying, he's walking in, he's still not hitting, and all those health bars are falling in the meantime.
Also, you've taken a fight so far away from Zvyro that he's still trying to get into position as well to deal damage as the fight is essentially over. And now, yes, there are nice mechanics, as Hysterics was alluding to there. Good flash from Jackie's, but
I got excited.
It's outside of that. Like, Heretics just overextended in fights, and like we've been harping on about what the cruxes of Giant X's plays are with like people getting caught out. This has kind of been the downfall of Heretics, is overextension in fights, not being in position where everyone is on the same page and taking fights too far away from the carries. We see it again there.
That's why we talk about, you know, some of these early game leads that fizzle out, right? Because the setup for Team Heretics is not clean. I know there's a lot more to it, but the nuance there shown again, proof in the pudding.
And that could be one of the fights that costs you the rest of your year.
Yeah.
Like, this is an elimination game for both these sides. Season finals is not even guaranteed for the winner, but at least it puts you in a significantly better spot. And now Heretics are in position to threaten the tier 2. The Antonio just ulting to clear the wave and buy a little bit more time for Jackie's.
Mitigating any damage on this tower, not being able to use the clubs as well. Flacket.
No way, he's slowed down. I mean, with approach velocity and the burn almost killing him, Flacket gets out, but he's taken to an inch of his life as Giant X kite back. Team Heretics have top control. They're into fog of war right now. Ignar has to be careful. He runs in and maybe getting caught out here ain't what you want. Ignar drops on down. You knew Team Heretics were there. Mistake after mistake, really deciding the year.
And you have Jackie's down in bot side trying to take farm, consistently counter jungling. You could just play with him in the side lane and play safe and not die, and that way he's getting consistently fed whilst you're not throwing your lead. But Ignar in the wrong place at the wrong time.
I'll also add in, Patrick has himself not only the E, but he's got a Scryer's ward. You know, he's got a blue ward. So again, maybe Ignar doesn't have to make that trade. Maybe Ignar doesn't have to make that dangerous approach when they have no vision in jungle.
But take a look at Jackie's inventory. He just completed his run-ins and a pickaxe on top of that. He just got so much solo gold down in the bot side. Any team fight now that they approach is just going to be won by him.
Yeah, especially if you can get to that third item, Infinity Edge, and like Jackie's is basically the man that needs to try and carry this game. But it is still an uphill battle. Look, it's only 1,000 gold lead between these two teams, but it's the positioning again that Heretics on the map. Like in these isolated lanes, it is significantly easier for Heretics to get control of the map, to start getting vision down and play off of, hey, Zvyro has a Weaver's Wall that he can start using towards mid to threaten the mid tower, zone people off, and that's where you're seeing him just hover in that fog of war. He can always threaten to ward Patrick off using that Weaver's Wall from mid tower and just make it very difficult for Giant X to contest waves.
As we are at 20 minutes now, AP jungler plus double AD carry, and very accelerated AD carries at that. That could be an instant Nash start if they find a pick here in these bushes. You can see exactly what they're fishing for right now. An Ash Arrow, anything like this, could mark the end of this game.
I mean, again, we talked about that as an important tool, right? I think we've mentioned it a couple of times now. I like that you guys also are labeling Jackies as a key to success. How many times do we have to say that Jackies can also make and break this team? As Giant X have caught up, the scaling now getting more relevant. The Ornn fast approaching level 13 for the upgrades to begin. And it relies on people like Wonder, it relies on people maybe like Flackett. Jankos as always with this team to find a pick. The Hex Gate's being used aggressively to try and find Ignite. Juhan in the back. But a binding not even connecting, just zoning out, and Team Heretics just regaining vision.
Still, this is buying time for Jackies to farm up. That's all that Giant X are trying to do. Get him into a position where he can't carry, but 30 seconds until the Dragon means that he does have to fight now. Everyone moving on Giant X in towards the mid lane, trying to see if they can find a pick, trying to see if they can find the pressure on the mid wave, but it's Heretics who are starting to take the valuable space in this river.
Team Heretics trying to find a pick around that Nash, but they don't find it. Wonder almost gets hit by that binding, and instead now they have to move down into the bot side river. First move, though, is to Giant X in that mid lane, and they're going to threaten the Nash here.
And again, Team Heretics, as they find that pick, you said it, Giant X moving up towards the Nash. They're still trying to threaten mid, get that mid turret down, but as the bounce to and fro of ping pong, Wonder comes through.
It's great ward behind Giant X, though, the spots that they're not on the Baron, so Heretics are basically able to infer all the information they need, but the engage on Jankos...
Arrow also used. Jankos does flash away, so flash for 2 ultis. We have to see the value if the fight starts soon.
Ooh, soloing the Dragon there, it goes down really quickly to Flackett. So in this dance, you have the AD carry soloing it out.
That's big, right?
That's the thing. Giant X have great turning tools, but they're not pulling it off. They managed to get a flash out of Jankos, but that's it. It's not enough.
And now the dance is done. Heretics got the Dragon. They're basically able to continuously put pressure on towards Giant X. So really well orchestrated by Heretics Flackett. Even going to be able to pick up a little bit of the farm on the bottom side of the map as he returns to base. And it kind of puts Giant X in an awkward position once more.
I mean, you can see in this game, this final game, both Giant X and Team Heretics, there's a couple of plays pulled off, a couple of mistakes, but I think as well, no one's hard committing. It's such a risky endeavor. Gold is just about even. Again, we talked about it, about 1,000 gold the difference. But Soul Point picked up gives Team Heretics a little bit more wiggle room. Hextech Soul, something you can't deny in 420. That's coming up soon. And Baron still sits there for the time being. Juhan landing a binding is good. There's some poke damage on Spyro, and that hurts. Dark Harvest stack as well. Juhan, as he gets that second item, if someone gets hit by a binding and they don't have Merc treads like that Talia, they can be in some serious trouble.
Yeah, also just kind of giving a little bit of space now towards Giant X to actually like push out bot there for the Antonio, denies Heretics trying to go for any sort of play in that top end, and now Giant X once more can start to push out waves because Jackies has consistently been grabbing these side waves. He should be very close. I think he's going for the Navori Flicker Blade, so or not Navori Flicker Blade. My brain's gone. Doesn't matter. Going for the third item. And I think he should be able to pick it up now in just a second. Actually, no, not quite, but he's very, very close to being able to finish off his third item, and I think that's the position where Giant X should be able to start to fight back, but with Baron already up and available and like 3:30 until the next Dragon, you are very, very close to this game just breaking either way.
There's so much tension around this top side. You can constantly see Wonder trying to make these picks around top. There's so much vision control around there because these teams both know that the only thing that really breaks Team Heretics' game right now is a random pick into a Nash start because they are sitting on that Soul Point objective right now. In 3 minutes' time, it really probably is a soul for Team Heretics, so you can see Giant X really careful around this vision and the top side trying to find a pick.
It's all about the engage, isn't it, as well? For the other side, for Giant X, Ignat thinks about going over the wall. Trimby hovers and vision control contested over that left side brush as we continue to do the dance, and that Dragon timer gets closer and closer. It just feels like Baron is a looking game, as you said. It's about that pick. It's about that moment for Team Heretics that they find out. as Giant X continue to hover, and now 5 members hovering around Baron side.
Shield bow crucially completed now for Zeri. Jackie's going to be really comfortable there, even if he gets comboed up. He has that black shield to rely on. Jankos is waiting as well for his teammates as they sweep away the vision, but that phase check's going to be deadly if they walk into it.
And just keep my eyes on the Antonio. Basically had that push in bot lane, so you're using your time here as Giant X that you bought off of that bot wave push to try and threaten the mid lane turret, try and threaten Baron, but now that timer has gone to 0 as Wonder now, the one in control, is starting to put pressure onto this tier 2 and boss. Giant X need to make something happen, and it might be on Trimby.
Caught out, he has to ulti out before the fight. He's lucky that Dragon's not up, but in front of Baron, I mean, is that the go trigger?
It is, and it has to be, because now you've got to get that TP out of Wonder. They've already invested so much, but Wonder are going to put pressure on towards the tier 2. Heretics, they need to find the engage.
Yeah, look at the flank ward behind. There's a ward that Wonder can TP to if he wants to.
Oh man, he's going to use the Hexgate for now. At least Jankos is the one who's going to do the flanking, but Giant X looking for the turn. They're not hitting the Baron anymore. Call the Forge God is there. Weaver's Wall as well. Jankos buffs it with his own ulti. The Dynty's there from Flacken, but he gets knocked up. The Antonio and yet another team fight. Pops heads. Jackies gets over the wall. Meanwhile, Wonder comes in but gets rooted up. Team Heretics again. Another team fight where they're here, they're there, and now nowhere as the Baron returns.
And just like that, Heretics find themselves down against Giant X in their decider game. The TP coming back in from Jackie's. Spyro desperately trying to keep Giant X away from this Baron.
As Giant X are quite low, but again, Jackie's TP'd in. Trimby has to engage. There's not much hope for good sizing shove, but Jackie finds a kill. Trimby without his ulti that was burned before will drop to a double. Low on the Baron, Giant X may have kept their dreams in playoffs alive.
They needed one fight. They needed one moment, and they found that moment on Trimby. They force back Heretics, and they find this fight that may have decided the game.
And you were calling for it, the TP would actually expires there as Wonder doesn't get it through, but the engage comes through, and it feels like Wonder's so late because by now Jankos, he buffers the CC well, but he actually just falls, and by the time that Wonder is here, he has so few members. As watch this Q3 from Wonder here. It gets flashed away from Juhan. He stays alive, and Wonder's effectively useless.
And especially the fact that Flacket tried to follow up to help Jankos in that backline meant that most of your damage dealer was gone. Like Flacket ends up being killed by Jackie's, and then it gets left as Vira. Jackie's on towards Wonder now.
Oh, the
forces
flash
a
away.
flash.
And the ulti as well.
But
He's
Jackie's
out
is
there.
overextended.
He did a little bit go too far, maybe, but he's still got the ultimate available. I mean, the hero of Giant X, the newbie, he's still stepping up big, 6-0 and 2 Dagda, he survives.
I thought Trimby had his flashback up. You can see it's just 7 seconds until that one comes back up and available. I thought he was just going to go over the wall on towards Jackie's, but they're able to force back Heretics once again and deny Soul from Heretics.
Heretics under so much pressure. Look at the top wave as well. It's absolutely stacked. The snipe tries to come in for that steal. You can see kind of the Pokemon condition of Flacket coming through as well, but it isn't quite there in time for that fight, and now the Baron Siege is here.
I mean, the Siege, you said, it's going to be painful. Mid finally drops after both teams been hitting Aram for the past, 10, 15 minutes as well. We've been sitting there watching as the push and pull is finally over. 4K gold lead, and Baron's side lane is nasty for Giant X.
But this is where you get to abuse that little bit of extra range you have with the Morgana, like just fish for poke with the Ashe slows, fish for it with the Morgana. If a binding lands or if that arrow lands, it's so difficult to try and defend. So Giant X now using the last little remnants of this Red Bull Baron power play to get those outer turrets. This top turret will remain, which is where we see Giant X starting to lean towards, but they need to play it slow because look at Heretics, they're setting up for a pick potentially in this topside jungle.
Giant X are going to match it though for the time being. Another note on that Dagda as well is all those pick tools. Ashe Arrow, Morgana binding. I mean, one of them hits, Flacket can cleanse. The other hits, it's done, he's got nothing left.
Absolutely. And now mid into top lane should be the easy play. This tier 2 should be done and dusted. Jackie's 4 items on this carry. They can go back and catch that top wave if they want to, or they can keep barreling it down mid. I think they're free to choose right now. It looks like they're going to try and settle for a play. I don't think this should work, though. They have no reason to check, because there's no pressure on their tier 2 up top side for Team Heretics.
It's the last chance, isn't it? Arrow connects yet again. Trimby caught on out. There's a good Rel shattering strike, but Trimby will hold on for the time being. He needs that ulti. So just a bit of damage done as Giant X continue their facade.
It'd be okay to reset though. The waves aren't really in a position here for Giant X to threaten anything. So I think, and even with the Warmogs, doesn't even need to reset. So Trimby tanking that up doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. So it only just kind of takes away one of those pick tools from Patrick. So good confidence from Trimby to just tank it and then move on. But Giant X now looking again to get back out onto the map. It's 3 minutes essentially until both of our objectives are up. So I think it'll be more a case of trying to ping pong these waves, get some key items finished on towards the your top laner and your jungler Morgana for Giant X, and then see if you can find another fight like you just had.
And it's absolutely still winnable for the side of Team Heretics, I think, actually.
Yeah.
With Soul Point here, all it takes is one pick, one fight around this upcoming dragon, and turns the entire game around. Now the question is, do they still win with Soul because of the scaling on Giant X with the double AD carry? But definitely is a win con there.
Cold difference.
That is
a bit of a journey.
Roller coaster.
Yeah.
But I think that's where a huge amount of this is like keeping your eyes on how side lanes are operating. Like you can constantly see the Antonio push a wave and then drift over towards his mid lane to support Patrick and support his team and making sure that they are always having that number advantage. So then you're not ending up in a position where you can't try and get picked. Heretics, though, trying to find that pick on the top side. Everyone is collapsing here.
Look at that ward down there. I think maybe if there's some kind of long chase, that could be an angle for Wunder to DP to if he wants to, but it's so difficult. Maybe you can catch Jackie's, but you can always glide over a wall.
No one competing against the Antonio on mid wave. I think Wunder kind of needs to move across, but they're hoping Giant X just overextend on this top wave before it happens. Wave now hitting on towards the turret. The Antonio hovering at a vision, but you've at least got decent setup on the wards for Heretics to spot out if the Antonio is moving across. So Heretics still know they have at least a bit of a number advantage as the Antonio moves over.
Watching it soul siphon damage as well. Great zoning tool. Trimby goes for an engagement. It's only onto Ignar. We're seeing the channel up of Yankos. And Aragon, it's a good pull up of that ward. Dagda, the mid wave again. Both my sons, great information so far. But the Antonio, it's all about the question of if he pulls the trigger onto Wunder with Giant X trying to flex between. Wunder is now level 17, by the way. Just picked up a big level and he's still got a lot of damage here, but again, no one's really pulling the trigger. We might just be waiting for, again, that soul point that Team Heretics are going to try to lynch for as Giant X a little bit separated for now, but trigger still not being pulled.
Every single binding is so close. As the flash comes through, that's going to be massive in the upcoming team fight. But that was such a tense skirmish. So many bindings were so close to hitting.
The big news coming through for Heretics was the fact that they kind of got to hold on to this line of wards here. You never got that cleared out of Giant X, so it meant that they always had an easy ramp both between mid lane and moving back up towards that top side, even spotting if the Antonio had started to roam up towards that top side of the map as well. So Heretics always knew how aggressive they could play on mid wave or how aggressive they could play on top wave and not get caught out by a numbers advantage. So they're able to hold on to that top tower, which is so crucial, as now with 30 seconds until Soul for Heretics and Baron up in 10, this is going to be incredibly close to see who can find that pick for Giant X, or if Heretics can find that moment to win the team.
15 seconds on the Dragon here. They could just be rushing down the Nash before it spawns, and Team Heretics, they don't realize.
I mean, it's super quick double AD carry. I mean, you're getting a smart move. Are you going to sacrifice it for the soul? 5 seconds, it's still spawning. Baron goes down.
They can rush it down.
How long will it take? I mean, Dragon Soul is huge, but Team Heretics, arrow flies through. Flackett's going to get hit here. He doesn't cleanse. He holds on. The Weaver's Wall zones them off, and Team Heretics, in their dying moment, still find a way to breathe. Soul is
they need
forever.
to get out, though.
Baron is temporary.
Can they get out here? The TP comes through. Nash for Soul is always Soul favored. Let's see if they can fight.
I mean, Trimby has ult, has flash to get away.
Oh,
Antonio! He flashes, but so Jackie does as well. He flies through, he electrocutes, he finds a breathing light in the middle of the fight, and Wunder comes in late. But man, with a quadra kill out when they needed him most, as much as Patrick is a scumbag for taking it, Jackie's flies.
I don't think Giant X will care. Patrick, and with Jackie's having that play, may have just guaranteed themselves season finals.
It's crazy that one moment decided it all. They gave over the soul so that they could continue in the summer playoffs.
A massive back and forth. I believe 7-0-4 for Jackie's there, off of the back of his carry potential. Wow, what a performance. Giant X bringing it back.
And now Giant X in a position where, as long as Carmine Corp do not make top 3, they are into season finals, and what a performance to do so. But on the opposite side, heartbreak for Heretics. This is the same result that we saw in the organization's first split in the LEC.
Yep.
But you can see not too many happy faces on their side.
I mean, with last summer being their best and now this summer being amid the rest, Team Heretics are gone. Those legends out, as you can vote for your key player of the series. Meanwhile, for Giant X at LEC on X, is it the Antonio, Jackies, or Patrick? Ladies and gentlemen, you know you have to give it to, just give it to Jackie's already. That was a game-breaking end and a fantastic end of that.
And we said he needed to be the guy. Jackie's had to step up. Jackie's needed to be the one to make the carry performance, and right there at the end, he had his moment. Incredible stuff from the Giant X mid laner.
Absolutely. And showing us innovation as well. As a first Morgana, first Zeri mid in the LEC. It's going to be interesting to see how this team goes forward with all the adaptations they make in draft.
Less Diana, more Morgana.
Yeah, less Diana.
That rhymes. That's a good tagline, isn't it? I mean, again, Jackie's at least stayed true to his identity. The 80 carry of the split, I think. You know, you could say, or at least one of it, even though he's playing mid lane. Feels like Jackie's been sticking true to what he wants to play with.
I do think that there have been teams that the meta favors and the teams that don't. And Jackie's by far has thrived.
True.
Of all the mid laners we have in the LEC, he's one of them that have loved the 80 carries mid.
But it's crazy because he hasn't really gone towards like the Corki and Tristana, which you think of as the standard. It's been like the Kaisas, the Ezreals, and now the Zeris, right? He's very much been kind of playing more at these fringe picks that you aren't really prepared for when you look at what the others are picking up in that mid lane.
Absolutely. I think the Lucian as well, it just shows so much diversity, at the very least in this series as well, and Mumu as well, just an innovative team.
True. I mean, now with the Morgana to add on the list, Giant X, a date with BDS coming up. But ladies and gentlemen, I've been told that Laura is now standing on stage with Jackie's in the Marriott Bonvoy post-game check-in. Let's hear.
Thank you, guys. And Jackie's, thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations on advancing to the next round. I want to talk about... Thank you, guys. I want to talk about the last draft, because whatever you guys have been cooking in the kitchen, it tastes amazingly. Morgana jungle, Zeri mid. Was that a flavor of the moment, or did you know actually where the draft was going when you decided this?
I think from first pick we already knew what's going to happen, because we kind of targeted Zweiru.
Yeah.
So we kind of knew his only pick is Talia. That's why we didn't even ban it in second rotation. And yeah, it was fully prepped. I think I watched LPL play this matchup, so I really wanted to play it, so yeah.
And another AD mid added to the list for you. I want to show you the last replay of the game, actually. 1 kill, 2 kills, 3 kills, 4 kills. And then your ADC does it just like this. I mean, you were popping off here. I actually thought that you were going to end the game on a penta. Talk me through what happened and your reaction to Patrick stealing it.
Well, the thing is here, I was already screaming penta, but he just said no. Then he said yes. And then now he told me, I would die, what can I do?
Oh my
and I'm looking back, he wouldn't die. It was the freest penta, you know, like what can I do? It's 1v5.
Cringe. I mean, you're playing so many AD mids so that maybe you can yoink his spot if he keeps on behaving like this. So he should behave, I guess, for the next games. But focusing on you guys, you qualified for the next round. Tell me about the pressure coming in today, because I was talking to Patrick actually before the series, and he told me that pressure is actually something that pushes you, that makes you thrive. How is it for you actually, performing in these situations?
Yeah, it's kind of same for me. I mean, I think this series, it a bit showed. I think all the series we do, it shows, because first game is there is pressure, right? And we usually play really well first game. And the second game, we just, I don't know why, we just think it's free, so we just run it down. And yeah, this game was like fully pressure, right? Whoever kind of loses goes home, which sucks for Heretics. But yeah, I think that's where almost all of our players kind of strive the best, so yeah.
At the end of the day, there has to be a winner, and today it was Giant X, and you got the player of the series. With your mom watching today, from what I hear, she's here in the audience.
She is, yeah.
Tell me about this series today, Jackie's, and your performance, and also playing so good in front of your parents.
Well, it feels even better, right? Since I could show off a bit, but yeah, after every game, I just look at her, you know, that emotional support a bit extra, so yeah, I'm really grateful she's here, and yeah.
We love supporting Paris. Jackie's, thank you so much for the interview.
Well.
And congrats again on taking down Heretics. That's all for us here, but Red Bull League of its own is back at the Accor Hotel Arena in Paris on December 15th. So grab your tickets now to see Carmine Corp, T1, and more at redbull.com/LOIO. Check it out and see you soon.
Welcome to Red Bull League of its own. Welcome to the stage, team! Wow! It makes some noise for Carmine Corp!
Red Bull gives you wings.
Can't believe we lost to NA.
We'll be fine.
Yeah, we always are.
Psst, Pedro, do you and Law want to go on a legendary adventure with Marriott Bonvoy? Just go ahead and press that button. Over 30 hotel brands, 10,000 global destinations, over 8,000 hotels worldwide. Where can we take you?
Oh, it's Berlin.
Let's go.
Marriott Bonvoy. Unlock exclusive member rates and legendary benefits across over 30 hotel brands worldwide. Sign up today for free and claim your Masterwork chest and key.
Wir fangen mit Lo an. They're coming to us after the
Again, guys, and two teams with a very different trajectories when you look at the beginning of the year, because MDK rebuilt completely, finals in first place, and crumbled completely, and KC, back-to-back top 10, they had to crawl their way back to grasp the first playoffs here, so I think there's a lot on the line for both teams today.
Definitely, K-Corp had to take the harder path where they had back-to-back failure into analyzing what went wrong, where is the rebuild happening, what are the pieces that are most important to change. But now they're here. It doesn't matter what happened before. The reconstruction worked, and now they're facing a revitalized MDK with impressive end of the regular season where all of a sudden it really felt like it's the old MDK returning to form.
And what is interesting is that there was so much expectation, Jamada, when it comes to KC joining the league. The fans were waiting for this. The org was waiting for this. And through all these failures, I feel like the fans and the fan base stayed faithful. And when you look at the viewing parties that Kamedo did, for instance, the way the fans were rallying and sticking to the project, whatever was happening, and finally they saw the light in summer after the rebuild.
I mean, look, the faithful have eventually almost been rewarded, right? We're here now for KC. Let's not beat around the bush. The year has sucked, but this is the first time I feel like throughout a lot of this year, the KC fans and the KC players should feel promised that they can walk into this series today against the Mad Lions Koi and walk away, as you can hear in the background, I'm sure, with a series win and continue this potential miracle run.
I mean, it is really important chance that we hear behind us, honestly, and necessary ones, although when you think about how much these players fought to gain the spot that they have today, and they're gonna keep on fighting to actually hoping to make seasons finals, because nothing is guaranteed for KC. Who should be the light of hope for them, would you say?
The light of hope should definitely be in Vladi and Upset. These two have leveled up massively throughout the end of the split, and now leading into playoffs, it feels like they found an identity. They're empowering Vladi, they're empowering Upset. They're both having stellar performances, even though they had the setback against G2. There's a lot of signs of life, and I'm really, really excited to see what they can do here today.
And I'm really excited to see what MDK can do on the other side, as we have Shock standing by with Ibai. Take it away.
I do, spoiler alert, he's right in here, but I'm gonna go see because of course he's streaming right here from the Riot Games Arena as well. Hola, hello, hello.
Buenas.
Buenas, eso es para ti, eso es para ti.
Hola, ¿cómo estamos?
¿Cómo estás?
¿Todo bien?
¿Todo bien?
Sí, aquí estamos un día más.
I'm going to ask you a couple of questions, of course. Maybe first about the year. ¿Cómo ha sido el año, la entrada en la LEC, el apoyo de los fans y aquí a la casa?
No, tú. En español.
En
español. Bueno, el apoyo ha sido increíble. La verdad que estamos muy contentos de volver aquí a Berlín. Y nada, agradecer ahí a todo el mundo que está en el chat viéndonos, la gente que está aquí también en el stage, que sé que han venido unos cuantos. Y con ganas de ver un gran partido contra Carmine Corp en playoffs, a ver qué tal lo hacemos.
I think I got it. Really thankful for all the support also in the studio. I didn't get that last part. What did he say about KC?
About KC, it's a hype matchup, right?
Yeah.
So we are actually so happy to play against them in such an important match.
Such an important match, of course. It's a great rival of yours. What will be the key es tu gran rival. ¿Cuál es la clave para vencerlos hoy?
A ver, yo creo que lo tienes que decir tú, ¿no? ¿Cuál es la
¿No vas
clave?
a responder a ninguna pregunta?
No, respondes
Sí,
tú.
tú también.
Ah, yo también.
Sí,
ok.
No importa.
I think that we have been performing lately really good, except the throws. That's it.
Yeah.
But I'm really confident about our level right now. Without the throws.
Yeah.
So I think that we can make it.
Okay.
For sure.
¿Y tú?
I think same. I think same. I think we are throwing a lot of matches, but we need to fix that in scrims. But Carmine Corp, it's not a top. Carmine Corp, it's not a top team in LEC, so they are medium level. So for me, today is free.
Okay, today is free. I don't even need to translate that. But for MDK, empezaron el año con el final y después fue difícil. ¿Qué esperas que hayan aprendido de las luchas? What do you hope that the team learned from the struggles this year?
I think that we struggled a lot in terms of pressure because we made into finals and the team in spring kind of broke. And I think that mentally we have improved a lot into summer. Like we come back against Rogue, against Vitality. Like this day was so crazy. Lately against BDS, it was actually a good series without the throws. And we have been practicing a lot. Like the team has an insane environment, and I think that we are going to make it for sure.
Yeah?
Yeah.
That's it? Okay, final question. Ibai,
Yep.
Skane es mejor traduciendo o boxeando?
I think my friend Skine is not good boxing and is not good in translating. So
thank you so much.
They have a lot of qualities, but boxeando eres flojillo, ¿no?
I'm actually quite good boxing, but I couldn't show it.
Yeah, but we don't have time to talk about that,
thank you so much.
unfortunately, because it's time for MDK versus KC. Let's get into it.
We'll continue the boxing here, not on the caster desk, but in the match behind us. It's Ericsson, Dactor, and Aragon. Two things. First of all, Shocks, you're insane with your languages. Speaks about 17, 18 languages, probably 19 that we don't know about. Also, as a side note as well, good to hear from Imbai, especially when this seems like a big rivalry that started to brew in the LEC as well. Mad have higher expectations, let's just say, because of their winter run. That didn't go so well in spring, but they're kind of back again where people didn't expect them.
But that's the thing. I think a lot of people are coming into this saying, hey, you know, MDK should be favored, but realistically, when you look at the head-to-head between these two teams, it's 2-1 in favor of Karmine Corp, and they had a massive resurgence of in that summer game between these two teams where it looked very MDK favored, but just at the end, upset and Karmine Corp were able to bring it back.
They talked about it a lot, right? Throws everywhere in every single game, and hopefully they fixed it. I think looking at recent form, you can make arguments for both teams. I think KC, I believe it was the G2 series, they played very heavily for mid, and they actually looked fairly convincing until a couple of throws. And the same goes to the MDK series. I think could have been a 3-0 is the very common line you say, and the early games have been fantastic. It's just those unfortunate throws.
Yeah, again, it's consistency. Both teams, I mean, again, showing us quite a lot in this last split, and it is nice that KC, again, breached the barrier. 2-7 started becoming a meme, and then finally in this last split, they were able to get through, push playoffs actually quite early on, and break that curse.
Yeah, but if you look at those metrics, they're twice as good, right? They went from 10th to 5th, and they went from 2 wins to 4 wins, right? So it's definitely been a much stronger year for, or split, I should say, for Karmine Corp. But now is the time to show, for the first time that you're in playoffs, that you deserve to be here. Again, Karmine Corp need to hit top 3 if they want to try and get into our season finals, and it starts with taking down Mad Lions Corp.
Mad already in. Remember, they got the points to be in season finals from the get-go. But there's still more pressure to do more in summer here as we get into pick and ban. Now, Talia's already taken off. Brand, we talked about in the last series being OP. Maokai Rumble also sit amongst that.
Karmine Corp already identifying the win condition of Mad Lions, Koi and Elyoya, the leader of this team.
Oh, yeah.
Target banning so many junglers right now. I'm looking at AP junglers that are still up and available, and Karthus is one of them. Sejuani's still open for KC, though, and that is a big champion for them as the B1. Tristana, though, too.
Yeah, and it does feel like Elyoya is back. Like, his performances over the last couple of series have been absolutely insane. This guy ran the early game on the Talia in their last series, picking up 4-0 in the first few minutes, and then wasn't quite able to push it across the finish line, where you did see those fumbles and did see those mistakes start to go through. But I think a large portion of that as well is, like, oftentimes Mad Lions Koi have been opting into these compositions that have very little engage tools and kind of rely on, like, Alvaro and a Braum, or, you know, the Talia wall from Elyoya to try and start fights off. So coming into this, I want to see a bit more of an easy to execute composition for Mad Lions Koi, because their early game looks great. It's just about being able to translate that into the mid game where they struggle.
Now, do you pivot into Zeri plus like Sejuani front to back composition?
You like Ivan with this, because it feels like that's a good takeaway.
The preemptive Ivan can be countered by things like Nidalee, but that's the question as opposed to play them. So you could do it. It's a classic in EU. But I think a Sejuani's a bit of a better option. It's also closest pocket pick right now.
I left open though. Closes means you're going to take it.
Okay.
This has been 2 out of the 4 wins that Karmine Corp picked up have been when Closer's on the bye. And I think he's been insane on it. The fact that you get this great early game aggression, you get that go button and everyone can follow around, works out really well. And Upset back onto the Kai'Sa, where he has looked the most comfortable.
Yeah, a couple of question marks coming in for the Karmine Corp composition already. Now you have double AD mid jungle, and that's always a bit of a red flag. Now you need a lot of AP coming in from somewhere. Yes, you have Kai'Sa, but ideally we'll see something like a Gragas, maybe a Kennen coming out from Canna as well. You know preemptively that you're going to want to pair the Sejuani off with some kind of melee champion in the top lane as well. So you could pick something like the Kennen into it preemptively for that dive with the Vi.
Gragas also an option as well, we've seen from Kana too. Let's keep that in the back of our mind as we go through pick ban. Twisted Fate taking off maybe shows that is Kana going to play something safe up top side, as we've often seen with quite a winning matchup. Leona also an engaged tool taken off by Mad Lions Koi.
I think it's also just Mirren has very much tended towards these more carry-oriented picks like the Twisted Fates to try to get that off the board. Could end up in this sort of situation if you do, as Aragon was already saying, see a lot of this AD heavy style. Go for a tank in that top side from Mirren, but there's no pressure on you. Just keep that to that 5th pick and you'll be totally fine.
The Rakan ban coming in, it's a great pairing with Kai'Sa, but I'm thinking how you give counterpick to Mirwin here. I really think he thrives with counterpick here. You could do some kind of blind pick support here. Northless would be alright. Rel as well, very stable. And then you go to counterpick for Mirwin and see what he has into the blind pick of Kana. Now, if it's Gragas, you could do some kind of range champion. Nika was previously banned a lot into Mirwin. I don't think it'll come out, but he has a lot of pocket picks.
All I'm saying is I've seen a few of the solo queues where people are practicing on hit Nico.
Yeah.
So just
it's a really good matchup into Renekton as well. But Kennen is also fantastic. It's also range champion. Mirwin, I think he's the king of range champs in our league. So we'll see as available to us in the R5.
It does mean that you're basically heavily reliant on this, like, Guinsoo's Rageblade Kaisa to be your main source of AP damage.
Yeah.
And she does do a lot of AP, but maybe not enough if you're going up against a lot more tanks. And there's the Nico.
Wow. Okay, this is hell. Okay, this is absolutely awful for Kana. You don't win at any single level, and you're very reliant on jungle. Now, you can be collapsed on, but yeah, on-hit Nico is misery. Now, I will say, the AD point, I think we've understated, it is awful. Tabai's rush in for so many of these different champions is going to be really miserable to play against, especially versus the burst that comes out from Karmine.
Because I'm assuming, you know, there's flat AP that comes from the Nico, but the on-hit, I mean, are we suffering from AP on the side of Mad Lions Koi? Like,
no, I think MDK you're fine, I think.
Yeah. Okay, good.
Because still, like, Nico will do some, even in the on-hit. Same when you look towards the likes of the Zeri as well, will have a decent amount there. And it, like, and true damage coming through from Corki means that you've at least got some flexibility. But also, you just don't have a huge amount of the mega tanks on the opposite side. Like, I think Sejuani significantly tankier, Rel going to end up significantly tankier. They're just going to be more difficult to take down.
Yeah, I think camera on top lane and be sad. I think. I wonder if we're going to see, you know, it's so bad that I wonder if we even see some kind of lane swap maybe. I'm thinking of all the options that KC have. If you leave it in isolation, I fully expect a severe CS deficit. It's along the lines of Kennen top lane and Vayne top lane in terms of potency.
Well, as we get on in, at least it's a good way to start our draft in this BO3. So much on the line for KC fans. I told you before that Mad are safe. They're in season finals already, but what would propel them forward? I mean, a chance at summer, getting to playoffs again, doing what they did in winter. Team doesn't want to lose here against KC. Imagine how that would propel you into season finals. Because that, again, is not a guarantee towards Worlds, but Mad versus KC. Alonso and Vamonos once again as we end out our year. And here in summer, in our double elimination format, it is last chance for both of them, and especially KC. If they lose this series, then as we just saw, Giant X are going to be cheering because they'll guarantee their ticket right into season finals.
Top 3 is the goal. Going to have to win this series and then a couple more after that, I believe, if they want to punch a ticket into season finals. And it's going to be off the back of this draft that they have right here. Very heavy AD. I think it's going to be incredibly difficult to win this game if you are not snowballing. Now, fortunately, you have a bunch of tools to do that. You have a lot of dive, especially come mid-game with all the single target bursts. It's on KC to not falter at the sight of these Tabais, I think, is the name of the game.
Absolutely love it. I've got to say, gents, again, seeing Nico top reminds me, I don't even remember, the last time we saw Nico top consistently was when we got people like IG, like
the
Rift Rivals. Yeah, how'd you know I was going to bring them up? Where we saw a lot of on-hit Nico was the meta for it, especially with their T1, IG versus T1, Rift Rivals, banger series. For such a tournament.
So the reason why this matchup's so good is because you dash forward and your dash has a relatively long cooldown on Renekton. What Nico does is she perma-autos you and then goes invisible and runs away so you can't stun her. It's really horrible to play against. You don't have much counterplay.
Line in return as well. Targamas and Alvaro just taking big hits. Now, there is something I forgot to mention as well. Not only a Giant X locked, I forgot to say SK are also locked. If Mad win this, all the spots for season finals are done and dusted. Then, no matter what, we'll have our we'll have our top teams, and KC will be done for the year, as they were before anyway. But SK will be thanking Mad Lions that they make it a little bit easier for them.
Well, Zuba and Alvaro want to try and get aggressive level 2 hit in this bottom side. I'm keeping my eyes on towards Elyoya, because oftentimes when you look at MDK, it's wherever Elyoya is, and oftentimes Alvaro is, that's where a lot of the action is sure to follow. So going through a full topside clear, now starting to move into this bot side, means he will be kind of separated. Potential to try and look for some sort of early play on this bottom side if they got a bit of an aggressive trade on towards upside and Targamas, but don't think they're going to be able to look for a dive on the level 2 or anything at the moment.
Look at these trades coming out. Oh, the PTA W proc is massive. But like you were saying, I completely agree with you, Dagda. The trades down bot side weren't volatile enough to the point where you can find a gank with Elyoya. If anyone's going to do anything, it's probably going to be the Sejuani.
Just classic mid at the moment. Just wait until after the burst trade and then both hit each other to about 100 HP, right? Like,
I've never seen this before.
No, this is a new matchup, isn't it? But only 100 times in the past 3 weeks.
So volatile. You can see the timing of the trader as well, right? The full clears are going to complete for both of these junglers, and now they can potentially look mid onto these volatile trades. The HP bars are knocked down a little bit.
True.
So maybe Elyoya here on this Sejuani could look mid here after the crab.
Let's just wait and see, and if we don't look mid, I'd love to see top again.
Yeah, I would. Look at the health bar in the preview.
It's rough, but kind of look at that. I mean, again, we knew this was going to happen. It's rough days for Kana.
Yeah, just completely pushing him out. I mean, kind of keep an eye on what the ward situation is, because Vladdy could just see ward of that top side of his lane. So I'm not sure if you've kind of lost track here as KC as to exactly what Elyoya's pathing was, or if he just wants to hug up towards top side where his jungler is. But at least now with Closer getting involved, should have full information that Elyoya is on the bottom side. So going to try and help out Kana as he TPs back into lane.
Gang coming out here. He does have no empowered, no rage, so the stun isn't empowered, and I don't think they want to pull off this gank here. Merwin can always flash away as well. So, yeah, just going to go into reset deep ward to potentially track the clears.
Also annoying ganking and Nika, right? You got Shape Splitter passive of the clone, plus you also have Tangle Barbs running for you if you're running in a straight line, unless you can flash over the top. And then you get ult time, you get level 6.
That's another reason why the matchup's terrible, is because in Renekton Dash, you're locked out. You can't avoid the E from Nika, which travels in a straight line as well.
And how does it feel when the jungler shows up and lets an eco get a freeze? That makes it really, really difficult, eh?
You're already down at TP. You're just going to be autoed to death. And you know there's no bailout. If you get chunked too much, you're just going to have to recall and walk back. That null magic is curious, because you're facing a bunch of auto attacks in the Corki, Zyra, and the Nico once again. But you were rushing Mercs, and
maybe Kana hasn't really played against or realizes exactly what he's going up against, because the magic or the no magic isn't going to help that much. But overall, good to hop out.
That's a little sidestep from Alvaro on the hook there. Targamas could have landed that, and it was a 3v2. So Alvaro avoiding death or maybe a flash pop.
Maybe what Merc treads early is the thought process there that the Tangle Barbs will stop part of the matchup. But again, we know that Tabi, we just talked about it. Like, it's like the conversation we were all having last game, right? Where we're like, hang on, what's the way up? Do we go Merc treads because we're going to be locked down every 2 seconds, or do we go Tabi to stop the majority of this team's damage?
Absolutely, and it's a rough one because of the potency of CC right now without the lack of tenacity. As all side lanes are winning for the side of MDK. Recall's forced down in bot side. Upset's not going to be able to TP back. He's not a top laner. And Recall coming in for top as well. Kana should get his wave shoved in by Mirwin here, and he might miss a minion or two as well. So, early game going slightly in the favor of MDK.
Yeah, the biggest issue that I have for MDK is the success that I might actually have to hold on to this point was.
We'll see for how long.
Dahlia is going to hop out, but the success that MDK have been seeing in recent time has been a shift in identity for them, where it hasn't been so much of, hey, we're going to try and like brute force through boss. Instead, we're going to try and play for Elyoya on these carries. So the fact that now they have to go back towards this style because of the hyper-focus KC put on towards Elyoya in draft means that it is going to be a bit of a different style. At least the moment now, guaranteeing that push in mid with Alvaro and Elyoya means that MDK can contest grubs in the reset. Means the Closer didn't even get one of them.
I mean, Closer's going to go over. Yeah, you're right. It's only singular in the end. Mirwin's coming down as well. This is over egregious. Targamas being here as he flashes over. Almost gets caught out with his life for first blood, but the disengage is there. The grub's reset, and still 2 for the taking there as Elyoya thinks about it, trying to get level 6 ASAP.
MDK not losing down bot side either. It's not like they're overcommitting numbers trying to secure these grubs. They are catching waves for super and no platings for the side of Kana.
And Kana got really lucky. Got out of that horrible matchup in top lane to go against Zeri. So it worked out really well.
Well planned, was it? But while we were talking about Elyoya, I did want to bring something to your attention. You know, we were hyping this guy up as like the carry jungle king. I know Jankos had that reserved over multiple years, but it feels like with recent performance and how he has shaped this new path of rookies in MDK, that's why we said we need to see him on carries here. But you know, the stats are going to show a better performance because, again, he was the carry king.
I mean, the stats just showcase perfectly exactly how MDK like to play. They love having Elyoya and Alvaro run around as a duo with good pairings and make plays across the map. They'll gank Mirwin, they'll gank mid, they'll do whatever together. And Super sometimes comes along for the ride, but you can see that 100% KP, that's exactly what they like to do every single time.
That's nuts, actually.
Yeah, it is really crazy.
That's actually, I didn't absorb that until that's really bonkers as Alvaro comes on in. A close up. Oh my god.
Wait, now he has to. Wait, if MDK collapse on him, he doesn't have the Q to get over the wall. He might have to flash out of this, actually. MDK doesn't look like want to collapse. He should get his wall breaker back up there, it is, and hop over the wall.
So, I will say good news for KC is that something you want to do versus Vi very often is attack her because she's quite weak pre-6, and you had Prios in the Nico as well as the Zhuani who can attack junglers early game. She has been able to, the Vi has been able to clear and get secure level 6. So now the level 6 win condition is online. Maybe they make some plays mid or onto the Nico.
This is a horror lane state, no? What do you think?
I think it's absolutely miserable, I mean, there's not much to analyze. You can see it on your screen.
It's a slow push in to maybe Carter's death. I don't know. There's a 30 CS lead right now. Obviously, it's a growing wave for Mir when he's slowly pushing it in, but...
Yeah. Very often what you'll see is these chunks from range champions onto melees and pivoting that into a dive. No one's going to go head up topside though, so I think Kana should be okay farming under tower.
Do you ever feel like you change up your build then as a Renekton, like go
Stride?
Lifesteal or go Stride Breaker or something that's a little bit
Stride
cheaper
against Cannon is quite common, so
think,
does it reflect that?
I think absolutely you can change your build to go towards something like Stride Breaker, and that way when you play against 380 carries, you can maybe stick to them. It's a band-aid, it's not really perfect. And yeah, more auto attacks. I think this is why I'm kind of against blind pick Renekton a little bit, but I get the idea with the single target burst.
Okay, it's obviously going to be our talking point for quite a bit, as we've got one absolute top lane.
I'm such a nerd. Sorry, I waffle about it.
I do call you a nerd at time to time. That's fair. We're all nerds here in some way. It just depends on what kind of level, you know. As we see top lane play out, you know, we've got to look out to see what happens towards Grubs next. 1 minute 30 until that spawns, and remember that MDK forced off KC and almost found first blood up on those Grubs. And again, when we have Nico, that's the other thing as well. People forget Shape Splitter works on turrets. And Nico's actually a really fast split pusher as well. Last time we saw her, so Grubs do have, again, a lot of value here for MDK if they can secure.
Yeah, and the fact that you managed to steal one away for KC is pretty nice, because again, if you can try and get two, then you end up in a split, and it's not as bad, but MDK trying to find the pick. Fresco is the only real damage dealer though, so I have to be very careful, because you can always turn on towards Frescowy with Closer's ultimate and having the point and click from Targamas, which is just half a level away, and then make it very difficult for the rest of MDK to try and follow up on that. So this is where we're talking about is like the way that MDK have thrived is having the double damage dealer, but Alvaro providing the engage. But now with Oyoya not having that damage, you do have to be a little careful about how you enter into these 3v3s.
Yeah, it looks like the control is going to go over to the side of MDK. Those tab eyes in Corki's inventory, you have to pull the trigger with the Vi and the Tristana and one-shot a target, but that's the reason why you don't often draft same damage type. And
how did that hit?
Bot side control. In 2 minutes time, I imagine.
Oh
yeah,
my
I mean,
God.
I'm broken record at this point. I think.
It's all right, I like it. I mean, again, today we've seen nice top matchups that we can yap about.
Oh no, look at them. They might be heading topside. I think I smell a dive. Although.
What happened, bot?
I think they just go for Void. Like, the thing is, Supa's been doing a great job of just getting that push in bot side and kind of zoning off Upset
Boy.
for being accessed that jungle as you set up the vision for MDK. Supa, though, now, he should hop over. He can just hop over the wall. But
you're right.
Yeah, I think this is where. So you now draw Targamas down to guarantee Upset being able to enter into anything, which then means that MDK see Targamas and boss know they've got the advantage for numbers in topside, so they get the Void Grubs, which are now pushed into 4, which just helps out perfectly for Mirman on the split push.
Yeah, absolutely. With that prior, I completely agree with you. Top and mid, you secure Grubs, and now 6 Grubs to the side of MDK. That Nico is going to have a field day hitting these towers.
Close enough to
5,
6, right? Yeah. But the point stands, doesn't it? The Grubs are still out. The mites, I should say. This Nico.
No
the
mites,
Corki.
they definitely have it.
No mites. Okay. That's great. Good joke. Good humor. You'll be a good dad someday, Dagda. Dadga. Sorry,
and you gave me crap.
It just came to mind. You know, Dracos, was it Dracos who called you Daddy Dagda in the other broadcast, or was that me? It sounds like a me thing to do.
I'm not gonna lie.
Well, look, either way, Dracos was probably right. Anyway, as you approach that position, we're going to walk away from that because I'm not sure where to go from there. I will say at least one grub there for Vladdy while Rocket Bomb just drops down 125 gold. While meanwhile on the top side, Elyoy is here. No vision in the meantime, and Mirman's just going to walk on up, so he gets free plating as well.
Yep, damage, wave clear at the very least under tower. At this point in the game, you're kind of happy, right? You're kind of happy you mitigated most of the lead. And I will say this is a significantly less a big deficit than I thought there would be. I thought he'd be down so much more CS.
Oh, really?
Maybe in recent patch notes, Nico on here has been a bit less potent, but still good mitigation from Kana. We have talked about how hard of a challenge he has had in this lane, and he's come out only minus 30 CS.
I mean, look, Blade of the Wrong King is coming soon, though. 1.1k lead, so while, you know, you thought it was going to be more, I'll still add in that with this double plate about to come through as Kana gets a good trade there, getting the excess Rain of Anger to get the trade. Casey will start the Dragon looking for their second, and I mean, they are starting to stack these up.
The thing is, though, the reset timers on MDK have been a bit funky. So super reset is fine because he doesn't want to be on bot side in case they try and look for a dive off of the next play. But with Elyoya resetting as well, you're not really in a position to try and look for a cross map. Like, you could try and zone kind of off of top turret and find an answer for the dragon play, but it feels like KC now starting to stack dragons, and there isn't really a huge answer. But Targamas needs to be careful here.
He is. He's waiting in brush, pixel brush, but Elyoya is there. Flash away. There's the ulti to follow up, but a double knock-up is bid with the depth charge. KC can turn this. The flashing from close is great as well, and Alvaro gets a trade here with a great engage himself, but no one there to support. 2 members down, a double over to upset, and Targa was just the bait.
They commit so many numbers down to this bot side play. You secure 2 kills, but at what cost? You have 5 grubs on the other side, hitting top and mid tower. It's at least going to be equal, if not more.
Is it worth?
I don't think so.
I don't think so.
I mean, sure, you get some kills, right? But again, like, top turret going to be down. Well, Mirwin now gets the reset. He can move down to that bottom side, especially as the Rift Herald's back up. I would like to see Supa actually moving in towards this top side. I think it's a bit of a mistake that he hasn't, but Mirwin, yeah, he should be fine. But I think you could have contested then to basically do the same play where you force KC to overcommit onto this bottom side because they're trying desperately to turn this play around.
I mean, this play screams of I'm bored or desperation from the Renekton because he's doing nothing on top side. He doesn't need to be here. He TPs in and the fight's already over. He managed to secure an assist, sure.
Sorry, it screams, I'm bored.
Yeah, no, I mean, it's a real thing, right? I want to participate in the game.
I'm getting flashbacks. Do you remember Lumel?
Yeah.
He's like, I'm bored, I want to engage in the middle of like a playoff series. So maybe a very similar thing.
The thing is, the TP wasn't even on a good wave stack. Like, he didn't have a wave pushed out, so he didn't have much time. He knew he was going into that losing plates, and now, down bot side as well, first blood turret is just another win for MDK.
I mean, MDK, yeah, maybe in the long run, it's just so much better. I mean, we talked about it like, yeah, KC get the 2 kills, but 3K gold lead just about now. Top is a hair's breadth away. KC are going to be getting the Herald, so that's a plus, but like, again, MDK, these side lanes plus Super, there are big gold leads and big carries that already have their first item.
And oftentimes people are like, cool, Rift Herald's this like great objective that I can use to crack down a tower, but actually, hang on, hold on.
Oh, tries to predict it. Nice.
Nice.
Vladdy, mid-air, got that ulti off, otherwise maybe that crush down connects.
But the point I was trying to make was Rift Herald needs priority to be able to play around it. If you just plonk it down, you're not going to get a tower off it anymore, especially since the nerfs to it. So you kind of need your team to be able to rally around it. But if you've now lost both side lanes and you're losing on those pushes...
Might be caught out. Tangle Barbs does connect. He clones out and Kana can't close the gap. Remember, he can E on that, but chooses not to.
Can't stun an invisible target. That's why the matchup's so annoying. There's no follow-up. They don't want to commit because Nico still has that ultimate, and it's going to be bot side control again because they expend numbers up top side.
What I'm going to play when I get home is KC trying to defend mid turret, and Super just hovers around with his engage. Alvaro Elyoya right now syncing up nicely. Trying to move across this Dragon's 2 minutes away and maybe is preparing for the future.
Yeah, and I think you can kind of see what I'm talking about is that you have push on mid, top, and boss. So trying to move onto the map as KC is actually pretty tough right now. So I think what we're really going to see is this Rift Herald used to try and get mid tower in response to a dragon. You already have 2 dragons yourself as KC, and while it would be great to try and look for a fight, I think the fact that Khan is so far behind makes it a bit tough. So opening up a tower somewhere with this Rift Herald is probably going to be a little bit more value to try and inject that gold into you.
Heading into mid-game, what KC like to do and what they should probably do, especially with this Tristana on the team, is you strong side, bot side, play for this tier 1 turret. You can give up this Rift Herald if you want to, or play for top and give up the next dragon. But you need to get gold onto this Tristana and play for those towers on the opposite side of the map. Closer loves to play side lane with Vladdy. He did this all the time with the Sejuani and the Yone duo. But they really aren't activating, and they're getting pushed in every single front.
And gold lead's red across the board. Look at the bottom. This is what I was talking about. It's a 3K gold lead. It's a good early game for Mad. And while it hasn't been as explosive as we expect, we're just going to watch this part 2. Play to the Ruin King damage. Yummy, yummy. Tangle Barbs, if that connected, maybe Kana would have had to burn a flash or an ulti as he gets tagged out on the way back. But side lane's just, I mean, that Nico needs so much attention.
Yeah, he has to play on the edge, because if there is a stun, they can follow up with the Kai'Sa. You know, they do have that global collapse, and he's a squishy Nico, right? So this ranged champion in the side lane, it does need some vision backing it up and maybe some shadowing.
Got Stride Breaker just now as well, so maybe that changes things.
I think it just basically means that KC are going to try and force a fight here. You still have Flash on Kana, but you have to make it happen quick because Mirren is already pushing that top wave. As soon as they realize the Renekton isn't on top.
Alvaro engaged, the crash down is there. The ulti flies a little bit short from Elyoya, so Targamas is fine. TP comes in and 10 seconds till Dragon. That is an ulti down for Elyoya, and KC trying to use tempo to get mid.
And this is what we're talking about. Use the Rift Tower to try and get that mid tower. You don't have Mirren in the play, and he's not going to be as strong unless he can get that engage coming through from Alvaro and Elyoya. So mid tower barely left standing as KC now try and take River, but MDK they're in a good spot to contest this.
Items completed across the board. Everyone has summoners. It's down to execution. Can Closer find a single target and burst with Canna's flash? Or will the free hitting of MDK's AD carries come out on top?
Let's see if Mirwin can enact that right. He's also here. Kana off on the side as well.
Overall, holding this bush makes it really difficult for KC to try and push forward because the setup from MDK could be huge. Kana trying to take space, Upset had already pushed in the wave of mid, so they get the tower. And now the steal from Closer.
Trying. Oh my god, the smite a little bit early. Closer, excuse me, at half HP at the back of the pit. Now caught out. He has to get out with a Vault Breaker, and Dragons denied. The stacking at the very least denied by MDK.
At least you get some gold back in your favor. You can see what had been a line of red in the middle of the bottom of your screen is now at least shifted with Upset being able to get some of that. But it's kind of like a small window. I think you still need Targamas, Upset, and Closer to play heavily off this mid wave, try and find ways to push back Supa, and then open up to try and get control over side lanes. Because if you don't, you're just going to have MDK go, cool, we lost mid, but we're still going to just push you in everywhere else.
And I think as well, if we're looking at Upset having the gold, I mean, he can be the reliable carry. He can be the reliable team fighter as well. He has been criticized throughout the year as, you know, sometimes being a KDA player, sometimes sitting back and not playing the risk. But again, there is some reliability with him and maybe Vladdy on the side as he's joined in and how they play team fights.
Actually, hang on, Alvaro.
Bit of pause, yeah, again, I'm talking about him before. Good damage that comes through. Alvaro gets exploded to half HP. Vladdy as well, another compliment gets thrown through because this mid laner is also a great source of DPS for the team, but they can't find a kill.
The only thing I'm not a fan of here for Upset is his build. I really think going in towards like the Static Shiv build and Gwynsu's Rage Blade, Opti more in towards the AP heavy build was kind of needed with a lot of the AD, but also just being able to contest waves. But now KC on the back foot.
I mean, Targamas, he's a target here now, but Alvaro changes onto Vladdy. The Zerial comes through, but Vladdy's fine. They re-engage. The Pop Blossom will find the mark, though. Mirwin's done a lot. He tries to auto-attack on the back end, but KC have the comeuppance. The double kill already there. And just as we're saying it, the team fighting 80 carries are popping off. Closer's looking for the chase. Vladdy gets the reset. Elyoya's up next, and KC's reliability is soaring with their stonks.
Yeah, a teamfight win in the mid lane. A bit of an overextension from MDK. It's going to convert into a Nash start as well. They do so much damage to the Nash, and this is exactly what they needed because they were on a timer. They had Hextech Soul denied, their full AD essentially, and those armor items are coming through, but now they managed to kill Nash, and this is how they accelerate.
And the fact that you're going to be able to rinse this with double AD carry, double Kraken, it does not survive very long. Perfect timing for for KC. And MDK, we talk about those little missteps. Well, this is one of them, right? You end up with MDK trying to push forward because they think they've got the reset through the Hex Gates, bringing Upset back out. Immediately, the flash forward from Closer on towards Supa. Mirren tries to buy space, but the follow-up between the double AD carry onto a squishy member is so good. And from that position, KC are just able to chase them down.
Yeah, the engage into mid. I think Alvaro thought maybe because the tower was so low they could play for killing the tower at the same time, or maybe he just thought he needed to get away. Regardless, it's a massive lead and a throw over to KC.
It's gold even now as well. That 3k gold lead through lane changes face, and you know, when we were seeing green, or again, I'm not sure if I'm colorblind, let's just call it green in the bottom of your screen, that now starts occurring. It's grown a little bit. Upset as well, 1.3k gold lead, and I'm looking through Vladdy as well, who's starting to rear his head. Now with Baron, KC don't even care about the grubs because they're starting to do damage to these outers. They're starting to do damage with the push.
Yeah, you could see the cross map coming down from down in bot from Mirwin. They tried to make a punish onto him. You see Targamas as well as Kaiser Upset there, also trying to make a play onto Mirwin. He gets out though. He's been playing the side lane extremely well, and that's maybe an avenue they can take to come back.
Closer coming back out. They really want to get Mirren, but I think the fact that Upset has now gotten to 4-0 is changing the dynamic of this game quite a bit. Upset now can get push on mid and open up Targamas, as you saw there, to lean into the bottom side to help out, but get the hook.
Targa, he hooks in the clone. Remember, that's easy for me when he autos off the back end and he stacked up the Gwynsu's Rage Blade, gets the Bork activation, but walks out. Targa's fine with that because they get bot side turret, and KC still end up ahead. 2.5k gold with a minute left on this Baron power play. You'd be cheering for Red Bull right now if you're KC.
Yeah, a minute left on this Dragon. I'm looking at potential completed items eventually in the Randuins and the Frozen Heart, maybe coming out into the quadruple auto-attackers. Regardless though, control initially over to MDK as they have control using the Scuttlecrab Vision as well. Minute left. And item components across the board, relative parity. The frontline difference is there with the Vi being significantly tankier. But MDK not completely out of it yet.
KC trying to step up to compete on the wave, but MDK, there's a lot of members there. Targamas gets a word, does realize he needs to back away as the rest of KC come for reinforcements, but this is where it becomes so crucial. This mid-wave gives you so much control over the map and trying to help Merwin get push on this bottom side. So the fight begins, Targamas with the hook.
And again, his stretch lines haven't been bad. The depth charge as well. Super gets over the wall, so at least he's away from that engage. Pop Blossom is there, it's a one-man, but onto Kana, they're trying to play front to back. The Zeriol's there as well, but finding the back line, that's Kana, or rather Closer, who gets the ulti to lock on down the upset ulti as well, flies on in. Their aggression impact today, and KC cleaning up. Mad are dumbfounded, they've just been wiped again.
They're overextending into these positions where they're not getting the front to back. Targamas is getting hooks onto key carries, Kana on a flank. I mean, the fact that Targamas managed to hook Super in the midst of all that was incredible for KC.
Yeah, Kana playing extremely well there, weaving in and out of the fight, well, not dying. I think he must have lived on 200 HP or something like this. If you take a look at this, the initial hook comes out onto Alba and he buffers it with a Q. So it's a stun for a stun. Mirwin gets the free hit on Targamas, but he has Aftershock, so he doesn't take that much damage. And then the engage comes in. The self-peel from the Nico is there, and Kana lives on very little HP as he gets out, and then the fight is just won.
But that's the thing, the fight could kind of run away from MDK. Elyoya was up in the top part of mid, trying to wrap around to provide that front line that is squishy 80 carries needed, and he doesn't get it now.
Happening
Vladdy
again.
jumps on towards Frescowi, just trying to push him back, as you can see that wave in the bot side being escorted by Upset. They want to look for the tier 2 and boss.
I mean, this game has suddenly become so hard. We're talking about MDK success through lanes, but KC with a couple of these picks catching Mad by surprise, but also some Mad slip-ups. It's costing them the map now with bot in a turret, getting taken down as well. We were concerned about the damage spread, right? But because Upset's so far ahead, he's got a very early Nash's 25 minutes. Yep. 3 expensive items, ain't bad.
KC super ahead, circumventing the armor on the enemy team with this amount of damage. Just the raw damage that you have, the AP in general as well from the Nashers. Super nice from KC. And just superior team fighting in the mid-game. I think they showed a lot versus G2. Mid-game as well is where I thought they threw games, but this game, very different. Showing us a different strength of this team.
KC, imagine to just at least get their blue up for the moment. Again, you're seeing MDK constantly trying to group up to find picks and find moments where KC are overextended, but they're not really giving them those chances. And now Vladdy, I believe, has IE on this reset as well. He's been farming up an absolute storm in those side lanes. Yeah, do this? Yeah, there it is. So at this stage, 3 items across the board for your carries. There is little you can do as Baron is up. And KC, they want to try and get vision, but great snipe from Upset, reading that MDK are going to try and find these picks. That's what they did against BDS, trying to find these little moments in these bushes where they could find the picks.
Silent Wincon's kind of dead now, so you're playing for these bushes, playing these vision, but they can face check consistently with Upset here. 602 on this Kai'Sa, just pressing W, and they never need to check the Nash.
Keeps hitting as well, means you get a 2-3 second cooldown, right? It's nothing. Upset can keep throwing this out. They get mid-priority as well. They'll run this down, and MDK moving in. They'll have to defend, but there goes KC, channeling their energy now to the left side of this map and looking for Baron vision to clear, while MDK continue playing on the back foot here with more and more control being given over. Remember as well, Dagger talked about that IE. We've got a 3-item Tristana. Targamas knows it. He dredge lines in. Good ulti though. Closer steps on up. He's getting burst down, but Upset into the backline, flashes away from the Magnet Storm. Great spacing here as KC now look for the right side of the fight, and onto Frescowi. He gets destroyed. Even the hook from Targamas hitting through the wall is big as Kana gets revenge. He's Pop Blossom though and kited back, but still KC are on the up and up. The up and out. The up and done for game number 1 as Upset has become godlike and KC have become done with Mad Lions.
Upset's aggressiveness in that fight made it impossible for MDK to get their footing. He dives onto Mirwin, but no way. Are they just going to look for the end?
They're going to try at the very least. Look at the death timers on 3 members of Mad Lions. Koi, he has been called Koi, in fact, Upset. He's been called a KDA player, but in this game, he's proving us wrong. Casey might think otherwise, though. The death time is not long enough at this point in the game, but man, this is a good return from the earlier game state and a good return for KC to the stage.
So much on the line. They take the safe route, they take the portals out, and are going to play for Soul because they're already on 3. They have such a gold lead, they don't need to try and end here. And Inhib is already going to convert into that Nash, into that Dragon rather. But Nash is up, and they have double AD carry. I wonder if MDK are going to start it if we get out of this replay. But this team fight, though, it didn't start off all that great.
No, but watch Upset. It's moving on towards Mirwin, flashing away from Alvaro. Super gets drawn up to try and deal with him. Ana Yoya, which then opens up Closer to dive on to Frescowi. Upset, playing the hyper-aggressive, won the fight. Now can he do it again?
Is this the Hail Mary? It feels like it is, right? I mean, onto the Baron, drawing in KC. Closer, though, finds an old target on the Frescowi, but no one's nearby until Upset flies on in. Frescowi is outnumbered, outmatched, and outdone. MDK now with 4 members in front of the Baron. The debuff is there, and KC getting hit hard, though, by Super is the try, but even Death can't find a kill there. In the end, Upset flies through, and Bloody starts hopping on like it's Mario Brothers again. And it looks like Mad are just out of gas in this first game.
I love watching this version of KC.
Agreed.
The fact that they have grown over the course of playoffs, over the course, he's gone. This has been such a joy to watch. KC, strong early games, commanding into the mid game, and their team fighting has been extraordinary playing around Upset.
Yeah, absolutely. The team fighting is exactly what I'm looking at as well for this roster of the KC. The early game was a little bit quiet, but the second that MDK misplay in that mid lane dive, they capitalize and they just keep running away with the game.
I mean, it's a journey to this point, right? We talked a lot about, you know, their start in winter when they debuted in the league, in spring as well. There are a lot of throws, there are a lot of inconsistent games, but this has been the split of rejuvenation, the split of growth for KC. They've tried a new roster as well with Closer and Kana. I mean, this was a big gamble when Kana had rough times over on T1, and we remember, you know, Closer in the LCS as well in 100 Thieves. It's a mishmash of a roster, but I'm glad. It's like mashed potatoes. It all tastes nice and comes together.
But it didn't look great from the get-go. Like, they didn't have the cream, right? They hadn't added in that little bit of extra that really was going to solidify this as a strong team from the start. But as they started to go on, it feels like this has been so well coordinated. Closer sets up, Upset dives in the backline. They eliminate Frescowi immediately.
Closer's ability to find the targets in the backline this game has been really understated. I think he has found the targets, especially for Frescowi, flashless, followed up by Upset on this. Kai said they're just playing the comp to perfection. Kana, despite the really rough early game, managed to find these fights where he's ducking in and out and finding the slows with the Stride Breaker.
And now it's going to be the push in mid, the push in bot, keeping the pressure up consistent in MDK. See Mirwin desperately trying to get something back on this top side. But the damage from Upset, this AP build is going to start doing wonders now that it's got to the third and early fourth item.
And with Baron as well, they're just shredding these turrets. There's nothing that split pushing Nico top can do, right? Mirwin has tried. He's tried to put pressure on the other side of the map, and there's a wave coming in, but KC have now broken the base in 2 different places. The gold leaders now moved to 8K. There's a soul there, there's a re-engage here. Targamas with some great hooks this game, and Closer just dives in so that Upset's delight can continue. He rolls, he flies, and Upset will continue to glide. These 80 carries thrive, and KC will not accept their time to die.
Upset says stop and watch as he outplays MDK beautifully in the base. The Nexus turrets are falling. Super Mako with them. But KC, a glorious game 1 to start this series.
I think Glorious is absolutely right. 11:05 on Upset. The second that the game fell into the lap, they took it and they ran with it. They didn't stop. They secured every single dragon, every single team fight win. And it didn't just end there. Now they're on to game 2.
I mean, top looked like a disaster. Mid was good for Mad Lions. Bot was Super's hunting ground. But it didn't matter in the end. Once KC caught Mad Lions alive, those Lions were tamed. Game 1 over to KC. Match point again to keep themselves alive and make that miracle run right after this.
Even the biggest champ needs a break.
Lore!
Hey, shouldn't you be on stage right now?
Hey, you got a pick. Tom Kent? What? I was not expecting this.
And a crazy off-meta pick that secured you the win. How did you come up with it?
I just listened to my gut.
KC is actually cracked. I did not think I would live to see it. That sounded really depressing for no reason. It's just that I wasn't here last week, right? So I kind of looked at the games, and I heard by talking to everyone who looked at them more intently the fact that it was a hard match to win versus G2, but there were so many positive signs. And I always think that's so hard because it's like transitive properties don't always work, right, Odo? So what did you see today that made you think about those hopeful signs of last week?
We saw a lot more the K-Corp we wanted to see, where they're a little bit more patient, taking L's, because this early game was really, really rough, because they walked up to third Drake or even fourth Drake later on. Man, their comp, they were getting smashed by this MDK Nico top, the shenanigan that we saw earlier that worked even better for them. But it all led up to this, because if we would have seen the K-Corp that we saw in the weeks before, I don't think they could have pulled the win because they were so patient, and it looked like this cohesive unit that we always wanted to see from them, that we've been building them up for the whole split, and it was a joy to watch. Upset was great. Kana was great, operating with 0 resources this game because she was getting punished by the Nico top. And everyone, it really felt like for the first time we saw from K-Corp this split that they are all together and they're all as a unit.
Yeah, it was great to see. I was a bit skeptical given the early game and given that they were like full AD. Basically had like 0 AP damage until Kai'Sa gets his 3rd item completed. And then they had like Tabeis and like health items ready on the tanks, and Nico was really smashing top. So yeah, great turnaround. I think they capitalized on every mistake Mad Lions actually made, and that made them come back to the game.
So again, though, we do see a little bit from Mad Lions, the thing that we've unfortunately seen a few times. I don't think maybe this was as egregious because it wasn't as late into the game, but they do have a habit of having a good game plan, building up a certain advantage, and then not being able to push it through.
Exactly, we saw that, but I don't really think it was more so from MDK side where they fumbled an engage or something. I think it was Vladi having a really great play, because in the mid fight where that led up to the Nasher, they pulled the trigger and they engaged on a fight where Vladi does the typical thing that we see from Tristana, well, mainly from Caps, where he just buffers the engage and everything looks great. And it starts here with this initial engage, because right now K-Corp are really struggling to get some sort of control. And right now they're punishing Alvaro very well by chunking him, which is going to lead later on into the dive, because as we speed up now, MDK is going to push up for this mid tower to get another aggressive play on Vladi, because I think they might have seen upset base, and right now they're like, this tower is very low. Let's look for a fight. Alvaro and Eluia are gaining a lot of space and using their tankiness, but right now this engage fails, and now all of a sudden everyone is overcommitted. Upset is jumping in very well. Closer finds a very good engage on the Zeri, and this is the fight that K-Corp needed, because up until this point the game was out of their hands. It was out of their reach. They didn't have a single good play that they could forge just because MDK was so far ahead. And right now, after this Nasher, after this sequence, the game is just lost for MDK.
Yeah, they got the items on the AD carries now after that, and then the fight started becoming suddenly very free because the front lane is just not tanky enough to handle the damage.
And the Nico is falling off because she's useless. She's just a lane dominant pick that with time, when everyone gets equal items, she just falls off.
Against AD carries especially. She, can't carry.
So then think about the other game state than the one where you are winning with that pick specifically. The fact that KC turns it around in that mid-fight perks, did you identify that as, of course, there was a little bit of an overstep from MDK as well, or I want to say a misread of the situation, but was it even more KC and Vladi saying, this is the fight we're going to need if we want to come back in this game?
I think it's more of like maybe MDK like being sloppy in the mid game. Maybe since they've thrown so many mid game advantages, you can get like over hasty and like try to go for these plays, or you see someone is out of position, oh he's inting, you know, or like kill him, I'm engaging, you know, and then it turns out bad, and then your comp is just getting outscaled, and then you just actually collapse, and that's maybe what happens with them, and that happens with them a lot. So it could be a mental block at this point already. It could be already like, oh, if we don't get this now, if we don't get this mid turret right now, we're not gonna progress the game, and that's how they feel, right? Even though I don't know why, they have pretty decent scaling as well.
Right now,
like, but yeah, I mean, for sure KC outscales,
Yeah, and let's talk about Upset a little bit as well, guys.
Upset has played a phenomenal game. I think from an AD carry perspective, he's done everything right in this game. Like he was playing very graceful from behind when his team was losing. He was up in CSM lane anyways, and then him and Targamas got the bait on the bot lane, which made him get ahead in the game. And after that, I think he just played every team fight really well. He took the most aggressive path possible in team fight and created a lot of space for his team and didn't overcommit. I think he just played really well, and of course his stats are wonderful here. He loves the stats, so I'm sure he'll be happy to see such nice stats.
Weren't you saying when they could finish but they didn't? You're like, yeah, if I was him, I would go back. I would try to get another pentakill.
Oh, yeah. I mean, at that point you can't lose. You have like the Cloud Soul, and you have Baron, and you're like, this is your time to get penta. You have Flash and Cleanse.
Yeah,
I'm like,
this is it.
Guys, don't end, please. Get the objectives. We can't end. Get the objectives. But he didn't get the penta, unfortunately. But he had like 2 or 3 kills more. It was nice. Was nice for the stats. Yeah.
And I will be the typical Upset hater because I know that everyone loves to hate on Upset for saying that he's a KDA player. I mean, he was a KDA player.
His
KDA was 11-0-5.
Was a very good one this time around.
He was insane. He just jumped in with a champ like Kai'Sa and a comp like MDKs. He found perfect timings to you know, kind of keep them on the leash where he's just a little bit out of harm's reach and also dishing out as much damage. And for me, he was a superstar this game.
Yeah.
And both things can be true at the same time. You know,
Yeah.
you can be really insane in game and also care about your KDA, right, Bert?
It's possible, very possible. Yeah. It's very possible. No, I'm not the person to know about that. I've never really cared about my KDA. There's maybe a lot of times it can backfire, right? But yeah, you can definitely care about your KDA and play really well.
Okay, I wanted to keep you for the draft, but it's been taken away. I heard you need to work on your casting. It's not true. There has been a miscommunication, and the casters are gonna do the pick and ban, so we'll head over to them.
Bye-bye.
Okay, bye.
Yo, don't worry, bring a mic. Yo, Shocks, Perks, Odo, just come into the... We got
just wander in.
we got heaps of room.
Yeah.
We'll do a 6-man pick and ban. Okay, well, while we wait for them to rush over and maybe sort out some communication, we can welcome you in.
And we need to get more headsets as well.
That's okay. That's all right. If they have standing
We
mic,
can just share, yeah, just one each.
Oh my God, just hold the mic like that. That's fine. We don't need to hear each other. We'll be fine. The big thing is, though, KC are on match point. And remember, this is a double elimination bracket. We are in the lower part of the bracket if you are just joining us for the first time. KC, of course, performing out of their mind. We said coming into this, it feels like Mad are kind of favorites. But we also have to indicate that, like, Mad also, not with growing pains. I think over the year, growing pains is a bit a weird thing to say. But Mad, again, falling into the trouble of, like, well, they might find something early, but they kind of throw it away. They're not clean. Even Airby said that, right?
Yeah, I mean, up until that mid-game play, right? I keep going back to that. Mad Lions, they had a decent early game. KC seemed like they were actually struggling down, I think, 2.5 to 3K. But then that mid-game play happens, and they overreach into mid-tower. It's just rough.
The thing is, though, lads, like, we said KC have to hit top 3. That was a top 3 team performance.
It was, actually.
How
Yes.
clean that was. Like, if this is Karmine Corp turning over a new leaf, and we finally get to see, after all these iterations, exactly what Karmine Corp is capable of, like, I want to see more of what we just saw. That was an incredible performance. Everyone stepped up. The team fighting looked clean, and that's why we're seeing immediately the Vibe taken off the board, because they're like, no, we want none of this go button for you anymore.
And I wonder if on the side of Karmine Corp we keep seeing the same game plan, because they just won with it where you target away El Yoya. Brand Ban could come out now, or any kind of AP jungler that El Yoya likes to play. Tristana already taken away, which is curious, because Frescowi doesn't scream to me as much of like an insane Tristana player, so still going to take it away because it's super OP. Sejuani still on the table, Rumble still on the table as well.
I mean, again, Rumble's been such a good first pick as well. Can you give that over to Mirwin? Can you really risk that? What's going to be the final ban here for KC?
I mean, it has to be the Brand, right? You do not want to give that across, but actually going to be the Rumble, okay? So I think Brand, first pick, seems pretty good here for El Yoya, and then you more than likely going to take the Corki here for Vladdy. Excuse me, sorry, and then make sure that you're okay then to have that strong AD mid and kind of take away that option. But actually going to be the Zeri on the opposite side.
Zeri flex, huh?
They're going to lock in Zeri again. It opens up more AP jungle options as well. Closer has the Sejuani open. They could do some kind of Yone Sejuani rotation if they want to, pick Yone a bit later. That was something they like to play versus G2, and they did really well on it. They secured early leads, and they only lost because of a throw in the mid game where we just saw their mid game do extremely well.
We're going to get
This is a bait for sure. There it is. There's the Sejuani.
I never know, because we've gone through the whole split of random Nidalees coming through.
I don't think Closer has played Nidalee once the split.
Has not.
But I wouldn't be surprised to see some kind of Yone lock-in at some point in this draft.
We did this again.
Yeah, the preemptive Kai'Sa coming through. I think it still gives you the opportunity, obviously, to flex it in towards Vladdy in the mid, but more than likely going to be for upside in that bot side. And you're probably going to see the jungle support locked in here for Mad Lions Koi. So I'm curious to see if KC decide to pick up that early rotation of a mid laner for Vladdy, or if they want to try and match the support pick, because we already talked about it, the Brand definitely going to be the pick here for LUA.
Now, do you match AD mid into AD mid? You know you're going to go against Yone. It has to be with Brand, right? I think Corki's up, Ezreal's out of the table as well. You've got Lucian that you could potentially pick up, but these aren't really Frescowi picks. I think his most AD mid Frescowi pick is Corki. So it might be a Corki versus Yone handshake.
Yep.
We'll have to see.
See if it gets picked away. Again, we're questioning mid because it seems like the most valuable role. Corki 4 games in the regular season, by the way, just to confirm that as well. Vladdy just pulls out. Well, I mean, one of his most played in the regular season as well.
So what they like to do is they like to pivot Vladdy into Azir sometimes. It's his best champion. In my opinion, Vladdy's best champion is Azir. We saw a bunch of Mia Masters, and he would solo win games alone in side lane. So it's nice to see coming out into potential AD mid, has a decent matchup into these champions as well.
And as you say, you get to ban away those AD champions with the Corki being taken away. maybe you want to try and go towards something like the Yone into it as Frescowy, but it's not something that we've seen from him, at least thus far in summer, so I'd be kind of surprised to see it brought out, but at least you're kind of forcing them into, hey, maybe you go back towards a Talia, try and force a mage pick into that mid lane, which just nullifies a lot of the value you would get from the brand, because Merc Threads then become super high value.
Yeah, I'm looking at the AD mids that are left available. It's like Varus, which I think is terrible, and then Lucian, which is probably the best option here, but Frescowy's never played it. So it could be a mage, like you're saying, but then the Merc Tread value's a bit too high. But they're going to have to find a pick on this 4-5. I think I've listed the best ones in my opinion. Yone, Varus, Lucian.
And you'd never consider an AP mid alongside nothing like a LeBlanc, right? Like,
yeah, the value you get from the magic resist and also just the tenacity that's in Merc Threads is super high, and it's too easy to itemize.
I mean, if you do go AP, it would be something like Talia, then you'd have like a Talia Rel combo at the very least, which is super nice.
Yeah.
They facilitate each other well, but no, I think they understand very well that they need mixed damage here to facilitate Elyoya.
And then I'm curious about what we get Mew in top right. Renekton's already been banned away. Maybe it's like a Sante angle for this team. Like, do we need more front line? It's for Mad Lions, we're pulling at some interesting new straws.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious, because you're looking at a very squishy line for Mad Lions Koi.
Okay.
I do like the Yone, because I was going to say you're playing at a very similar range on Mad Lions Koi between the Zeri, Lucian, and Brand. So I think having something that's a little bit more free to move around the fight is going to be great. And having that backline threat, and okay.
Mew went sideline again.
Yeah, so going to be heavily reliant again on Alvaro to try and be that main engage tool. Yes, you've got the eventual rapid fire cannon gold card from Mirren, but this is kind of where I'm saying, like, I think Rel can be very, very good in engaging when she has her flash up. But I do find that she's very much reliant on having that flash, because your W is relatively short range, and if you can spot her out a marker, say with Sejuani or whatever, it makes it very difficult then to try and play into that. So I'm not the biggest fan of just using Rel as your main engage tool, and that's where I'm a little bit nervous about Mad Lions Koi's setup here for their fights.
Ooh, so much dive, like you're saying. Jack set up ban into a TF blind for Mirwin, immediately answered by the dive of Camille and Sejuani. This is such a volatile top side, and Mirwin on this TF is going to have to play extremely well to avoid the kill threat, especially a 6. But so much dive here, side Mad Lions.
I mean, for Kana as well, just again showing his diversity. If you cast your mind back to the regular season, this top laner played a different champion every single game. 9 games in total played, and Kana decided, hey, I'm just going to flex about. Of course, Camille was one of them. And for a top laner who's really trying to settle into the league and settle into the team, I mean, we're going to have big eyes on how this laning phase goes, how he survives the TF, and how he can scale and be a side lane menace of his own.
Do or die, and it's first Yone game in the LEC for Frescowy. Love to see how he pilots at AD mid to synergize with the AP champion. Going into this game, we'll see if they can pull it off.
And we questioned Mad a lot in that first game. Getting caught out, Casey pounced. This dive composition that we saw with the Kaiser again. I mean, you got Sejuani again. There's a lot of diving that can continue. There was really good synergy between Closer and Upset. You know, Upset was getting Closer, and it's crazy that Closer wasn't getting upset. I mean, it's just, to me, it just seemed to sync so well. And it's nice, again, that we've got similar values in this game, gents. I think needs to be highlighted. But this time we're lighting on something consistent as well. Can they get it over the line? Can the run start here for KC when they need top 3 to get into season finals? This is 1 out of 3 best ofs that can make it work. They win here. They go up against SK. If they can do the unthinkable there, they've got 1 more after that. And then top 3 is theirs. It seems impossible, but as Dag just said before, that was a performance of a top 3 team, if I've seen one, and that was clean. And that was KC's cleanest game, I think, of the entire year.
But it was with a very distinct style, which was closer engage, upset follow, set up for team fights with these dives. This comp does have a similar amount of dive, like you do have some setup there, but definitely much more of a, hey, we need Kana to get the ball rolling, try and play around top side, less around upset and getting him fed in that bottom lane. So I'm looking to see if KC can have a similar style with a bit of a different look coming into this.
Definitely is. Usually what we see is play towards mid lane from KC. But with this top side, with this jungle top duo of Sejuani and Camille, you can make so many plays onto the Twisted Fate here, as well as the brand. So what we could see as well is potential invades from Sejuani.
But I do want to quickly highlight again, we're talking about it coming into this game. Upset had a banger. One of his best games as well, I have to say. There was a lot of criticism going around. There's a lot of reality checks, I think, and it was really nice to see Upset step up to the plate and challenge that first game.
I think it's hard to say he's a KDA player after that last game. Like, that was absolutely insane. He played on the edge, like shotgun himself in to try and finish off Mirwin in the fight. Now shotgunning down Alvaro as he goes to step up, but also like sending himself into the base, trusting the stopwatch timing right as they finish out the game thanks to Upset's play.
Oh yeah.
The man was on a mission in the last game to tear MDK apart, and he succeeded tenfold.
It's nice again. Now we take a quick look at the top lane. I know, Aragon, you're talking a lot about how jungle intervention affects this as well. We know Twisted Fate isolated. Going to play with range nicely, but hang on. A Shattering Strike there. Ignite is going to be cleansed away from. Super and Alvaro hit level 2. They're over the wall. They're in fast, and they get a summoner advantage.
Immediate trades coming down in bot side, but I think they should be okay. Brand should probably want to full clear here. You could see Yone walking down to bot side to get some vision, potentially scout out any kind of invade or attack onto mid lane from Sejuani. But those trades ultimately down bot side shouldn't amount to anything because the Brand is pathing well. Yoya going to value his full clear more. My eyes, though, are on top lane. What is the lane state like by the time that Sejuani finishes a full clear? Can this wave be held and eventually cause a gank onto Mirwin? He is very fragile in this lane.
Yeah, it's going to be difficult. I think the wave will just crash on this, and there's not much you can do. So Mirwin will be able to at least get vision down. Yoya goes to the invade.
Getting in deep. I mean, he's level 3 here, closer at half HP. Going to try for a smite steal. Camera goes away for the time being. That's because we're getting in engaged. There's a flash remount, not to Upset, who now has to burn his own flash. Another big win. Super and Alvaro stepping up to the plate. What we knew of them in winter, now becoming a reality in this game too.
It's flash for flash though. Zupa end up burning his, doesn't get the kill.
True.
And you also get the flash out of Alvaro. So in the grand scheme of things, you actually end up just evening out what had already been a summoner level trade advantage for MDK.
I definitely do. And this is the thing with drafting Kai'Sa Rakan. It's a very weak duo early on. You have fantastic team fighting, fantastic dive as the game goes on, but this Rel and the Zeri should take over early game. That's exactly what we're seeing. Minor CS lead as the recall comes through for Zeri.
I'm just curious as to what happened, but you can see that Kai'Sa Rakan trying to push it out as Frescowi gets a damage mid.
I think we do have to look at like Elyoya though, because this was our big talking point coming into this series was Elyoya on AP junglers. And immediately we see that difference in Elyoya goes in the invade, Mirwin working to push Closer off to just try and affect what Closer's able to do on the map. And this is where Elyoya's been able to pop the hell off. And with Alvaro now spotting out Closer again, it feels like it's going to be trying to contest as these second rotation of the spawns come through and see if they can steal away more of these camps off of the pressure bot lane has.
I mean, Alvaro's starting to move already. Maybe part of the play from what we saw before that gives him freedom as Targamas doing the same just to match and push him out. Also, Scuttlecrab is there, so movement speed bonus if Targamas decides to chase this, but Upset sitting on a ward for the time being. Alvaro might have to crash down outside the Dragon Pit. Or we're also looking at Frescowi getting a good trade against Vladdy in this matchup that he chose here on the Yone.
A lot of tension down bot side right now with that wave crash that Zeri wants to pull off here. Super trying to crash the wave. You could see they even called Elyoya to shadow just in case a play happened. Now, they can free hit this tower, get some plates, and that means Sejuani is going to be on the map sooner up top side. Once again, looking at that level 6 timer, 5 minutes 30. That's level 6 in top lane. So if Mirwin can avoid that timer, avoid that gank, he's going to be really unlocked because that's really potent there in terms of setup, especially around that group fight.
That's, I think, where the main focus is going to be for MDK. You can see the reset coming through from Mirwin. Frescowi should hit 6 and is doing a decent job of keeping Vladdy in check. Vladdy has just burned through the pop and the biscuit that he was holding in his inventory. So just going to stick for this wave and I imagine reset because he also wants to try and hit that level 6 and get that first nice recall and purchase before these boy groups fights.
Take a look here. Slow pushing out. So if Mirwin dies here, he has no TP to get back to lane. He does have his ultimate, but this is a window here. Kana has ulti.
Coming closer, drops a ward first, and the Hextech ultimatum gets dropped on down. Remember, Mirwin doesn't have it for the chase, so Kana's just on out. The Seer out of connecting here with an Arctic Assault from closer. That's an ulti out from Kana, and Mirwin now has the push.
And nicely done by Elyoya to read it, but now in mid.
Targamas angle, it sets it up. The Fate Seal not interrupted. Vladdy's hit on the way out, but Frescowi is looking for double Q. A nice roam from Targa there. He gets Frescowi out with his ulti as well.
Ult trade happens in the mid lane, but this is exactly what we talked about. In the top side, there is a massive window where TF can die in this matchup, and they managed to mitigate it. I love what you said, Dagda, because that excellent read from Elyoya was exactly that. They knew that Camille would get level 6 on that timer, and he made sure to be there on that slow push.
Yeah, and now you don't have that ult available, so Elyoya able to take the Void Grubs on top. Targum is still sticking around mid as Frescowi should be able to collect this wave with Alvaro being in tow, but again, this is kind of where MDK thrive, is Elyoya, when he's able to get into the head of the enemy jungler, play to mitigate, and then expand leads when they find it. He's in a great spot, and Elyoya, now with 6, there's like he can really start to threaten some of these lanes.
He is an in-your-head kind of jungler, isn't he? That's a nice thing to say, Doug. I feel like Elyoya kind of runs with it and just continues staying in the enemy's head, right? 13 CS lead in the jungle.
Yeah, my read of Elyoya, like you're talking about, is that he's really, really good at covering his lanes. He's fantastic, especially at playing around topside. Whenever I see them draft a kind of duo like TF Talia, for example, or something like this, they always play really well around top, and now this game they've done exactly that with the mitigation as the engage comes through bot.
Targamas tries to stop the back, I think, and at least going in. Super just pops the ulti. His flash not available, so Targa gets on out. But it was with a hair's breadth. His flash heal. Now also down again.
But now you can see where Brand is on the map. MDK could look for a potential dive if Upset's left alone. So Closer would need to try and cover Casey on this bottom side, especially with push even for Frescowi in the mid lane. And even if you don't really go for the dive on bot, you can even look for a dragon off this as well. So 3 grubs and a potential dragon could be on the cards for MDK.
MDK, again, it's the early game that's looking good, right? First 8 minutes, gold lead in every lane. We talked about it last game. They held their aggression, or rather should I say they held their lane state quite well until there were those mistakes. So again, we're seeing a bit of repetition here. We're seeing the lanes push their advantages here and build a bit of a bridge of gold.
We're about to see Elyoya. Oh, hang on.
Well, Super takes the ulti onto Super, rather upset right on top of this Zeri, but not enough damage yet, and especially with Frescowi walking down, Upset will not overextend.
But look again, it's Elyoya trying to cover for these topside plays right as the cooldown on Kana's ultimate comes up. And Targamas has started to move up to try and set up for that, but Elyoya forgoes like dragging or trying to play for his own leads off of pushing Targamas out, instead keeping Mirwin in check.
Absolutely. Look at the top side wave state. They're trying to crush a wave in top, and they're having everyone shadow it just in case the gank potential is there. Because if they manage to pull through this early game, even they are ahead because their jungler's farming faster. They've accrued CS leads in every single lane naturally. So it's a genuinely good winning lane state, or game state rather.
And again, we talked about unlocking Mirwin a little bit there as well as the roams come up and MDK is setting up.
Yeah, MDK want to try and go for the dive, but now spot Closer, so decide to try and pull away. So they were, it was going to be a little bit dangerous if they tried to go for it. I would have been happy with just letting that push in, but they were able to try and back away, and now they're all right.
Yeah, I agree. That was a bit spooky versus Camilo, maybe dodging out some spells. But now, going into mid lane, it's just them. Alvaro and Elyoya is a tales all time. Like, I feel like they do this every single game, run around with a strong duo, facilitating each other, and also facilitating the lanes.
I also love when you do get Elyoya on these AP junglers, because like Alvaro is always going to play some sort of tank engage, right? So it's just that. Yeah, he will. Nice. But it's just that you end up in a position where you've actually got a ton of damage coming from Elyoya. Oftentimes you have extra CC on a lot of these AP junglers like the Talia or the Brand, and then you're able to pair off of Mirwin is generating a carry. Like, you have so much burst potential between Elyoya and Friend alongside Alvaro that it makes it really difficult to try and play into that 3v3, and it's something that we saw missing in the last game, where the Sejuani just wasn't really cutting it when it came to fighting in that 3v3.
As we talked about it, if Elyoya is not in charge in a way of carry potential, right, like on these AP jungles, something feels a little lost, and while there was a good early game, it just wasn't the same thing. It wasn't Elyoya who got to put the big boy pants on in the last game. For MDK now this time around, as Alvaro looks to roam again, still trying to set up for some of these early ganks, but Closer's always there. That's one thing you can say about this jungler, is Elyoya is moving into position and Alvaro is thinking about engage. There's a Shattering Strike, the Crush Down as well. The Seer locks him down, the Fate sealed. Will he ever get to move? The answer, no.
Kana was already pathing there through mid as well. He wanted to potentially join the fight, but the engage from NDK is there. They immediately pick off Closer right before the grub fight, and now you can imagine that's there secured.
Enemy's got no tier boots as well, whether they're going to be Merc Treads, gents. I mean, this guy went to a supermarket, bought everything cheap on the aisle, now has a convergence as he goes back. So Closer gets shredded, Elyoya starts the grubs.
And now you're going to be able to continue that pressure on the top side as well, because it's difficult for Kana to try and defend, but Targamas and Bloody still here. Frescowi going to make sure that he starts to lean in towards this river just to bully KC away.
6 scrubs.
Yeah, and that's going to be great for Mirren.
And it feels like a masterclass from Elyoya in terms of the jungle right now. All 6 grubs, no dragons lost, and you've mitigated all the gank windows topside as Gank comes up
Damage
closer.
there, Hextech ultimatum, but look at who's here. MDK here to bail him out. Mirren buys time, flashes down towards his team. Now he's dead, but what can they get in return? Elyoya, the carry, has to flash away, and Kana is sitting on his head. Alvaro, no engage, and MDK are doing it again, getting caught on out as Mirren dropped first. Then it was their jungler, Alvaro next. The kills over to Kana, and KC are being gift-wrapped delight.
And just as I say that MDK are dominating this early game, mitigating all the potential plays, they managed to find the gank. Finally, after trying 3 times, I believe by now, they use the setup onto the TF. You can't get away from this. Tries to flash down, but the flash Q2 comes out from Kana. The stun as well from Sejuani.
Also, the fact that Closer got stunned, but still managed to hit both aspects of the W on towards Elyoya meant that he got 2 stacks. Then Kana was able to get the 3 and 4. So the flash forward from Closer to get the stun meant they were able to pick up more. So really, like, knife's edge stuff that play worked out so well as it did for KC.
They're overjoyed again with a run on the line. I mean, Closer this series having a really good time as well. If it doesn't work the first time, try again. If it doesn't work the second time, I guess try it third time as well. The triple down and now a 2-kill Camille. Sits up in the top lane. Gold lead pretty much even between the solo laners, and for a TF, that ain't good due to the fact that his passive is really everything.
Super. Taking a little bit of hurt, but KC going to start up Dragon. Or sorry, MDK going to start up Dragon. KC going to try and use that push they have to shove them off, and once more they will be able to. So this is where it kind of gets a little bit difficult for MDK, because one of the big points was, hey, if you're in a lead, it's great because you can try and take fights on your fancy, but when you look at where MDK are at now, it's more difficult when Targamas can engage and the follow-up's there.
And it's here again onto Alvaro. Caught on out, his Magnet Storm's in, but Vladdy picks up the kill. I mean, after Dragon, it just keeps topping up, and KC are finding more windows into this game again.
It feels eerily reminiscent of last game as well. The mid game coming in again for MDK, getting picked. It looked like last game they had a lead as well. 3K gold lead at this sort of timer, but it's just falling apart. After that Dragon take, Alvaro gets picked again. Topside play as well. It's not looking great.
It's really not. Elyoya going to try and move back up towards the top side. His tail tucked between his legs. Will get spotted on a nice pink ward as he tries to make his way in towards River. So Kana will know that he needs to back away from this one, and will not get caught out by Mirren.
Yeah, Wave Crash. Wave stays a little bit awkward for Kana. Rift Herald spawning soon, but he can't get the crash down. Mirren can hold this wave if he wants to. If he wants to try and facilitate a gank, doesn't look like he's going to opt to do that. His thought process is, I'm just going to push and move. I'm going to go for this Rift Herald.
Other thing is Mirren as well. We haven't seen the ult used yet. I know it's not all of the play. I know it's not the most important, but it is something we're going to keep in the back of our mind. Yep. Is how Mirren moves across the map and helps facilitate some of these picks, because man, right now, again, this Camille is going to start being scary. At least MDK trying to trade off in the mid lane, getting some push down while Elyoya starts Herald.
Yeah, I think right now, in terms of TF versus Camille, you just stay top lane. You don't even need to make an ulti. You've got Kraken Slayer completed, Tabos. You are not killable by this Camille, and you can bully her under tower. So generate your own lead is the idea here for Mirren when he's relaxed. He's not going to make a play down to bot side with his ulti and sacrifice his lead.
Good to know, good to point out. There's a good trade there onto Vladdy from Fresco in the bottom side while Alvaro tries to cover the potential dive.
Well, I'm a bit nervous about KC investing this many members on bot, because Rift Herald was just taken, and you could immediately like move Mirren down off of this push into a potential mid-tower take, or just try and look for a dive on towards Khan as he gets in towards top. But 2 members of MDK here, this is risky.
TP's there, it's going to be a 4 versus 2. The ult locks down Frescowi. The wall is out again, and Vladdy already picks up one. Alvaro can't even move himself. No ulti for him. Casey executed clean dive, and Alvaro is getting bullied in this game too.
I'm sorry, Casey. I wasn't aware of your game. Yeah. I didn't realize that your dive was going to be that clean. They still will lose 2 towers, though. So in the grand scheme of things, I'd say a win for MDK.
Yeah, teleport committed for Kana as well. We saw this last game on the Renekton TPing down bot side, maybe when it wasn't the best idea because of the cross map, but MDK come out on top because of the heads-up play with Mirren hitting that tower with the 6 scrubs.
So again, as you said, win for MDK. Bag of kills, 2 in fact for KC. Gold still in MDK's favor, but only just. We're going to look at a match of the week replay.
Yeah, and you can see here, the setup from Closer just catches Vladdy as he tries to escape away, and then there's the lock-up continual CC makes it possible. Alvaro is just trying to waddle his way away, but in the picture-in-picture, you can see the fight's about to kick off.
Live is the chase down of KC, isn't it? In their own jungle, I mean, they're still looking to press forward. Elyoya sending out the ulti. It's going to bounce a couple of times, but it only sends KC away. Maybe to open up bottom turret, it's a long con.
Yeah, it just forces them away enough. The Mirren should be able to get that. Frescowi just going to continue to push them back. Vladdy is pushing on this top side to try and trade, but again, those 6 Void Grubs going to make a massive difference in how quickly MDK can deal with these structures.
Absolutely. The tower damage is going to be there. Zin not going to go for that turret, maybe scared of potential TP from behind or something along these lines with the Twisted Fate, but he sees them, so opting to rather let the tower live and kill the minions.
So it feels like this game, MDK playing the map, you know, a little bit more wisely as well. You know, there's been that dive down bot side, but again, they're like, well, you know, you guys can die. It's not going to be the end of the world. Again, you said MDK were trading up top turret, mid turret. They open up bot turret as well. A wide map for a Twisted Fate top does feel very, very valuable when he does have so many grubs.
I absolutely agree. I mean, it's both teams, actually. Both teams have such huge global map presence. You can play off of the Camille setup in side lane with Kai'Sa ulting in, and that's an avenue of attack for KC. But then you also have potential TF shadowing the Yone, and you can play for side with Frescowi pushing into tier 2. So both an option for both teams, and I imagine the side lanes are going to be a bit volatile.
Well, it's another good point, which the Mortal Blade actually affects turrets as well, the extra magic damage that comes through. And so Yone makes him another good split pusher as MDK look at enemy jungle. Alvaro flash, shattering strikers. I could speak properly if Vladdy could move, but once again, the CC chains in this game mean that everyone just stands still.
Again, it's the Alvaro Elyoya hype train where they're just working so well together, catching members out, and you just don't have that same link up between Targamas and Closer try and get the vision, and now
Targamas.
They catch him. Oh, the rats. The engage is there. Double engage down. Targa is burning down as well and eventually drops. That was sneaky from MDK. You don't expect the double whammy.
Moving in. Maybe he felt like he had safety because he had the sweeper activated, but heads up. Great play between the towers from MDK, and that's going to convert into another tier 2. I want to look up top side on that tier 2 as well. Are they going to secure that too? Not quite.
It'd be huge. I mean, at least getting damage down as well. Maybe makes it a hair's breadth or at least half a hair's breadth as it'll get down to half HP. Kana there to respond as he backed away from bot. Destiny was used by Mirwin to get bot side as Dragon now spawns.
And the thing is, because KC don't really have a ton of Dragon stacked up, or, you know, you really have to worry about a Baron on the cards or anything, it's very difficult for KC to force MDK into a fight.
Right.
At the moment, MDK can continue to play this style of, hey, we're going to shove a side lane and overload somewhere and make it difficult for KC to play because they don't have to contest this Dragon, right? They can even just go back in towards mid, push that in a little bit, and then immediately capitalize on all the value of vision that they still have in that top side as you see the Yone going to push in that top wave.
Second Dragon going to go over to KC. I really need to see them play with Kana in the side lane. You've invested so many resources into getting Kana ahead. Now you really need to flex this ability to find picks in the side lane, convert that into towers, because right now, look at him. He can't even extend on his own lane for fear of being ganked. So I want Closer and Kana to work together as a duo, throw Upset in there as well with that ultimate.
Yeah.
It looks like he's going to have to play mitigation on this tower.
Especially since they have Vladdy pushing on the side. It feels like Vladdy would be far more vulnerable here.
Well, Kana, good buff with that E against the wall, gets him out. Now he turns with the Hextech ultimate. The charge on Alvaro's great. The dive in, even better. Super now joins on in as a gold card follows through, but onto the back end, Kana is burning down. He's ticking, but the pot healing him up. Not enough in the end from the Blaze. Teleport also committed there. KC had to respond.
Great pick from KC. Kana getting that damage, but also the Targamas being able to dash through several members, so Kana's just able to escape. Yeah. The push on bot wave, they lost a fairly sizable wave on the bot side as MDK, so KC will hold on for another day.
Yeah, I want to call out Kana's E there. It was a nice cancel onto the Rel leap. Great timing on that stun. Kana trying to find plays, and this is what happens when you play towards the Camille. She's so strong right now, especially once she completes that Hydra, but that potion coming clutch. I think you called it out on the healing. Versus that burner damage over time.
I mean, also, on top of that, let's just add on. You talked about wanting to see Closer play more towards his Camille as well. Another note we didn't mention is Targamas syncing up with that. Remember, Rakan's melee now, right? So, triple melee here on this comp. There's a lot of big potential if they can find their way in, but in that particular play, MDK setting up for that weak tier 2 top. As Baron is spawned now as well. Another top play, another thing that goes well up in this side of the map. Could lead to a Baron that is still, remember, quick with an on-hit TF and a Yone. it's always an opportunity MDK can push towards.
A lot of vision just cleared out by Mirren on this bottom side. So both Closer and Kana know that TF is on this bottom side. You can see them kind of half syncing up, maybe looking for a pick. But Targamas should be able to just dash away here. But everyone in MDK moving in towards this top side. They want the tier 2 before KC can establish themselves in the map.
Yeah, you can see what Mirren's plan is there. He's looking for picks. He's playing from bot into mid. Look at the TP.
Oh, okay, this is a breaker in. Upset finds the pick, and Elyoya is dead. Wow. What setup from KC's to jump down onto Super's belt, but he can't get out. He tried to heal with the wall, but Kana said no. KC again. They're loving the dives this series.
They find the play. It was MDK looking for a play with TF shifting up towards mid, but KC find the initial pick. They turn around. Kana comes TPing in and locks down Zeri, who tries to escape over the wall. And it just isn't enough because he can't get away.
It's the imports this series that are doing work as well. We highlight Upset, but man, Kana and Closer coming up clutch as well. The Baron off the back of it. KC needed a miracle, and they found one.
Beautiful positioning there on the ward and the engage from Closer, picking off Elyoya. And MDK are completely spread out. Frescowi's trying to find, should I go in, should I go out? But the fight is done before he even gets to the side. And even with that, Mirren had to ult immediately out because he just could not get in anywhere safe.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Mirren, the way they want to play is off of these gold cards with rapid fire. He was so accelerated. You could see him walking towards topside to potentially find a gold card and chain CC off of that. But the problem is they get engaged on first before Mirren can find anything. And the end KC now, it's another Citra with Nash. Can they break this mid tier 1?
And I mean, just as we're talking about Mad, you know, looking for opportunities and finding windows in this game, maybe shoring up some of their mistakes from game 1. Happens again, a great engage from KC, sets up, knocks him down, and once again, Upset. He's strong. Once again, Flatty, also strong. I mean, it's just rinse and repeat, isn't it?
I mean, and Kana is just out of this world, man. The fact that he's already completed second item, once this Derex comes through, he's already insanely strong. It just becomes unbeatable. You are so good when you get to those 3 items, and now as KC start to put the pressure down, getting vision on this top side, eyeing up for that bar or the potential take on towards the top tower, and with Dragon in a minute's time, it feels like that's where KC can start to pick up another Mountain Dragon, potential for a Mountain Soul for themselves as well.
Yeah, no TP available for Kana though, so now he makes a decision. Does he stay top and keep pushing, threatening maybe a dive, or does he shift down into mid to potentially contest this Dragon? You can see MDK trying to punish the TP-less Kana by threatening engage with that rapid fire cannon.
But I mean, none's going to come through, and that means Kana, if he stays here comfortably, he's just going to find a tier 2 by himself. Sure, we'll look in a second, but that tier 2 just drops. Wave to push in as well, and KC for now with the Baron, I mean, that's a good gold play.
Yeah, KC playing really well, not getting engaged on whilst their top laner split pushes. Now, MDK do have a bit of control up in this bot side river around this next Dragon spawn. It's on KC. Closer needs to face check, and same with Targamas on this Rakan with the Celestial opposition. There he goes. Can he sweep the vision, or is he going to get one shot? Look at this rapid fire.
Going for the gold card, hits Targamas, but he gets to safety. Again, KC finding another avenue, and while that's going on, they just hit mid down. Upset tanks it up, and 3 turrets from this Baron is big as, wait, for the time being, Kana looks for a flanking angle. He's hit out with the Hextech automated buff. The Super gets the ulti. There's the Magnet Storm. Outrow buys some time, but Super is in the middle of it all. About to drop the Closer. Easy as that, as Targa and Upset have found Elyoya split up. And that's exactly what it is. As Man find Bloody in the back end of the fight. Closer disengages. Upset, Targamas are out of there. There's the gold card you were waiting for, but Closer has to flash out in the end. Mad will get the Dragon start here. Luckily so, it's a 1-for-1 for them.
Kana gets collapsed on, so he kind of has to blow everything early alongside Closer trying to get in position to save him. So it ends up being Vladdy dying for Supa, but MDK come out with the bigger health bar, so they get the Dragon. MDK going to be relatively happy because that could have gone way worse for them with the setup that they had.
Yeah, finding that pick. You can see Kana face checking. They really needed Closer or Targamas to face check here because of how slippery they can be and tanky. But Kana has to use everything defensively. He gets out, almost dying to the burn, but then the fight, it just spreads to the entire quadrant of the bot side. And I don't even know where to look at this point, but Elyoya, I think he falls in the end. And Vladdy falls as well.
Yeah, I think Vladdy tried to go in to help out Closer, but at that stage, I think it's just wash your hands of it, try and get out, and every man for himself. But now KC trying to take a page out of MDK's book from the last few games and looking for a death brush, but it's going to leave Kana with time to get on towards that top side. Vladdy does need to be careful.
Might be in trouble. Vision. They know he's there. Again, Alvaro always fishing for these engages. He's been risky this game, but some of them have really paid off as Vladdy just kites it back, and MDK stop their 3-man down the bottom side of the map. While it looks like for now, Mirwin is just doing cleanup duty on these sideways.
Yeah, I mean, Mirwin here, he has so much pick potential. The chain CC can come out with the TF into the rel as well, so you're gonna have to play side lane a little bit scared here if you're Kana. But I really want to see them play with side lane here with the Camille continuously until this next Dragon spawn again, because once again, it is going to be Mounted Soul. And with Nash spawning in 1.5 minutes, I'd rather see Kana down bot side.
And they have a decent amount of vision on that top end to kind of help that push for Kana on top side. But even if Kana can't really threaten on towards like the top side inhibitor turret, you're just getting a ton of gold in towards Vladdy, who will then get up towards the third item, will be the Zhonya's Hourglass. So it's kind of just like win-win for KC. Like no matter where you put that pressure, it just ends up being a win for these late game carries on either side.
Red buff gonna be denied. Global red buff absolutely massive in a game with so many marksmen. So nice denial there from MDK. Tier 2 turret is the goal.
And again, MDK back to where they started, aren't they? This Tier 2's been the goal for a long time. Mirwin doesn't have that much damage. He gets the extended range, but Closer finds him out. The pick off, MDK stepping too far forward, you'd think, but Mirwin gets on out spaces. But in the meantime, Upset loves to fly. This guy has grown some wings in this series, while Frescowi comes in late, but finds Kana. That's one, but he still dies in the end. Mad, it's over tunneling sometimes. That's really kicking them in the ass.
It's the coordination from KC that is just outperforming MDK. Every time they go for an engage, Closer goes for it. Target's immediately there, but Target he's get immediately out.
But a blue card, he's fine, absolutely. Presses W. Maybe KC want a bit more of this. Super's isolated, but getting over a wall seems easy here as MDK are pulling back because, you know, Baron was there. They wanted to make sure they had vision.
They need to try and hold on desperately. The MDK, they will be in season finals, but to try and bow out against KC like this, especially when you look at the legacy between these two teams, they would desperately want to try and get a win over KC, but just the French are just not giving them any way into it.
Destiny going to be used on the back of the pit as Baron's going down fast to see it. Damage means a lot as Alvaro wants to get the engage into the pit. Smite is enough. Closer gets it and secures it. Vladdy flies and glides with his Emperor's Divide. Alvaro is back on the bad line as Mirwin runs to the front, and KC, they are playing their comp well again with a TP to mid to try and break that base.
A series of errors from that top fight into a Baron start, and now a turn coming in from Vladdy, the player we have all hyped up recently in recent weeks. He's been playing so damn well, and now I think they can look for the end here. Is that 30 seconds left on Aljoya? I think they have time.
Up in 10 seconds. Dagda, what do you reckon?
Looking like Sidelines Koi are going to be taken to the main stage here. KC, they want to end this here.
Keeping their dreams alive. It's a miracle run needed as Mirwin gets uppercut by Kana, who's had a field day of this game. KC came to play, and when they need top 3 to get into season finals, KC will not take Mad's crap any longer today. The miracle run here in the LEC Summer Playoffs begins now.
And if I'm SK, I am shaky. This was a hard-fought game 2, but a well-orchestrated game 2 from KC. And that game 1 was a complete blowout. This is a different Karmine Corp from what we saw in the regular split.
Even when behind, they look so intimidating. Finding these picks, finding these team fights, the way they execute them, playing off of the Kai'Sa ultimate with the setup from the Camille, super impressive. And the coordination really is there.
Not only innovative comps, but yeah, comps that do need coordination, I think was nice to see today. But of course, you can vote for your Kia player of the game at X. Is it Closer, Upset, or Targamas?
I think it's Closer, the way he facilitated the lanes, especially accelerating the Camille in that game.
And I mean, if we're talking about player of the series to correct as well, like, Closer had a really good series.
Yeah.
Closer had a really, really good series. And of course, for the Mad Lions fans, just a side note, they will still be in season finals. KC, however, disrupt the flow where, because of this win, SK are not locked. Earlier on, as we saw Ginex with a win, they're not locked either. They need KC to fail, and KC said no to failing today.
I mean, they do not look like they're anywhere close to failing. That was an incredible game. I am very excited now to watch this KC because it feels like suddenly we have what I think a lot of people expected Karmine Corp to be when they came into the LEC, which was just this absolute monster of a team that you have to deal with.
They look really good. They look really, really
insane.
good. They can play loads of different styles of compositions. They can play to top, they can play to mid, difficult champions, easy champions. We've seen their style now, and I look forward to seeing how they play in the future.
I mean, again, if we can see, innovative drafts like this again, I mean, Kana on Flex Champions, again, he played so much during the regular season. And I think as well, not only we have Upset playing a lot more aggressively, which was nice, and playing off the back of it, we saw Vladdy playing really aggressively, and I guess also off the back of it this entire series, where he's also a really good linchpin for KC.
I think it's just the fact that, like, as Aragon was saying, it feels like anyone can carry. Vladdy can look absolutely great. Yeah. Upset on the Kaisa was stellar in game 1, but more muted because he can let Kana take over in game 2. It feels like there's no one that you can just kind of go, oh yeah, that's the problem. It's everyone in KC is a problem for you.
And I want to highlight a player that maybe got a lot of flack in the past, but played really well recently. I remember loads of engages that split in this series as well. Targamas, I think, has been sleeper. We haven't mentioned him that much on the cast, but I think he's played really well as well.
You're saying that because he's in the Marriott Bomboy post-game check-in with Law on stage. So Aragon getting brownie points as we say good night and good luck to KC.
Thank you so much, guys. I mean, you're right. Let's ask him, actually. First off, Targamas, congratulations. Thank you for joining me on stage. The guys on the cast were telling that you played really well today. Would you agree on that?
Yeah, I mean, I think I played pretty good, right? So I think the whole team, like, we didn't do that many mistakes. Like, I think we gave a lot of space to enemy teams sometimes because we know they like to play really aggressive with their jungle supports, but like, we didn't, like game 1 we didn't die, game 2 there was a little moment where we died a bit, but then we started being like, okay guys, they're actually inting, just kill them, and then everything went well.
Inting.
Yeah.
I mean, these are some strong words, because actually coming into this matchup, I didn't think we've seen enough from KC to put you as really, really high favorites. And I feel like when you play against MDK, you never know what kind of champions they're going to throw at you. Maybe a bit unsure about the game plan. What was your approach and understanding of Mad Lions Koi today?
I mean, of course, we respect them. I think they are playing pretty good laning phase, like especially their bots. Like they are not afraid to just press their buttons and try to make things happen, right? But I think the mid game they struggle a lot and they always play the same. Like their jungle support is just going really far while their carries are not with them. So I mean, we watch their games and we know what they're doing, right? Yeah. So in the games, maybe it took us a bit of time to realize, because we're like on stage and we are not punishing instantly. But then after they do it 1 time, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, at some point we just kill them.
Yeah, you get the message. You know what the game is going to be about. But for you guys, honestly, it looks like everything is looking pretty good. The team keeps on improving. All the players keep on improving, and the synergy keeps on getting better. What's the state of KC right now? How do you feel with the rest of the team as you're ramping up in playoffs, especially knowing that one mistake, you're out and the year is over, sadly?
I mean, I feel pretty good. Like, I think since the beginning of the split, we've been playing like decently on stage, I would say, and like in scrims, we've been actually playing good, like challenging the top teams, right? Like that's where I would kind of put us. But first round, of course, we play against G2, so it sucks a bit, right? It's hard to win against them, and also I think they had like really nice plan in draft. But I'm pretty confident we can win against everyone else if we just play our game.
And talking a bit more about you, that's a topic we didn't have the opportunity to touch up on last time I interviewed you, but I know that it's been a difficult year for you. I know that you got your share of criticism, and I know that the community had some thoughts, basically, about you in general. I was wondering how much it affected you or actually helped you push further.
I mean, as I said in my last post, like I don't think it affects me much because I have like the team around me like supporting me a lot, and like everyone is happy with the job I'm doing, so I don't care like what people behind their PC at home thinks, right?
Yeah.
It doesn't really matter. But obviously, I think like the toxicity has been like pretty high lately, and it's fair when, especially towards KC, when we've been like performing really bad. But I can't wait to shut some mouths, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's the point of all this, and the next mouth that you're gonna shut. I love this. The next mouth that you're hopefully gonna shut, and maybe teams that you're gonna eliminate, is gonna be SK. Any words on this upcoming matchup? Niski on the other side of the rift?
I mean, I don't really mind. I think SK, it's like, they had a pretty good like regular season, like always. But I'm not really scared against them. Like, I think, for me, the way I see it is like when you run in the loser brackets, like the hardest game is often like the first game because you have to like get the momentum. right now, I think we played pretty good today. Everyone is feeling confident. I feel like in 2 days, we're probably just going to win again.
All right. I hope you can carry this momentum into the next match. We have Vladdy and your jungler closer in PGL. Anything you want to tell them, or maybe your take on how they played today? You can look at this camera.
I mean, yeah, I think Vladdy, he almost ran it down one time in the game when he gets hot on top when we say everything in comes, but it's fine, you know, like he still needs to learn a bit, so.
All right. It's not about running it down, it's about shutting down the Nexus in the end. Targamas, merci beaucoup. Thank you so much for the interview. And that's all for us here on this side of the stage. Shocks, over to you.
On me and the wasted everything on me, so then we won.
Yeah. Thank you. He's already explaining it, actually.
Yeah.
Welcome to the post-game lobby, where I'm joined by Odoamne, by Closer, and by Vladdy. You're getting called out by your support.
Yeah.
Why did you int?
I didn't int.
You got called in the jungle.
Honest, like, I'm a rookie, I can do it.
This guy.
How long are you going to say that?
Maybe this is your last split.
Yeah, this is your last
can
split.
say it.
Yeah, it's true. Yeah, talk to me about facing MDK. I heard you guys talking, and I heard there was some disagreement in the team about, you know, how strong they were going to be as an opponent. Can you explain a little bit?
Since they reached the finals in the first splits, and I mean, I know they looked like weak lately, but we kind of thought that they were going to be very dangerous. They also look good against BDS. So we took this game very seriously. But I think, to be honest, in the regular split, we didn't show that we are that strong. So we were confident in ourselves because we were playing well in scrims, but we didn't really know how it's going to look like. But I mean, I think we played pretty good today. So I'm happy.
I agree. Oh, so you think like, oh, maybe they could have the potential, right? Because you're not sure, but in the end, they also have a tendency of not being able to close out games, and it kind of happened again in this series, Vladdy. Were you aware of the fact that they tend to make some mistakes in the mid game here and there, and were you aware of that as a game plan from your side, that you would look out for that?
I mean, no, obviously they will do mistakes, everyone does, but I think they got caught so many times, like I didn't expect them to just walk straight in our jungle every single time, and while we have Seju, Rakan, and all this kind of stuff, like, oh, the first game!
Yeah.
Okay, the first game, yeah. I mean, the first game was tricky because we gave up a lot of turrets in the early game.
I mean,
we ended up being 3K
they used
behind.
Nico, though.
Yeah, but the thing is, it was only, the gold was only on Nico.
Yeah.
So eventually, I think in the mid game, our comp is just really good in team fights, and we just won.
I do think you guys leveled up a little bit, because I feel like if you would have had this sort of game, especially the first game where individually there's like members falling behind and there's someone super perfect on enemy team, you guys would falter. But right now, you guys are a lot more coordinated and a lot more together when it comes to pulling the trigger than in regular season so far. So what are kind of the... Do you guys also feel this when you play the game? Do you guys get this sort of confidence where you feel like everyone's on the same page? Because before, this was usually our main critical point of K-Corp.
I think we are pretty good. Like, I think we are still not, like, of course, like, we are still not showing it. Like, our early game, especially game one, we were behind a lot of gold, but then I was really happy how we played mid to late game. Like, we pulled the triggers, we caught some people with Violets. Like, I think we are good at team fighting too, but I don't know what's going on in the early game, but I think if we improve our early game too, we will be dangerous.
Yeah.
I still think we didn't show our like true power, but we are getting better at playing on stage.
Yeah, you're scaling up a lot. We were watching the game. It was Odo and Perks on the desk, and when you're playing Tristana, they were talking about, oh, like he's buffering.
Don't
like,
say
like,
this.
Yeah,
This guy has so
like,
much
he's
ego now.
so
No, but he's a
good.
rookie. He needs to hear this.
Yeah.
He already has so much ego.
How much are they bullying you because you're a rookie and you get caught or make mistakes?
So much, like the closer is just pulling my chair as well when I play solo queue.
Why would you do that, man?
This guy has so much ego. He's acting humble right now, but he needs to stay humble.
As if you turn off that camera, then he's gonna get an ego instantly, or what?
Definitely.
You need to stop being a victim, bro. Come on, you can't do this.
Okay, then maybe tell him something that he needs to do better. Because he says, you know, you're scaling up, you are better than what you've shown today. So what should your jungler do better?
You should gank him more. That's why he's scaling up.
Yeah.
Against Caps, I didn't let Caps play.
Oh, that's true.
So many times.
He didn't do anything, by the way.
Why did you kill that game?
I solo killed him twice, I think.
Did you blow his flashes or what before the solo kill? Because yeah, you know.
No, I didn't solo kill him actually.
Alternate universe, but it's okay. That's how it goes in rookie. You know, if someone shanked, he's actually dead.
You have to like manifest it.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
It works. It works. It took a year for KC, but they're finally here.
Yeah, you guys are here finally, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, we're happy. I think, as Laura already talked about with Targamas as well, you watch KC and, also the previous iteration of KC when you guys weren't there yet, about how you can see how this should work, right?
Yeah.
So why do you think, it clicked with this iteration so far? And how alive is the dream for the top 3, for the season finals, for the world spot?
I mean, that's definitely our goal. We're going to play SK and probably BDS later. And I don't think we are scared from them. I think when we played them on the regular season, we should have won probably both of those games, and we were so much worse. So we are definitely not scared from these teams, and the dream is alive for sure.
Okay, Vladi, what do you think about playing Niski on Tuesday?
As I said in my previous PGL as well, I think he's not good.
Oh yeah, I remember now.
Yeah, he's one of the worst mid laners in the league. Even though he beat me, I was ahead, and he didn't do anything. And it's
Look
fact.
at the ego he has. That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, I think they are not an easy opponent to play. I think their bot lane is clicking well as a duo. They are doing good in most of the games. But I'm confident that we can beat them.
This is so funny because I was like, oh, we should talk to Vladi in PGL. And I was like, yeah, but he hasn't been on PGL that much. So maybe, he doesn't give you any statements or something like that. Then now you're just like, this guy sucks. I should have beaten this guy. Caps is trash.
This guy's a rookie. He says he's getting home, but then 2 minutes later he says, oh, Niski is really bad. I'm better than him. Can you name all the mid laners in the league that you're better than?
No,
okay.
I'm
it's
humble.
just Niski.
I'm humble. It's only Niski.
It's just Niski.
It's personal.
Okay.
It's personal. Yeah. I have. We just have a fight every time.
Yeah.
Beef.
In solo queue as well.
And solo queue as well?
Do you win most of the time?
It's 50-50, I would say.
Okay. I see.
I love it. Hey, but Niski is at his best when it's like this, when someone's trash talking him.
Yeah, maybe I should be humble to him now.
I think so.
This is better than us. I think they're a very strong team. I hope we can win.
You guys are very funny. The player of the series is Upset, and we did want him on PGL, but he has some content, so we're stuck with you guys.
He's just too good. He's just better than you guys. That's why he has to do content.
I'm kidding.
But that's
people are gonna get mad again.
We are the second option.
No.
Yeah,
people are gonna get mad at me again. No. We specifically requested Vladi and Closer.
You guys are special to us.
Thank you.
Yeah,
I
but
appreciate
Upset was you want to say something about Upset this series because he was crazy, especially game 1. I mean, some people say he's a KDA player, right?
Yeah, he probably is, but he's pretty good.
Exactly. You can be both.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
I think he had very good comms, and I think his team fighting is always good. And when you give him kills, you always know he's going to perform. So I think he played pretty good today, yeah.
I agree. He played phenomenally. Odo, how do you think KC is going to do versus SK?
I did not think I was going to say this, but I do think K-Corp is taking this one because I did think you guys were lacking a little bit of an identity coming into playoffs, but it looks like you guys found identity by empowering Upset a lot because I think he's completely cracked out of his mind, and I think you're a rookie and this is going to make you a little bit more cocky, but this guy can take care of it, but I think you're also pretty good, so you're doing good on that aspect. So it does look like the key pieces of K-Corp have been evolving. Congrats, you guys.
Thank you.
Go up. Okay, but I do think that that K-Corp will take it against SK, and I do think that we live in a timeline where the dream is very alive.
I think it's very much alive. It's crazy to think about the whole year, but let's not too much because we don't want to jinx anything or anything. But it's very much alive. So let's talk about tomorrow as well. You won't be here, but Fnatic is playing G2. Can I get a little prediction? Can Fnatic do it? It's a best of 5.
I go?
Nah.
I think, G2 are really good, but I think it will be really hard. But considering how they performed against us, I think they have a chance, obviously.
Yeah.
How do you mean we are too good?
I mean, yeah,
that's why they perform like that.
I mean, maybe you're the second best
I think
team.
the meta is very good for G2. Caps is he won a split as AD carry. This guy is playing AD carry every single game on mid lane, and I think only Vladi can match it. So.
Where is your AD carry? You're playing Azir, man.
Played Tristana, no?
You played Tris first.
Oh, true.
I played Tris and Azir. I
You
have
were
a lot of
saying-
AD carries, but
I guess
they don't give me anything.
Yeah. Okay, fine.
You were saying his buffers were insane, like Faker level.
Okay, he did one.
Yeah.
I mean, he won the game, but still, you need to do a little bit more, a little bit more buffers.
Humble me, it's good.
Yeah.
Okay.
You're not that good, kid.
Okay, I'm gonna let you guys go because of course you're playing again on Tuesday. And yeah, thank you so much for joining us on PGL. Congratulations.
Thank
It's
you.
been sick seeing
Thank
KC do so well. And we also have we're going over to LCS later, and Captain Flowers is auctioning off LCS items, allegedly. That's the info I got. Let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the LCS auction. Today we are going to be auctioning off some of the greatest plays to happen so far this year in the LCS. Let's get started. First up, we got ourselves a solo play by none other than APA. I see 2,000. 2,000 right down here in the front. Do I see 3? Do I see 3? 3,000 over there in the back. Sold over to the gentleman on my right. Thank you very much. Play number 2 coming up next. We got ourselves a quid quad. This is a very rare spectacle, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to start the bidding at 5,000. Do I see 5,000? Right down here in the front, I got 5. Do I got 6? Do I got 6? Do I got 7? 7 right over here to the gentleman on my right. Do I hear 8? Do I hear 8? 8 going to be going way over there into the back. One more time. 9,000 right down here in the front. Going once, going twice. Sold to the woman right down here in the front row. Coming up now, this one is truly special, ladies and gentlemen. A show match deal, a ribbon out play executed by none other than General Sniper. Do I hear 12? 12 right down here over here on my side. 15 in the back. 20 right over here on my right. Sold down here to pastry time. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for coming out to the LCS auction. And remember, if you want to see more plays like this, tune in to twitch.tv/LCS or lollysports.com. Any weekend, you might be wanting some League of Legends. See you there.
Actually, I'm kind of down to play until I'm 40.
Whoa, yeah.
Do you think any team would sign me if I'm like 35?
Yeah, but you'll probably have to pay the club to play.
Wait, why is my coach laughing by that?
Oh, look, I'm going bottom.
I'm coming. He's stunned, look.
Nice, well played.
Aatrox, dead. Look, dead. I on the base. Yeah, finish. Next house me, I'm fine. Nice, good. Go, good job, guys. Aatrox. I can go. Look. I can play, yes. Kill them. Go.
Nice, Antonio. I'm coming.
Diana.
Look, go Diana. I have double look. We're fighting. I'm ulting.
The counter engage from Ignar as good as the whirlwind comes through, and Jackie's ulti's been exhausted. That means he does no damage. He's just whittled down. They just got caught with their trousers down again.
I'm ulting.
Yeah, good.
Careful for the
It's slow. I got really good ult, okay? We still win.
Yeah, I stopped the Orno. I stopped the Orno.
We still win.
Okay, Kai'Sa no flash. Well played.
As well, Jankos buffs it with his own ulti. The Daity's there from Flacken, but he gets knocked up. The Antonio and yet another team fight. Bumps heads. Team Heretics again. Another team fight where they're here, they're there, and now nowhere.
I think Free Fire is broken champion. Of course, man, but you're trying to make plays 24/7. You just relax.
Guys, listen to me. Do nothing this game. Just I will win it alone, okay? You just have to do nothing. If you can disconnect your brain, you help me. I have nothing.
Fight it?
Perfect solo. But the Tristana is dropping nuclear bombs.
Yeah.
Chips.
Oh, look at Dion. I'm taking.
Very mid.
Look, tank.
Yeah.
Nice.
I dropped now.
Nice. Tower.
Kill him, bro. What f***ing power? And game time. Actually.
Fight.
Kill him.
Nice.
Actually, I kinda stomped them.